For 13, the young man came to the lakeside. It was obvious that the Gao family of Guyang had spent a lot of money and effort on this academy. The old site of the Cliff Academy in Dali was about to become the new Confucian temple in the capital of Dali. The young man turned around and saw a figure that was both familiar and strange at the same time. It was strange because the man's appearance, height, and clothes had changed a lot. The reason why it was familiar was because of the man's eyes. After so many years, the two neighbors, the illegitimate son of a brothel supervisor and a lonely bumpkin, had each turned into Song Mu, a prince of the Great Li dynasty, and a scholar who had traveled thousands of miles across the two continents, a paladin, a swordsman. Chun Pingon went straight to the point. I heard from the Maoshan mountain master that you came to the academy, so I came to see you. Song Jisun looked at Chun Pingon from head to toe. It was said that the half-immortal sword was a gift from the Fu family in Old Dragon City as an apology. As for the flagon on his waist, it was a blade-strengthening gourd that Wei Pai, the god of Beiwe, had carefully selected for Chun Pingon. Song Jisun said with a smile, "When we were neighbors, we always thought that the people in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley were rich and powerful. But now it seems that the people in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley are more promising. Apricot Blossom Alley is supported by Ma Kushuan from Marshall Mountain. On the other hand, Clay Bottle Alley is supported by Yumi, GQ, and the Little Slug. I wonder if the outsiders will see Clay Bottle Alley as a place full of legends in a few decades. Even a dog didn't like to pee there." Chun Pingon was about to speak. Song Jisun waved his hand. "Let me finish first. Otherwise, with your bad temper, Chun Pingon, I'm afraid that we will part on bad terms." Chun Pingon nodded. "Then let's walk and talk." The two of them strolled side by side along the quiet path by the lakeside where the willows rustled. Song Jisun smiled and said, "You've been away for a long time. You probably don't know what the town is like right now, do you? Since the people knew the origin of Liju Cave, they opened the door to the outside world, whether it was the rich people in Fulu Street or Peach Leaf Alley, or the poor places in Dragon Alley or Apricot Blossom Alley. Every family was searching for their ancestral treasures carefully. Porcelain bowls of food, stone troughs for pigs, jars of pickles, and bronze mirrors on the wall, but these were nothing. People started. People, Dragon's Horn Mountain, and many people, and many people, and many people, people, and people, many people, people, people. Silver and gold, which used to be very rare, were nothing. Now they compete with each other. How many immortal coins they have in their pockets. Ooh, Chun Pingon asked, have the crops been abandoned? Have the dragon kiln and the porcelain kilns stopped? Song Jisun nodded. Isn't that so? Who cares about such a small harvest? Chun Pingon sighed. This was human nature. If Chun Pingon did not have those experiences and stayed in Liju Cave's mud bottle alley as an ordinary kiln worker, he would be more diligent. The only difference was that he would not forget his duty. If there were crops, he would not leave them alone. If he became a proper kiln worker, he would not let his skills go. Back then, after being reminded by Luchin, Chun Pingon went to the Dragon Whisker River that very night when he heard that there was a possibility of exchanging them for money. He carried a large basket on his back and searched for the snake gallstones that had not yet dissipated their spiritual energy. He ran as fast as he could and forgot to eat and sleep. However, that time, Chun Pingon rummaged through the entire Dragon Whisker River, wishing that he could scour it clean. Of course, his harvest was bountiful. In reality, Ma Kushuan only went into the water once before he found the most valuable snake gallstone. When he came out of the water with it, the stone was like a bright moon rising into the sky. Song Jisun stopped in his tracks. Do you hate me? Chun Pingon shook his head. I don't hate you. I just want to keep a respectful distance from you. Song Jisun was puzzled. That empress has already sent people to kill you. You still don't hate me? Chun Pingon asked. Was it you who convinced her to kill me? Song Jisun said self-deprecatingly, I don't have that kind of ability. This so-called mother-son relationship, after I changed my name to Song Mu in the archives of the Imperial Clan Court, of course there is. However, there are differences between those who are close and those who are distant. Still, it's nothing to be surprised about. Only now do I know that although the matters of the imperial family are relatively big, they are essentially no different from those of our neighbors in the early days. As long as a family has more than one child, the parents will always favor them in some way or another. Chun Pingon said, Isn't that enough? If there's a chance in the future, I'll just look for her. There's no need for me to hate you, Song Jisun. Song Jisun was plucking a willow tree, planning to weave a willow ring. Chun Pingon said softly, She's related to the imperial tutor? She's also one of the most powerful people in Dali. However, I don't think that's all there is to Dali. Dali has the earliest Cliff Academy, the prosperity of Red Candle Town, the Dali Border Army Scout who took the initiative to ask me to go to the fire beacon to block the cold wind in the snow, the shopkeeper, who welcomed me with a smile just by relying on my household registration in the Qinghuan Kingdom, and even the spy who she personally created the Greenway Pavilion, who was willing to personally risk his life to send me a message for Dali. I think these are also part of the Dali dynasty. Chun Pingon turned his head to Song Jisun and continued, I know all these. In the future, if I still decide to kill her with a single punch, I can do it cleanly. The grudges between the two of us can be settled between the two of us, and try not to affect the other Dali citizens. Song Jisun laughed. She won't think that way. Chun Pingon laughed and asked back, I already have my reasons, and I can't even find fault with the Confucian rules. Why should I care what she thinks? Song Jisun looked at Chun Pingon again. Did you read some legalism books? Chun Pingon still asked back. The books that Mr. Qi left for you, some of them you left in the house in the town, and some of them you took away. Did you read the books you took away? Song Jisun made a small willow ring, put it on his arm, and shook it gently. Why do you care? Chun Pingon didn't want to talk more about these things, so he asked a question that had nothing to do with grudges or private matters. Why did you come to the Great Sui Kingdoms? Song Jisun put his hands behind his head. Back then, Gao Xian came to our place to look for opportunities. Someone said that I'm not as good as him, so I came here for a stroll. Chun Pingon laughed and said, How can it be the same? You came to the Great Sui Kingdom to show off your strength. At that time, Gao Xian really went deep into the enemy's territory. Besides, Gao Xian is now a hostage of the Deer Academy in the Cloud Mountain Forest. Do you want to learn from him? Song Jisun couldn't help laughing. Chun Pingon, you're much stronger than before. You even know how to say strange things. Did you learn from me? Chun Pingon said, Don't flatter yourself. Song Jisun squatted down, picked up a stone, and threw it into the lake. I want to ask you for a favor. How about it? Chun Pingon said without hesitation, No. Song Jisun raised his head and said with an aggrieved face, Why? Chun Pingon, ask yourself, except for that time when I tricked you into becoming an apprentice of the Dragon Kiln, have I done anything wrong to you? Ooh, Chun Pingon said, You don't like me, so do I like you? Why pretend to be friends? Song Jisun didn't expect such an answer. He laughed and said, Chun Pingon, you're much more pleasing to the eye now than before. If you had such a temper, I would have sincerely been your friend back then. Chun Pingon shook his head and said, Song Jisun, in fact, you know that we can't be friends. As long as we don't become enemies, you and I should be satisfied. Song Jisun took off the willow ring and threw it into the lake. Then he picked up a stone and tried to throw it into the middle of the ring. The mountain god temple of Luopa Mountain is not in a good situation now. Wei Pai has a grudge against the mountain god on your mountain. I just wanted you to help me say a few words to Wei Pai. I don't expect Wei Pai to support the mountain god temple. I just hope that one day the statue in the mountain god temple will not be changed. Chun Pingon wanted to say something, but he stopped. The current mountain god of Luapa Mountain was the former kiln supervisor Song Yuzhong. Song Jisun looked at the willow ring that was gradually drifting away and said softly, "I know what you want to say. The reason why he was kicked to the curb after crossing the river and was demoted by the Liu family. His head was cut off to cover up the royal scandal of the covered bridge. Other than that, there was also the emperor's selfishness. After all, who would want their own son to have a cheap father in his heart? Whale. His uncle told me in private that before he died, he had prayed for Whale. His uncle told me that for so many years, he had always wanted me to write him a spring festival couplet. Tell me, if such a rebellious subject doesn't die, who will die?" Chun Pingon thought for a while. "I was going to return to Longquan County, and I will talk to Wei Pai about this matter. But I will not ask Wei Pai to do anything, and I don't have the ability to order a Beiwe god around. I can tell you this now. I can even tell you now that Song Yuzhong will most likely stand on your mother's side in the future. As the mountain god of Luapa Mountain, he wants to deal with me. When the time comes, as long as I can do it, I will definitely smash Song Yuzhong's golden body into pieces. There will be no possibility of piecing it together again." "Ooh," Song Jisun laughed. "Why do I feel that I don't need to thank you for these two debts?" Chun Pingon sneered. "I had never thought that you, Song Jisun, will thank me in this life." Song Jisun exclaimed, making a series of TSK, TSK, TSK sound. He stood up and clapped his hands. "Chun Pingon, your words and actions right now are really like a cultivator from the mountains. You have the temperament of an immortal." Chun Pingon was unmoved. Song Jisun smiled and asked, "Now that I've seen you and asked for your help, I'll be satisfied and go home. By the way, Jigue is waiting for me at the gate of the academy at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to go with me and see her?" Chun Pingon shook his head. "There's no need." Song Jisun continued, "The current Marshall Mountains Ma Kushwan has broken through after seclusion. To him, breaking through is like an ordinary person who has eaten something bad and had diarrhea. So he is now known as the second Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. Apricot Blossom Lane only relies on him, but in terms of reputation, he can arm wrestle with our entire Clay Bottle Lane. Are you angry?" Chun Pingon was silent. Song Jisun stretched out 2 fingers and bent one of them. "I originally wanted to tell you 2 things in return for the matter of Luapa Mountain's Mountain God Temple. I found that I am still unhappy with you. I will just say one thing. Now, in the mountains to the west of Longquan County, with the changes in the situation, it seems that our Song clan has signs of being overturned. Many forces from other countries who have bought mountains and built mansions are not very optimistic about us. Especially some mountain gates near the center of the Aquarius continent. They are planning to sell their mountains at a low price to avoid being used against them in the future. There have been 1 or 2 secret transactions that have been successful. Among them, Wan Shi bought 3 mountains in one go. One of them is the Oxhorn Mountain from the Bundle House. If you go back earlier, you may be able to grab 1 or 2 mountains. Now you only need Gu Yu's money." Chun Pingon asked, "When did this happen?" Song Jisun rolled his eyes. "On the way here, I just heard from Su Ruo. It happened about 10 years ago. Before that, who would be willing to sell their mountains? Each and every one of them wanted to move their entire mountain gates to Longquan County. It is said that the cloud-splitting mountain where Wei Pai is has been bustling with noise and excitement these few years. They are all bootlickers. Fortunately, Wei Pai did not refuse them and was willing to deal with them with a smiling face. If it were me, I would have been disgusted to the point of vomiting." "Ooh." Chun Pingon nodded. "I will try." Song Jisun smiled. "You don't have to send me off." Chun Pingon said, "Then I won't send you off." Song Jisun laughed. "This has not changed. It is still boring." Song Jisun left the lake and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Chun Pingan stood in the same place and watched him slowly leave. Song Jisun arrived at the entrance of the academy and smiled at GQ. "Let's go," GQ asked, his young master in a good mood. Song Jisun smiled and said, "I saw Chun Pingan, and he is doing well. Young master is very happy." GQ said, "Oh." Song Jisun looked back at the Cliff Academy and asked curiously, "You really don't want to walk around? If you want, young master can accompany you again." GQ shook her head. "Not interested." Song Jisun sighed. "Do you think the 2 imperial tutor will stand on my brother's side?" GQ covered her mouth and laughed. "Young master, you have asked me many times." Song Jisun said helplessly, "Young master, you are not confident. Uncle refused to tell me the truth, and the 2 state preceptors are so unfathomable. Young master has no foundation in the capital. Compared to Chun Pingan in the Mud Bottle Alley, he is even more innocent. At least he has an ancestral house. Young master, you have nothing, except for some people who believe in winning big in gambling, who is willing to believe in you. Young master?" GQ comforted him. "You still have me by your side." Song Jisun laughed and raised his arms high. He opened his palms with the back of his hands facing the sky and his palms facing himself. "Young master is a puppet anyway. They can do whatever they want. Chun Pingan can have today. Why can't I have tomorrow?" Shigue was still dressed like a maidservant, but compared to when she was in Clay Bottle Alley, her clothes were more luxurious, and her figure was even sexier. She smiled and said, "Young master, it seems a little embarrassing to compare yourself with him." Song Jisun retracted his hands and clapped his fists. He turned his head and praised. "These comforting words are very pleasant to hear." In the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom, the atmosphere was a little strange as the banquet was about to be held. Kai Feng had already asked for leave from Kinney Anjian, but Kai Feng was nowhere to be found in the Kai family mansion. For some reason, the new top scorer, Lang Zhongdai, had not appeared in the Hanlin Academy for a long time. It was said that the deputy commander of the infantry yamen, Song Shan, had even gone to the Ministry of Justice. Rumors were flying all over the capital's officialdom and the marketplace. The nominal hill master of Cliff Academy, the minister of rights of the Great Sway Kingdom, came to the academy late one night and paid a visit to the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong. They did not meet in the study room, but in the headmaster's hall, where the 3 Confucian sages were worshipped. Later that night, Mao Xiaodong did not tell Chun Pingan about this matter in detail. He only asked Chun Pingan to leave the academy and go to the Confucian temple in the capital of the Great Sway. Compared to the first time when he asked for an exorbitant price, Mao Xiaodong took away more ceremonial and sacrificial vessels from the Confucian temple. After returning to Donghua Mountain, Mao Xiaodong brought Chun Pingan to the peak of the mountain. He took out the jade token and sat in the academy as a sage. Chun Pingan took out more than 30 heavenly minerals and produce treasures that Mao Xiaodong had prepared for him. The last 2 treasures that came late were a 1,000-year-old buffalo horn and a saber from a martial sage in the capital of a country in the central part of the Aquarius continent. The saber contained a strong killing aura. Mao Xiaodong did not pretend to be noble when it came to collecting and refining materials. Instead, he told Chun Pingan about the origin, price, and uniqueness of these heavenly minerals and produce treasures from the very beginning. Fan Jun Mao was the one who helped Chun Pingan with the preparations when he refined the waterword seal in the old Dragon City for the first time. Therefore, Chun Pingan finally understood why Qi refinement warriors would spend a lot of money and time to refine the natal item. For ordinary Qi refinement warriors, apart from relying on money, they also had to rely on luck. If they were unlucky and lacked the key items, it would directly cause the refinement to stagnate. On the path of cultivation, one step slower would lead to another step slower. The invisible losses involved would drive Qi refinement warriors crazy. If they were slightly luckier, They would also suffer great losses. For example, after obtaining a suitable refining item, they would have a rough idea of the price of the supplementary materials. The original plan was to spend 1 grain of grain rain money. This was the real price of the required heavenly minerals and produce treasures. However, even if they could find all the materials, how would they be able to get their hands on them? Most of the cultivators in the mountains and lakes relied on robbing. They liked to promote killing and robbing, saying that they would be blamed if they did not take it. Most of the immortal masters relied on buying, relying on incense, using the immortal money to buy or barter. If they did not have any friendship, they would be able to spend immortal money at Lingji Zhai of Inverted Hanging Mountain, Bao Zhai of Oxhorn Mountain in Longquan County, Qingfu Square, and other big immortal shops. This was nothing. The most expensive situation was those heavenly minerals and produce treasures that were in short supply. The immortal shops would have a special heaven and earth pavilion in their sleeves. They would call in some potential buyers and bid for them. They had their own set of business methods that made people cut their flesh and their hearts bleed. Once they reached this step, it was normal for the final transaction price to double the initial estimate of a chi trainer. There were even people who liked to deliberately undermine others. Once they saw that someone was determined to get it, they would deliberately do bad things to disgust him. They would forcibly raise the price of an item from 1 grain of grain to 3 or 4 grains of grain. Should the victim buy it or not? If he did not buy it, many good things would pass by. There would be no such shop in this village. What would he do if he delayed the refinement of his natal item? Not to mention that between immortal mountains, the closer they were to each other, the more they would scheme against each other. Who would be willing to look on helplessly as another Middle Five Realms cultivator, especially an earthly, immortal cultivator that could summon the wind and rain? There might not be a fight to the death, but there would definitely be endless obstructions in the dark. Therefore, when Mao Xiaodong finished collecting all the heavenly minerals and produce, Qin Pingan felt relieved, but also a little worried. How was he going to refine his third natal item? According to the established plan, he should already be in the North Continent by then. Could it be that he had changed his mind and wanted to collect the remaining Dali artifacts from the Battle of Old Dragon City, sell them all, and refine the third artifact in Luapa Mountain before traveling to the North Continent, where swordsmen were as common as clouds? Chun Pingan sighed slightly and could only tell himself that he would worry about it tomorrow. It was not appropriate to start thinking about the third natal item before he had even refined the golden script. It was inappropriate to finish what he had to do today. The right path was to complete what he had done today perfectly. Chun Pingan collected his thoughts and held his breath. Finally, he took out the artifact refinement tool from the Green Tiger Palace of the Tongya continent, the 5-colored golden stove. Then he began to recite the artifact refinement formula that the goddess of the buried river had given him. Mao Xiaodong did not speak from beginning to end. It was useless to say anything more. Cultivation was one's own business. Even if it was a preacher, a few words of clarification and guidance would be enough. Even if it was a Tao protector, they wouldn't interfere in this at all. At most, they would try their best to protect the foundation of that person's grand Tao if that person was unfortunate enough to fail in the refinement, and they would do their best to pursue the survival of that person. Chun Pingan had placed all kinds of heavenly minerals and produce in front of him. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Mao Xiaodong sitting opposite him. He asked, "Mountain Master Mao, I actually have a question that I can't figure out." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, "Ask." Chun Pingan asked, "We have a vast world. Since there are 72 academies in the 9 continents, why not 720? Is it because the Central Plains Confucian Temple is unable to do so, or is it because the Holy Master is unwilling to do so?" Before answering this question, Mao Xiaodong said slowly, "I'm only telling you my personal opinion. You can use it as a reference. It may not be correct, but it can be a possibility for you to understand the world. What do you think?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Okay." Mao Xiaodong then said, "I have discussed this with others before." Now, not many people in the secular world remember that a long time ago, before the battle of the Third and Fourth Dynasties, a place called the Worry-Free Country appeared in the northern snowy continent under the proposal of one of the ancestors of the four great schools, with the support of the Liu family and the consent of the quasi-sage. There was a place called the Worry-Free Country. The population was about 10 million. There were no qi cultivators, 100 schools of thought, or even the three religions. Everyone was well-fed and educated. The knowledge and principles passed down by the teachers were the essence of the four great schools and the 100 schools of thought. However, they tried their best not to touch on the fundamental principles of their respective studies. They mainly focused on the classics of Confucianism and the other schools of thought. At this point, Mao Xiaodong paused. He spoke very slowly and seriously. Even as the sage of the academy, Mao Xiaodong seemed to be struggling. Chun Pingon asked, "Mr. School, are you the sage of the academy that was carefully selected?" Mao Xiaodong shook his head and said, "Of course not. Otherwise, it would be meaningless, because even if it succeeded, the customs of a country would at most evolve into a continent. However, the other 8 continents would starve to death. What is the point of using the culture of the 8 continents to support the peace of one continent? Therefore, the Liu family of the snowy continent secretly prepared for this for nearly 40 years under the supervision of various parties. All aspects had to be approved by the representatives of the 100 schools of thought present. If one person denied it, it would not be able to be implemented. This was the only request made by the Sage of Rights." Chun Pingon asked curiously, "The final result was not satisfactory?" Mao Xiaodong nodded. "Otherwise, there would not have been the battle of the Third and Fourth Dynasties." Chun Pingon fell into deep thought, thinking about why. Failure. It was a mess. Mao Xiaodong said softly, "From the Sage of Rights to the Sage of Rights, one elaborated on benevolence, righteousness, and morality, while the other formulated a specific framework of rules." "Why?" Mao Xiaodong asked, and answered his own question. "Before answering this question, I also asked that person why the Sage of Rights and the Sage of Rights, after establishing the supreme and orthodox status of the world, still tolerated the 100 schools of thought. Why not just leave behind the knowledge of Confucianism to educate the common people?" That person's answer enlightened this blockhead of mine. Only then did I realize how vast the world was. That person said that the Tao ancestor was looking at that one. That was why the remnants of the rebellion were able to migrate to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. And we, the world, did not exterminate the demon race. Buddha only left behind a sentence, predicting that the age of Dharma would eventually come. From now on, in my Dharma, although you have to shave your hair, wear a kasaya, break the prohibitions, and do not follow the Dharma. Mao Xiaodong asked, "What do you think these 3 are asking for?" Chun Pingon shook his head, not knowing. Mao Xiaodong said, "That person told me that he did not know the answer. But perhaps he hoped to give all sentient beings in the world a kind of closer to the true meaning of Zio, a kind of Z that you don't have to pay any extra price to achieve." Mao Xiaodong asked, "You understand?" Chun Pingon answered honestly, "I don't understand." Mao Xiaodong smiled. "Chun Pingon, there's no need for you to ask for the answer to such a question now." Mao Xiaodong stood up and raised one of his feet. It was an inch off the ground and hovered in the air. Then he raised it twice. "Now that you know the foundation and true meaning of all kinds of learning, step by step, no matter how high a person stands, his heart will be stable, regardless of those messy and unorthodox ways. At least we scholars should be like this." "Ooh." Chun Pingon recalled what he had said to Yao Jinji at the peak of the Great Spring Dynasty, about the circles from inside to outside, from small to large. He smiled and said, "I understand this." Mao Xiaodong sat back down and asked with a smile, "Do you really understand?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Yes." Mao Xiaodong stretched out a palm and said with a smile, "With the right time, place, and people, you can refine items." Chun Pingon closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A golden script gall quietly hovered in front of him. Chun Pingon was still not in a hurry to start a fire with a breath of pure martial qi. Instead, he recalled the incident at his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley when he was young. On the second day of February, the dragon raised its head, the candlelight illuminated the beam, peach blossoms hit the wall, and snakes and insects had nowhere to hide. That was probably the beginning of Chun Pingon's journey in Jianghu. At that time, he had not met many people, but as he walked step by step, he met them one by one. Practicing martial arts was not difficult. Studying was worth it. Insisting on reasoning with others was not something that he would feel good about every time, but he would not regret it. So, Chun Pingon can have such a day. So, Miss Ning's taste is so good? Mao Xiaodong yelled angrily. "You're too happy, stop." Mao Xiaodong almost hit him with his ruler. He scolded angrily. "Even if you have a girl you like, you should think about her after you successfully refine your natal item. By then, who cares how many hours you think about her? Are you happy or not? You don't know how to control your strength." Chun Pingon was resentful. He hurriedly wiped his face, restrained the smile on his face, and calmed his mind. Mao Xiaodong seemed to be annoyed, but he was happy in his heart. He murmured, "Teacher, did I do well in this matter? It's not too much to ask for a reward, right?" At the peak of Donghua Mountain, Mao Xiaodong and Chun Pingon sat opposite each other. There were two people sitting opposite each other in the academy. They were Dong Jing, a great Confucian scholar who was proficient in thunder methods, and Lin Shui, a half-disciple. The world was silent and stagnant, and the flowing water of time was showing signs of manifestation. Dong Jing frowned when she saw that Lin Shui's natural spiritual light was about to stop. She waved her sleeves and isolated a small world, but this great Confucian scholar was a little tired. Dong Jing said in a low voice, "Don't be distracted. It's the same as reading. When you read the wonderful writings of the sages, you can immerse yourself in it. It's a skill. If you can pull yourself out, it's a skill. Otherwise, you'll be a bookworm for the rest of your life. How can you resonate with the sages?" Lin Shui nodded. Dong Jing continued the previous topic. "Don't worry. Try to open up 2 more natal qi residences. It's not too late to break the realm. Us Confucians cultivate qi, and our own physique and aptitude for cultivation are not the most important. The Confucian school is already the most orthodox school in the world, and the cultivation of Confucians is ultimately about the cultivation of knowledge. Let me ask you, Lin Shui, why are there so many people who clearly understand the principles of the books but are still muddle-headed and even do not stand upright?" Lin Shui said in a low voice, "If you don't know a certain principle or the root of a certain knowledge, you naturally don't know how to deal with the world with principles. Therefore, when you get the precious advice, it's like tattered cotton wool that flutters in the wind and can't resist the cold. In the end, you complain that the principle is not the principle. It's ridiculous. You're only half right. The other half is wrong because many principles of the sages are not for people to grasp many things with their hands, but for the heart to rest." Dong Jing nodded, pleased. "Then today I'll only tell you one sentence from the sages. We'll only make a fuss about it." Lin Shui sat upright. "I'm willing to listen to teacher's teachings." Dong Jing asked, "The sages say that a gentleman is not a tool. What do you mean? What does the Book of Rites mean? What does Mellow Scholarship mean? What does Goose Lake Academy mean? What does Azure One Kingdom's Tongcheng sect mean? What do you mean by that?" Lin Shui was confident and was about to answer this series of questions. Suddenly, he noticed that Mr. Dong had turned his head and was looking out the window. He was much more distracted than Lin Shui. Lin Shui hesitated, seeing that Mr. Dong had no intention of looking away. He turned his head to look as well. In the end, he saw a head hanging outside the window. Dong Jing said angrily. Chui Dongshan, what are you doing? Chui Dongshan said innocently, I'm afraid that Lin Shuyi will ask you something you can't answer. It'll be too awkward, so I can help you out. Dong Jing pointed at him and glared at him. Get out of here. The preaching of Taoism was so serious and solemn, but in the end, the notorious rat *T of the academy made a mess here. Chui Dongshan kept his hands on the windowsill and his feet off the ground. He blinked. If I don't leave, will you hit me? Dong Jing calmed herself down. She was about to reason with this guy and threaten him with the Maoshan master of the academy. She didn't expect Chui Dongshan to loosen his hands, and the eyesore had finally disappeared. Dong Jing snorted coldly. Chui Dongshan jumped up again and put his arms on the windowsill. He laughed and said, I'm here again. Dong Jing said angrily, Chui Dongshan, you're a nascent soul cultivator. Aren't you bored doing this kind of thing? Chui Dongshan said righteously, I'm bored to death. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, why would I be here? Dong Jing stood up. Want to fight? Chui Dongshan shook his head. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Dong Jing was so angry that she strode away. Cultivators of the thunder method, especially earth immortals, rarely had good tempers. Chui Dongshan tiptoed on the wall and floated backward, waving goodbye. Lin Shui smiled bitterly. Dong Jing stood by the window. After making sure Chui Dongshan was far away, she waited for a long time before returning to her original position. Chui Dongshan, on the other hand, did not continue to pester him. He swaggered to a few classrooms and a few dormitories. When he saw Li Huai, who was dozing off in class, Chui Dongshan rewarded this little brat with a few chestnuts. He sat a young woman from the Great Sui dynasty, who was standing still in the long river of time, on the desk in front of her in the classroom. He helped her change her hairstyle into a bun that he felt was more suitable for her temperament. He then went to see a beautiful young girl who was secretly flipping through a book in the dormitory. He took a brush and ink and completely erased the most interesting and embarrassing descriptions in the book with a block of ink. It could be seen that Chui Dongshan was indeed very bored. After wandering around, Chui Dongshan finally glanced at the scene at the peak of Donghua Mountain. He returned to his small courtyard and slept in the corridor. Shiro was wearing the remains of an immortal and could walk freely. Without the last dragon trapping nail, it was more difficult to walk. However, it was still okay to sit on the steps and feel the mystery of the river of time. Without any warning, Chui Dongshan abruptly stood up, giving xie, and Shiro a big fright. Chui Dongshan suddenly remembered the girl named Li Lu a few years ago. At the gate of the academy, she made a threatening gesture to him. The girl seemed to be ignorant of the world and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chui Dongshan fell backward with a thump. He punched again and said, Master of the Jianghu, no wonder your heart is higher than the sky. Chui Dongshan closed his eyes and fell asleep. Xiero and Shiro turned to look at the peak of Donghua Mountain almost at the same time. For some reason, the flow of time over there seemed to be dyed with a layer of mighty golden flowers. Cheers. However, Shiro turned her head and quickly glanced at Chui Dongshan. That day, when Chen Pingan said, think again, she clearly saw Chui Dongshan, whose back was facing Chen Pingan with tears on his face. Chui Dongshan was clearly asleep, but he snapped his fingers. Shiro's stomach suddenly felt like thunder. It was a feeling she hadn't felt for hundreds of years. Chui Dongshan turned his head and reminded her with a smile, don't do it in my courtyard. Hurry and find a toilet. Otherwise, either you suffocate me to death, or I'll beat you to death. Shiro was inconsolable and ran away. Chui Dongshan kept rolling in the corridor and said, Xiero, where are you going to find a young master who will help you clean the corridor, right? Xiero could only agree. Thank you, young master. Chui Dongshan lay on the corridor and swam from one end to the other like a duck. Then he turned around and did it again, repeatedly humming, "The toad doesn't drink water. The year of peace? Oh, the year of peace. First set a small goal, such as 1 second, remember. 15. 414. The academy had already become a small world guarded by the saints. The peak of Donghua Mountain was another world. After Mao Xiaodong activated his great supernatural power, it was already autumn at the peak of the mountain. The autumn air was refreshing. Chun Pingon sat in the west, with a colorful golden stove placed in front of him. He used the spiritual energy in the water mansion to fan the wind and a pure martial artist's genuine qi to ignite the fire, causing the elixir furnace to burn with the true fire of refinement. The elixir furnace suddenly shone brightly like a sun in the human world. The golden gall floated above the elixir furnace and slowly descended. Chun Pingon was no stranger to this. He followed the steps and used the celestial art of refinement that originated from the celestial art of rain prayer tablet in front of the buried river temple. He controlled a palm-sized jar of golden sand and sprinkled it into the elixir furnace. The fire became fiercer and fiercer, illuminating Chun Pingon's entire face bright red, especially his clear eyes that had seen thousands of mountains and rivers. They became more beautiful. The pair of hands that had burned porcelain countless times did not tremble at all. His heart was like a mirror, and there was also an ancient well that did not have any ripples. The golden gall that was cut out from the heart of city god Shin when rose and fell in the elixir furnace, slowly rotating and flipping. There were the hundreds of years of good men and women in the colorful clothes country that were soaked in incense year after year. There was also the righteous spirit that did not disperse after the death of the civil official Shunwen. There was also the divine spiritual light that was nurtured after interacting with the seal personally carved by the great celestial master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It was like the stars in the sky on the first night. Among the many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the saber that was left behind by the martial saint in the martial temple of a country in the Aquarius continent and the 5-foot-long 1,000-year-old bull horn were the most difficult to refine. Chun Pingon's mind was at peace, and he only cared about taking steady steps without making any mistakes, as he utilized the myriad of refinement's immortal technique to slowly refine it. The saber that had once followed the martial saint throughout his life hovered above the cauldron and gradually melted. Starting from the tip of the saber, a drop of golden water was melted and fell into the cauldron. The further it went, the faster the water droplets fell, until they formed a line. If someone could use the inner vision technique to stay in the small world of the cauldron and look up, the string of water droplets would be like a golden waterfall that came to the human world. Gold was good for the lungs. And to nourish the lungs, cultivators had already discovered a rule. The sea of qi, shanzhong, and feishu acupoints were of utmost importance. When Chun Pingon breathed, he intentionally or unintentionally used the 18 halting sword qi to circulate his qi through these 3 acupoints. Instantly, the sword qi was like a rainbow, and Chun Pingon's exposed skin rose and fell slightly, like the beating of a drum on the battlefield. The peak of Mount Donghua was silent, but it was actually the small world in the human body. The 3 battlefields were filled with the killing intent of the sword qi, as if the ruins of the 3 huge battlefields still contained the souls of the sword immortals who were unwilling to rest in peace. There was a sequence to the refining of the 30 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They had to be put into the cauldron on time, and there could not be any deviation in the heat of the cauldron. Mao Xiaodong was currently the scholarly sage in charge of the academy, and he could use a profound secret technique to remind Chun Pingon without worrying that he would be distracted and lose his mind. It was just that Chun Pingon did not give him the chance. From beginning to end, Chun Pingon had been concentrating all his attention without any distractions. He used the immortal material refinement Tao formula to transform the heavenly materials and earthly treasures into virtual ones. He used the spiritual energy and pure qinqi from the underwater residence to carefully control the heat of the cauldron. He used the 18 halts of sword qi to strengthen the battlefield of the 3 qi residences. Because refining this golden script involved the cultivation of the Confucian school, compared to refining the natal item of an ordinary qi cultivator, there was an additional matter that was extremely troublesome. He had to silently recite some words related to the metal element of the 5 elements. For example, he had to recite the writings and poems of the sages with the words west, autumn, and ran. Most of them were chosen by Qin Pingan himself from the bamboo slips, while the rest were suggested by Mao Xiaodong in the study room. This stage was known as paying a visit to the sages with words from the heart in the cultivation of Confucianism. Mao Xiaodong was actually more worried about this stage. In fact, when Mao Xiaodong went to the Confucian temple in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for the first time, he not only wanted to take back the dividends of the Cliff Academy, but also wanted to borrow more ritual vessels and sacrificial vessels. This was because Mao Xiaodong was afraid that Qin Pingan's refining would make a mistake here. After all, Qin Pingan had never learned the cultivation methods of the Confucian disciples of the academy, and there was no shortcut to deceive them. Therefore, he could only use the rich literary qi in the instruments of the Confucian temple to make up for the mistake. Fortunately, Qin Pingan did a better job than Mao Xiaodong expected. This meant that Qin Pingan was really absorbed in the study. Scholars recognized the principles in the books, and it became the foundation of Qin Pingan's life. Just like what Mao Xiaodong said on the way to the Confucian temple with Qin Pingan, the words in the books would not grow legs. Whether they could run into the stomach and fly into the heart, they had to rely on themselves to break. The one who had read more than 10,000 books. There were many principles in the Confucian school, but it was not a cage that restrained people. It was the foundation of doing whatever one wanted without breaking the rules. Mao Xiaodong was filled with emotions. In the authentic Confucian temple in the Central Plains, there was a secret hall of learning. It was filled with the writings and principles that the sages of the Confucian school had left for the world and were recognized by the heavens and earth. The words were of different sizes, and the golden light was different. The golden words that were closest to the ground were bigger, and the light they emitted was purer and brighter. Many of the founding ancestors of the 100 schools of thought, as well as some of the rising stars of the later generations, had come here to pay their respects, allowing them to display their divine abilities. Some of the higher-up had already been able to write down their works of art. They were able to shake them and even move them to other places. But to this day, no one had been able to move the golden characters that were as large as grains of rice on the ground. That was because they were the fundamental knowledge of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites. But even so, some of the words hovering above the knowledge hall by the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Confucian Temple would lose their golden light and disappear on their own. This was the first time in the secret history of the Confucian Temple that something like this had happened. The sages of the Learning Palace were shocked. Even the vice leader of the Confucian school, who was in charge of the Confucian Temple, had to take a bath and change his clothes. He went to the statues of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites and lit the incense sticks. However, the 2 sages still did not show up. It was at that time that the scholar, who was not revered as a secondary sage by the Confucian school of thought, said, "There's no such thing as knowledge that can last forever. There's no perfect essay in the world. There's nothing to be surprised about. Otherwise, why do we need to study and learn?" The people of the Confucian Temple were relieved because of that. Mao Xiaodong stopped thinking and looked at the young man sitting opposite him. His figure was lofty and divine, like a tree in a forest. He was naturally otherworldly. His figure was like a luminous pearl. It was like a small moon that was left behind in the mortal world. The gods of the Moon Palace did not take it back to the heavenly court. countless fragments were like the bright stars surrounding the moon. Mao Xiaodong had such a junior brother. As his senior brother, how could he not be proud of him? This had nothing to do with one's background or cultivation level. Mao Xiaodong's teacher was the sage of thought. His senior brothers were Qi Jingchun, Zhuozhuo, and the others. He had known Alliance for a long time and was favored by the Liji school. He had even asked the scholar from the central region, who opened the yellow river grotto heaven with a sword. Mao Xiaodong also had many fortuitous encounters. He had walked many paths of learning and met many experts. He had even drunk with the ancestors of the school of thought and traveled for thousands of miles. However, Mao Xiaodong still felt that he was not as good as Qin Pingan. That was because Mao Xiaodong had missed too many opportunities. Cui Dongshan once mentioned that Qin Pingan went through the most dangerous path after he left the Liju grotto heaven. It was not about fighting or killing. It was about Alliance finding him. That test seemed to only be about luck and no risk. If Qin Pingan's temperament had changed, he would have ended up like Zhao Yao. Perhaps in the future, he would have another fortuitous encounter like Zhao Yao. However, Qin Pingan would have missed out on Alliance. Qi Jingchun, the biggest fortuitous encounter that Qi Jingchun had painstakingly obtained for him, the old scholar, and finally the woman he liked. One wrong step led to many wrong steps, and he lost everything. Mao Xiaodong could not help but ask at that time, how did Qin Pingan get through the danger? Cui Dongshan gave a very indecent answer at that time. My teacher knows that he is stupid. Of course, he is also lucky. Mao Xiaodong wanted to get to the bottom of it, but Cui Dongshan was unwilling to talk about it. In the end, the ritual utensils that Mao Xiaodong brought from the capital's Confucian temple were not a great help. They were just icing on the cake. But of course, Mao Xiaodong was even happier about this. This meant that the quality of the life item refined from the golden script would be even higher. Of course, it would be inferior to the waterword seal. But where in the world could he find another seal that Qi Jingchun had carved with his own mental energy? Even Mao Xiaodong felt sorry for Qin Pingan. He had actually destroyed the mountain word seal at the Flood Dragon Gully. Otherwise, he could have created the grand layout of mountains and rivers interdependent. It would not be as simple as breaking through the bottleneck of the second realm and reaching the peak of the second realm of Qi Refinement Warrior after successfully forging 2 life items. He would definitely reach the peak of the third realm, no matter how low the quality of the remaining 3 life items were. As long as he gathered enough of the 5 elements, he would definitely break through the first major threshold of Qi Refinement Warrior and reach the middle 5 realms. But Mao Xiaodong was also clear that if he brought Qi Jingchun's mountain word seal to the inverted hanging mountain, it was very likely that there would be a lot of twists and turns. These seemingly untraceable gains and losses were probably the fundamental knowledge that Qin Pingan had compared fist techniques, swordsmanship, reading, and even compared to some of the principles that he had already comprehended. Regarding this matter, Cui Dongshan was actually the most knowledgeable. The difference between gods and humans was deep in the soul. Cui Dongshan and Cui Dongshan? On this subtle and deep path, the person who walked the furthest might be the person who walked the furthest in the world. It was rumored that back then, Cui Dongshan, before he decided to betray the lineage of the literary sage, he went to the learning hall of the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. He did not say a word and looked at the golden script on the ground for a full 3 days and 3 nights. He only looked at the words at the bottom and slightly higher parts of the script. Mao Xiaodong sighed softly. No matter what, being able to successfully refine this golden script into a life item was already an extremely good opportunity. One should not be too ambitious if one did not ask for perfection. Mao Xiaodong no longer let his mind wander. He poured the script from the sacrificial instruments one by one into the elixir furnace. His technique was extremely ingenious. Only then did he thank Shiro for the beautiful scene of the mountain peak being dyed with a layer of golden luster by the flowing water of time. The elixir furnace that was filled with colorful mist suddenly became silent, and the smoke dispersed. The golden script gallbladder lying quietly at the bottom of the five-colored gold stove turned into a golden liquid, and then slowly grew into a one-finger-tall scholar with a sword on his back and a scholarly robe. It was just that it was completely golden. With a leap, it came to the edge of the top of the alchemy furnace and looked up at Chun Pingan. However, its face was still blurry and had not yet been shaped. When it became clear, it was roughly Chun Pingan's appearance. In addition to the long sword on its back, there were a few golden books hanging on its waist with thin, golden threads. The little man in the golden scholarly robe said, in an old-fashioned manner, "You have to read more." Also, you said it yourself that knowing your mistakes and being able to change them is the most important thing. Chun Pingan, who was already sweating profusely, wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded with a smile. "Let's work together." The little golden scholar turned into a long rainbow and quickly flew into Chun Pingan's heart acupuncture point. He sat cross-legged, picked up a book hanging on his waist, and began to read. In addition, there was also a golden script that was suspended in the middle of the cave. It was actually one with the little scholar with a sword on his back. Mao Xiaodong was stunned, and then began to frown. Chun Pingan asked doubtfully, "Is there something wrong?" Mao Xiaodong's expression was solemn, and asked, "I don't think that the golden script that was refined into a natal item and condensed into a scholar is too strange. However, why did it say that sentence?" Chun Pingan thought seriously for a moment and said, "After I learned how to read, I've always been afraid that the reasoning that I summed up would be wrong. Therefore, whether it was the green-clothed child or Pei Qian or Cui Dongshan who asked me those two questions, I'm always afraid of my own cognition. In fact, it's reasonable for me, but it's wrong for others. At the very least, it's not comprehensive enough and not high enough in the superficial reasoning. Therefore, I'm worried that I'll mislead others." Mao Xiaodong was relieved and smiled with relief. "That's very right." Mao Xiaodong stood up and waved his hand to remove the saint's direct knowledge on the peak of the mountain. However, the small world of the academy was still there. He reminded, "I'll give you half an hour. Next, you can take out the golden jade token that says I'm good at nurturing the Great Spirit and absorb some of the remaining ritual instruments. Don't worry about crossing the boundary and inadvertently stealing the literary luck and anima of Mount Donghua. I'll weigh the pros and cons. After this, you'll be a true second-state chi cultivator." Chun Pingan quickly stood up and thanked him. Mao Xiaodong waved his hand and complained, "I really don't know where you learned to be so polite, junior brother." Chun Pingan joked, "Maybe it's from the sage of literature." Mao Xiaodong immediately put on a serious face and said, "You have to understand the teacher's good intentions." Chun Pingan said awkwardly, "I'm just kidding." Mao Xiaodong reprimanded, "Teacher, you teach by word of mouth, by example, bit by bit. As a junior, how can you be careless and joke around?" Chun Pingan could only nod. Mao Xiaodong turned around with a smile. He didn't look angry at all. "Little junior, you're still young." On the peak of the mountain, the river of time slowly flowed backward. The golden autumn returned to the midsummer, and the fallen leaves returned to the branches. The withered yellow turned to green. After Mao Xiaodong left, Chun Pingan took out the golden jade token and held it in his hand. He began to absorb the remaining literary luck on the peak of Mount Donghua that hadn't been refined by the alchemy furnace. A small golden stream as thick as a thumb lingered around the jade token and then slowly flowed into the jade token. Then, it flowed from the jade token into Chun Pingan's hand and went to the Qi residence where the little man in the golden dress was. Wherever it went, it soaked into Chun Pingan's heart. When the golden stream of literary luck flowed into the Qi residence, the little man in the golden dress immediately stopped reading. He smiled from ear to ear and jumped around, dancing with joy. This was probably Chun Pingan's childish nature that he rarely had the chance to show in his life. The little man in the golden stream stopped at the cave residence. Walking along the water, he walked to the entrance of the cavern and shouted. A fire dragon made of pure Jinchi flew over. It jumped and sat on the dragon's head. It roared and swung its legs vigorously. It rode the dragon and patrolled the small world of the human body. Chun Pingan saw the scene with his inner vision. He was a little embarrassed. Why was himself so naughty? He didn't feel any better than Gu Kan and the little boy in green. Mao Xiaodong had been observing silently. In the end, Chun Pingan used the golden jade token to absorb the literary luck of the great Sui Kingdom's Confucian temple, leaving nothing behind. Refining the natal item almost exhausted the accumulated anima qi in the water residence. Now that he was a real qi refinement warrior, he didn't even take the relatively worthless anima qi, let alone the literary luck of Donghua Mountain. Even though Mao Xiaodong had asked him, he still didn't take a single drop. It was only at this moment that Mao Xiaodong felt that he had a rough idea of why Chun Pingan was able to overcome the danger. Self-restraint. It was that simple. Such a pedantic and inflexible cultivator who didn't know how to pursue the maximization of benefits would give the smart people in the world a reason to mock and ridicule him. Therefore, the reason that Chun Pingan derived from this would be especially hated by unreasonable people. Mao Xiaodong's heart suddenly trembled. The huge stone that was pressing on his state of mind, which had almost cut off Mao Xiaodong's path to the 5 states, seemed to be loosening. Reason was not differentiated by culture. Mao Xiaodong respected his teacher and was determined to only follow him in this life. However, he didn't need to be constrained by sectarian views and deliberately exclude the knowledge of the Sage of Rites for the sake of the academy. Some principles in the world were interconnected and complemented each other. Mao Xiaodong sat in the study room and gently took off the ruler. He placed it on the desk and began to close his eyes to rest. Once he was enlightened, the world changed, and the wind and the moon were bright. Cui Dongshan sat up in the corridor of the small courtyard and said in surprise, Mao Xiaodong, this blockhead is about to merge with the Tao. Cui Dongshan fell back and moved his hands and feet like a snow-white turtle that had been turned over. He shouted with all his strength, why am I still a T nascent soul? How can I live in the future? I don't have the face to see my teacher, who can beat me to death. At the Bee's Tail crossing, the 3 old men walked side by side. They looked about the same age, but in fact there was a huge gap between them. The old man who was born and raised here was unwilling to show himself in the past. He was really tired of the entanglement of the secular world. But this time, there was an old man who said that you are not a street rat. Why are you hiding your head and tail? So the 3 of them swaggered into the streets of Betail Ferry. The old man, named Lu Laocheng, had already noticed some shocked gazes, but he pretended not to see them. He laughed bitterly in his heart and silently brought the 2 beside him to the ancestral house in the alley. Lu Laocheng thought that if they knew the identity of the 2 beside them, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Other than him, Lu Laocheng's ancestral home was at Betail Ferry, where Qing Wan, Qing Shan, and Yun Shao met. He eventually became the only person in the Aquarius continent who was still alive. He cultivated to the 5 realms with mountains and lakes. As for the other 2, one was the old leader of the invincible godly fist sect, Gao Mian. For the sake of loyalty in the Jianghu, he fell back to the nascent soul realm from the pure jade realm twice. He was Lu Laocheng's best friend. So this time, when Lu Laocheng went to fight for the glazed golden body fragment after Du Mao failed to ascend, he specially called Gao Mian. Gao Mian was short and wore hemp clothes. He looked ferocious and looked like a bandit. Compared to Lu Laocheng, he was more like a bandit. As for the last old man from another continent, who wore a long robe, if not for Lu Laocheng and Gao Mian's help, no one would believe him even if he shouted out his name. His surname was Sun Yuan, the old sect leader of the Jade sect, the #1 immortal in the Tongyi continent. Cloud Cave Blessed Lands, Jiang Clan's patriarch Jiang Shanzhen, such a domineering, great cultivator. When he saw sect leader Sun Yuan, he had to behave himself with his tail between his legs. More accurately, he was a pure jade realm immortal. When they reached the end of the alley with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Gao Mian asked noisily, "Old Lu, when will that kid Jiang Yun come to our sect to be a consecrator? With such a handsome face, I reckon that he will be able to trick many fairies to come to our mountain as guests." Lu Laocheng said helplessly, "My disciple went to the Ultimate Fist sect just to let you have a good look and see more fairies? How can I talk to Jiang Yun about such a lousy thing? Why don't you use my face?" Gao Mian strode over the threshold. "Stop pretending. Back then when we were roaming the Jianghu together, you learned that unorthodox secret technique. What were you after? Other than stealing magic treasures, how many fairies did you steal?" Lu Laocheng covered Gao Mian's mouth and said angrily, "Who didn't have a period of youth? Talking about such nonsense. Aren't you afraid of disgusting Senior Sun?" Sun Yuan smiled and said, "You flatter me." Gao Mian sat in the courtyard and waved his hand. "Old Lu, go buy a few jars of the most authentic well-immortal wine. Jiang Yun must have finished it at home. Don't even think about it." Lu Laocheng bid farewell to Sun Yuan and left the courtyard to buy wine. When he returned, he saw the two fellows admiring the many small and medium-sized mountains of the Aquarius continent. It was a painting scroll. Gao Mian had already prepared a large pile of immortal money, and there was even more on the table in front of old immortal Sun Yuan. Lu Laocheng was really not interested in these things, but when he passed a pot of well-immortal wine to Sun Yuan, he said politely, "Senior, you are really in a good mood." Sun Yuan smiled and nodded. On the painting scroll, there was a fairy burning incense and painting. Her figure was graceful, and she deliberately chose a slightly tight dress. Because the scene in the painting scroll could be changed by the spectator, the fairy's sitting posture, even the size of the embroidered stool, was very particular. Her plump figure was fully revealed. Gao Mian glanced at Sun Yuan, who was sitting upright and still, and sneered. He stretched out his hand and rotated the scene a little. Immediately, it was a moving painting of a mountain peak. With a slight movement of 2 fingers, the woman in the painting suddenly expanded a little, and the surrounding scene withdrew from the painting scroll. Gao Mian did not forget to sneer, "What are you pretending to be serious for?" Sun Yuan blushed and smiled, as if he did not dare to talk back. Lu Laocheng minded his own business and drank his wine helplessly. It was said that the two of them, who belonged to 2 different continents, were friends from the beginning. In the various mirages of the Aquarius continent, Gao Mian, nicknamed Jade-Faced Young Master and Martial 10 Realms, and the Old Master of the Invincible Divine Fist Gang, were the same in their words and deeds. They had a fiery temper and liked to scold people, scolding those pretentious and snobbish fairies. They could not bear to see them flatter and openly flirt with 1 or 2 fools, completely ignoring the rest of the spectators. On the other hand, Sun Yuan, who called himself 1-Foot Spear, had been silently spending his immortal money. When he saw something that he did not like, he would not say anything. However, the more money they spent, the more famous they became. The last time, they had a dispute about who was the #1 fairy of the Aquarius continent, He Xiaoyang of the Divine Grandeur sect, and Su Jia of the Upright Sun Mountain. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and each of them said one word after another. Every time, they spent a small sum of money, which made people gasp in amazement. For a moment, people were guessing which sect these two ancestors were from. They were so extravagant that they spent money like it was snow, yet there were no rumors of them having sex with the fairies. In order to attract business for their sects, many female cultivators on the small mountains did not hesitate or were forced to let unorthodox chi cultivators who were good at the bone-touching technique to change their innate appearance and body posture. As for whether this would implicate their fate and affect their cultivation of Tao, they did not care. They really did not care. They just let those cultivators who were proficient in this Tao use knives on their faces. Because of this, jade-faced Lang Jun and One-Foot Spear met by chance again. At that time, many sharp-eyed onlookers noticed a fairy from a certain third-rate celestial sect at a glance. Their facial expression changed greatly, and for a time they mocked and ridiculed her. That fairy was ashamed and resentful, but she did not dare to say anything back. She just apologized and kept apologizing. As a result, there was more and more ridicule and abuse, and they became unscrupulous. Who would have thought that jade-faced young master would suddenly throw money and speak up for justice? He scolded those onlookers, and the One-Foot Spear followed suit. For the first time ever, these two sworn enemies had a common enemy. In the end, after the Lang Jun threw away all his immoral money, he continued to scold. It's not easy to earn money and cultivate. Does the little girl have a Tao competition with you? Or does she want to kill your whole family? Why do you have to insult her endlessly? You bunch of little bastards shouldn't have given birth to your parents. If I had such a great ability, I would have gone upstream along the river of time. When your parents were fighting on their beds, I would have smashed the bed with one slap. In the end, the Lang Jun said to One-Foot Spear, "You are a capable guy, but your taste is a little bad. You actually like He Xiaoliang more than Su Jia. At first glance, I can tell that you are not a promising cultivator." After that, One-Foot Spear became jade-faced Lang Jun's sidekick. Whenever they met, One-Foot Spear would be very obedient. Before Gao Mian and Sun Yuan threw in money, there were already people who began to flirt with the fairy. In the mirror's image, no one knew who the other was, so they were often unscrupulous. They were used to walking down the street. Often, there would be people admiring the scrolls and water bowls, and there would be a few erotic novels that were popular in the world beside them, probably because they were implicated. The maidservant who was grinding for the fairy was also implicated. The maidservant's name was Shirqiu. She was a new registered disciple of the Mountain Gate. Whenever the master showed up, she would occasionally appear in the scrolls. If she was not serving tea, she would deliver things, and she would do menial chores like serving people. In fact, her figure was better than the fairies, but cultivation on the mountain was always based on talent and realm to determine one's status. Gao Mian and Sun Yuan were experienced and used to such things. Generally speaking, as long as it was not too excessive, they would not say anything. However, the maidservant named Shirqiu was probably not used to such unbearable humiliation. Her eyes were slightly red, and she bit her lips. Misfortunes never come singly. From the angle of the scroll, Gao Mian could see that under the table, the fairy was probably annoyed by the maidservants ruining the scenery. She quickly stepped on the maidservant's foot. Gao Mian originally wanted to start throwing money, but after seeing the scene, he threw a handful of snow money back into the pile. Gao Mian picked up the wine pot and drank a mouthful of wine. He snorted coldly and said, "It's this kind of woman again. What a waste of the scholarly aura she brought from the secular world." Sun Yuan smiled. Gao Mian felt somewhat disappointed and continued to drink. Lu Lao Chung reminded him, "Old Gao, take it easy. You are not drinking. You are from the Aquarius continent. If you drink, the entire Aquarius continent is yours. This is my ancestral home. It can't withstand your drunken madness." Gao Mian snorted and suddenly asked, "Little Fei Sheng, what do you think of the name Invincible God Fist Gang?" Sun Yuan stared at the scroll and said without hesitation, "Strong. Invincible domineering. In the Aquarius continent, it is like a crane in a flock of chickens. It is unique. Gao Mian nodded. At least you know your place. You know to speak the truth from the bottom of your heart. Lu Laocheng tried to endure, but he could not take it anymore. He said to Sun Yuan, "Old senior Sun, what are you scheming? For other things, it is fine if you let old Gao do as he pleases. But the bullshit gang name that he came up with caused all the disciples to be unable to raise their heads. Old senior Sun, you still have to go against your conscience and praise them. Su Laocheng, cannot take it anymore." Su Laocheng was the #1 uncultivated cultivator in the Aquarius continent. As a great cultivator in the Jade Pure realm, who had fought his way out of the wilderness, he had seen many strange people and things. However, Sun Yuan and Gao Mian were like this. One was the leader of the immortal masters in the Tongya continent, while the other was the ancestor of the Aquarius continent who had fallen back to the nascent soul realm. It was rare to see them like old friends at first sight. Lu Laocheng could barely understand if they did not care about the difference between the two realms. However, Sun Yuan, did you have to flatter Gao Mian, this coarse old man who was illiterate? At first, Su Laocheng was afraid that Sun Yuan had ulterior motives. However, Sun Yuan did not hesitate to confront the Taoist heavenly monarch Qi Zhen, and little Fei Sheng went to the sky screen to discuss the ownership of the broken grotto heaven with the sage in charge. After that, the three of them had nothing to do and traveled together. Even the cautious Lu Laocheng had to admit that Sun Yuan flattered Gao Mian, and Gao Mian ordered Sun Yuan around. Both of them were actually sincere. Sun Yuan smiled at Lu Laocheng and said, "I really feel that the name of the invincible divine fist gang is especially good." Lu Laocheng sighed and smiled bitterly. "I admire you." Gao Mian said, "Lu Laocheng, you are better than little Fei Sheng in other aspects. However, you are not as good as little Fei Sheng in terms of aesthetics." Sun Yuan slapped his knee and said, "Yes, yes, yes. You've enlightened me. I didn't understand why I was so lonely on the path of cultivation, but you've hit the nail on the head today. It's because of your aesthetic sense that I'm too high up in the social ladder that I'm rarely seen. If I did not meet you—" Gao Mian slapped the table. "Do I need you to flatter me? In the invincible divine fist gang, I have heard so much about it that my ears have grown calluses." Sun Yuan could only shut up. There was no other catoptric deflection to watch today. Gao Mian purposely removed the Qi refinement divine ability and drank himself to sleep. Only then did Sun Yuan dare to throw a few small coins into the painting. He said that if Miss Shirqiu could appear in the painting alone in the future, his 1-foot spear would be willing to support her every time. Then Sun Yuan kept the painting. There were many joys and sorrows in the world. Sun Yuan was not willing to get involved in the mud of the secular world. Lu Laocheng hesitated for a long time before realizing, "Senior Sun, as Gao Mian's friend, Lu Laocheng, would like to take the liberty to ask, as the sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, do you really not have any plans for Gao Mian?" Sun Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Indeed, I do not. I just wanted to come to the Aquarius continent. Coincidentally, I only have Gao Mian as a friend here. Who else can I look for if not him?" Lu Laocheng nodded. Sun Yuan continued, "However, I am a little selfish. Qi refinement warriors want to ascend to the upper 5 realms by seeking the 2 words Tao integration. Using this, they can break through their inner demons. How should I put it? This is equivalent to borrowing something from the heavens. You have to return it when you are in the immortal realm. As for the immortal realm, if you want to improve further, you have to cultivate the Tao and seek the truth. It is all about the truth." Lu Laocheng stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you for your advice." Sun Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Such a cliché. You are talented, Lu Laocheng. What did I teach you? What can I teach you?" Lu Lao Cheng smiled and sat back down. If not for Gao Mian, I believe I would never have the chance to sit and drink with Elder Sun, right? Sun Yuan nodded. Because we will never be on the same path. However, this does not prevent me from acknowledging you, Lu Lao Cheng. Lu Lao Cheng said, I am very fortunate. Sun Yuan suddenly said, I plan to establish a subsidiary sect of the Jade Gui sect in the Aquarius continent in the next 100 years. Jiang Shangjin will be the first sect master. Are you willing to be the chief consecrator? Lu Lao Cheng was shocked. Does Gao Mian know about this? Sun Yuan shook his head. I did not tell him because I treat him as a true friend. Unlike you, Lu Lao Cheng, we can talk about this. Lu Lao Cheng began to weigh the pros and cons. Sun Yuan smiled. Before I leave Be Tail Fairy, you just have to give me a definite answer. Don't worry, I will not force you. Moreover, your cost is not small. Lu Lao Cheng nodded. Let me think about it. Even if Sun Yuan was an immortal, he would not know about his small action. She would make the young maidservant named Shiqiu stand still after the sect clearly informed her that she could paint on her own and that she would receive a share of the immortal's money. Shiqiu did not say a word. After the fairy finished venting her anger, she turned around and left. Only when she was far away did she dare to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth and return to the narrow room. She closed the door and crouched down. She carefully took out the brocade pouch and held it in her hand. She covered her mouth tightly with one hand, and sobs seeped out from between her fingers. In Qingwan country, the old assistant minister Lu Jingting went from being a scholarly leader and a cultured sect leader to a notorious person. He became the laughingstock of the court. Even the peddlers began to talk about the erotic affairs of those teachers with great interest. The Lion's Garden had always been closed to visitors, and Lu Jingting never said a word to the outside world. Li Baozhen's great success caused those southbound scholars to lose a literary alliance leader in name. They had no choice but to find someone else, someone who could convince the masses and unite the hearts of the people. Only Lu Jingting's encounter made many scholars who were originally itching to make a move feel uneasy in their hearts. The various influential families that migrated to Qingwan country could only take a step back and hope to find a leader from within. However, this way, the situation would become complicated. Among them, there were many family heads whose reputations were actually not inferior to Lu Jingting's. However, since they were all foreigners, who would really be willing to be inferior to others, who would not be worried that the person who was elected would secretly seek personal gain behind everyone's back. For a time, the scholars of Qingwan were in chaos. Those who originally wanted to support Lu Jingting as a puppet to keep the Tang Emperor of Qingwan in check did not stop. That day, Li Baozhen went to visit Lu Qingfeng at the county yamen. The two of them took a walk in the dusk. Li Baozhen smiled at the group of scholars who had no leader and said, Xiuzai can't rebel in 3 years. Lu Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Li Baozhen's face was full of smiles. However, his heart was cold. After Lu Qifeng left that night, Li Baozhen quickly checked the flaws in Lu Qingfeng's 3 axes and greatly perfected the plan. At that time, those idiots in the hall admired Li Baozhen and praised him endlessly. Some of them were sincere. However, Li Baozhen felt colder and colder, because Li Baozhen was smart enough to know that those small flaws were the leftovers that Lu Qingfeng deliberately left for him. It gave him room to establish his prestige. This was Lu Qingfeng's way of leaving a way out. When Li Baozhen left the yamen, he could not help but look back at the yamen's memorial arch and murmured with a smile, Fortunately, public cultivation can't be immortal. When they thought of those handymen who had sincerely admired County Magistrate Lu, their gazes became complicated and distant. Some of them even could not hide their pity. Li Baozhen was a little happy. His footsteps became lighter, and he quickly walked out of the yamen. Lu Qingfeng returned to his residence and carefully looked through the files. He suddenly remembered the Dali secretary outside the door, whose real name was Wang Yifu. He was the #1 fierce general of the Lu dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He was about to become the county magistrate in charge of law and order and capturing bandits. Thinking of the great talent who could serve as the pillar of the Dali imperial court, he was just a county magistrate in Qingwan. County Magistrate Lu laughed. 415. The emperor of the Gao family of the Great Sui attended the feast of 1,000 old men. The great Li's envoy was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights who visited Longquan County that year. If Chun Pingon saw him, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. At the banquet, which was full of gray-haired people, Song Jisun and Su Ruo sat on either side of Dali's minister. They both used aliases. GQ did not show up. Su Ruo was still dressed as a paladin with a sword behind her back. Except for the young embroidered tiger, no one knew how big of a deal Su Ruo had done. She directly faced Mr. Fan and promised one of the branches of the Song clan that the Shang clan could intervene in the grand banquet that swept across the whole continent. The Song clan would not interfere in the grand banquet for the next 30 years. Su Ruo drank wine. She was not thinking about these big events. Instead, she was thinking about how to cultivate Dong Shuijing, who still bought wontons every day, into a real person who could buy them on credit. Song Jisun looked at the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor and then looked around. He only felt that the whole Great Sui Kingdom was gloomy. GQ, or Wang Zhu, stayed alone in the deserted post house. A tall and thin middle-aged Taoist priest cast a camouflage spell to hide his true appearance. He led 2 cultivators from Marshall Mountain to the post house. Quietly, they found GQ leaning against the railing under the eaves, listening to the wind chime. The middle-aged Taoist priest withdrew his spell and revealed his true appearance. He was surrounded by immortal qi and had a fishtail crown on his head. Just by standing in the yard, he exuded the aura of the great Tao that coexisted with the world. He stood between heaven and earth like a great mountain. GQ just glanced at the Taoist priest of the Divine Advice sect, Qizhen, the master of the orthodoxy of the Aquarius continent. As for the cultivator with a sword on his back, she did not even look at him. She paid more attention to the young man with a black cat on his shoulder. He was quiet and gentle, similar to the fool in Apricot Blossom Lane in her memory. He was more delicate. His face was slightly pale. He looked at her with a warm smile and a burning possessiveness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Goodbye. Ji Gui didn't like this guy very much. It wasn't that she had any prejudice against him, but that Ma Kushwan's grandmother really made her loathe him too much. All the bad habits that common women in the world should not have seemed to have all been taken up by that old woman. Every time she went to the iron lock well to fetch water, as long as she ran into that old woman, she would inevitably have to listen to some sarcastic remarks. If Shi Gui hadn't been completely suppressed by the rules of Black Pearl Grotto Heaven back then, she would have 100 ways to make that long-tongued old woman wish she was dead. Later, old Man Young lost his mind and actually gave the old woman a good fortune, turning her into the river granny of the Dragon Whisker River in the small town. Shi Gui could only continue to wait for an opportunity. One day, she would let that old woman, whose real name was Ma Lan Hua, taste the taste of purgatory on earth. As for what would happen to Ma Kushwan, did she care? He didn't care at all. Qizhen smiled and said, Miss GQ, I've already done what Chief Lu asked me to do. Now that the Shunho sect has just obtained a brand new broken blessed land, I welcome Miss GQ to enter and seek opportunities. I'm willing to escort you all the way. Although Qizhen was from the second Taoist branch, Lu Chun was originally one of the 3 chiefs. Now, he was even in charge of overseeing the Baek Okekyung building. Qizhen was naturally overjoyed to be able to do this for Lu Chen. being able to enter Chief Lu's discerning eyes. Qizhen was sure that it was no longer an extravagant hope for him to reach the Ascendant Realm in the future. When Qizhen was young, he once received a prophecy from an otherworldly expert. Even immortals have to look at plum blossoms to quench their thirst. Before the 12 realms, it was naturally a prophecy of great fortune. When Qizhen ascended to the Lord of Heaven, it was almost an unlucky prophecy of walking to the end and slowly waiting for death. As for Chief Luchin, he happened to be one of the influential figures in the world who loved to change the fates of people who were pleasing to his eyes. It was said that Chief Lu's favorite pastime was to carve rotten wood. Ma Kushwan only had eyes for her. Looking at the lady that he had liked for a long time, he smiled and said, "There's no need to trouble the Lord of Heaven. I can do it." GQ ignored the Taoist Lord of Heaven. She didn't even straighten her posture. She still tilted her head lazily and looked at Ma Kushwan. "You're the fortune that Lu Qin promised to give me? Are you going to listen to my orders from now on?" Back then, Lu Qin had set up a fortune-telling stall. After meeting Emperor Dali and Song Jisen, he went to Mud Bottle Alley alone and found her. He said that he had used a little trick to obtain Song Yongchun's permission to let Ma Kushwan go. Thus, it was perfectly justifiable for him to take Ma Kushwan into his pocket. Lu Qin planned to give Ma Kushwan to GQ. GQ didn't care about the ins and outs of the story. In the beginning, she didn't pay much attention to it because she didn't think that Ma Kushwan could do much. However, after Ma Kushwan became famous in Marshall Mountain and broke through 2 realms, she felt that although Ma Kushwan wasn't one of the 5, there might be something else going on. GQ couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. After all, it wasn't a bad thing to have another weapon in her hands. Now, other than the Fu family in Old Dragon City, she had nothing else to do. She could use her subordinates. Ma Kushwan nodded and said, "I'll listen to you. Just tell me who you want to kill. As long as it's not an old bastard in the upper 5 realms, I promise I'll bring back his head. As for the upper 5 realms, wait for a while. I can do it in the future, and it shouldn't take too long." Because he liked GQ, Ma Kushwan had been nagged by his grandmother many times in the Apricot Blossom Alley. It was only on this matter that his grandmother, who doted on him the most, would say a few words. GQ asked, "Then can you kill Chimpingon?" The Marshall Mountain Tao protector's heart tightened, and he said in a low voice, "No." GQ just stared at Ma Kushwan. Ma Kushwan smiled and said, "In the Cliff Academy, there's a sage overseeing it. I can't kill Chimpingon. However, you can give me a time limit such as 1 year, 3 years, or something like that." However, to be honest, if the rumors are true, it's not easy to kill Chimpingon right now. Unless... GQ nodded and interrupted Ma Kushwan's words. "Then forget it. It seems like you are not that powerful." Lu Qin was not very kind to give the exquisite pagoda to the descendant of the heavenly lord Xieshur, that silly long eyebrows. His first gift was an exquisite pagoda that was comparable to an immortal weapon. When it was my turn, he was so petty. The Marshall Mountain Military Tao Protector was afraid that Ma Kushwan would be angry after hearing these words. However, when he used a secret technique to observe Ma Kushwan's heart lake, it was as calm as a mirror, and there were even some colorful lights that symbolized joy on the surface of the mirror. Ma Kushwan smiled brightly and said, "Wangzhu, just you wait. One day, you'll know that I'm the best. What priceless immortal weapon? What heaven's chosen? What heaven's chosen? When we look back, they will all be trash and ants." GQ was a little confused. "What do you like about me? I didn't have much interaction with you in the small town, so I don't remember clearly. Maybe we didn't even talk to each other." Even though he was ignored and ignored, Ma Kushwan's performance was enough to stun all the ancestors of Marshall Mountain. For the first time, he was a little embarrassed, but he didn't give an answer. GQ suddenly laughed and pointed at Ma Kushwan. Ma Kushwan, aren't you the most famous genius in the Aquarius continent? Ma Kushwan's lips curled up. In an instant, he returned to the domineering cultivator that everyone was familiar with. He was so talented that his peers felt despair, and the old cultivators felt like they had lived for hundreds of years in vain. Most importantly, Ma Kushwan had left the mountains several times to train himself, and he had fought in the arena of Marshall Mountain. He was decisive, cruel, and bloody. Life and death were decided in the blink of an eye, and he liked to eliminate the root of the problem. Ma Kushwan said slowly, "I'm not a genius." The black cat that was squatting on his shoulder curled up its body and raised its claws to lick it. It was especially docile. GQ sized him up and curled her lips. "Up to you?" Ma Kushwan asked. "If I kill Song Jisun one day, will you be angry?" GQ seemed a little annoyed, and she glared at him. "Ma Kushwan, please don't talk so big before you're not strong enough. Otherwise, it'll be very annoying." Ma Kushwan smiled. "I'll listen to you." The Marshall Mountain Tao protector, who had watched Ma Kushwan grow up, felt complicated. Heavenly Lord Qijin didn't care about this. However, out of respect for Sect Master Lu, who had returned to the Beko Kekyung building, he stood there patiently and watched these juniors chat like they were playing house, regardless of GQ and Ma Kushwan's identities. As long as they didn't reach the upper 5 realms, they were 2 delicate porcelain pieces that could break at any moment. Ma Kushwan said regretfully, "I'll go to the Zhuang dynasty and kill a few immortal sword cultivators to break through." GQ said carelessly, "I don't care where you're going." Ma Kushwan laughed and turned to Qijin. "Heavenly Lord, please take us out of the city." Qijin nodded and said goodbye to GQ, and the 3 of them disappeared. The Great Sway Kingdom's capital array didn't notice anything strange. It was as if no one was there. In the entire Aquarius continent, only Dali's capital city could make this heavenly lord wary. GQ leaned on the railing and felt a little sleepy. She closed her eyes and scratched the railing with her slender fingernails, making squeaking sounds. She turned around and leaned back against the railing. Her head was tilted back, and her curves were exquisite. She bent her fingers and flicked them again and again, and the wind chimes under the eaves jingled in the twilight. She stared at him with her golden eyes that had vertical pupils. The strange phenomenon disappeared. She stood up and looked at the courtyard door with a smile. Song Jisun walked into the courtyard with a faint smell of alcohol. She asked, "Was the 1,000-old banquet fun?" Song Jisun shook his sleeves and sighed. "Those old fellows at the banquet wanted to skin the 3 of us alive, eat our flesh, and drink our blood. It scared me to death." GQ asked curiously, "Didn't we form a 100-year alliance? They have no enmity with young master. And our Dali cavalry didn't even pass by their gates and went straight to the south. Why are they so unfriendly?" Song Jisun leaned against the railing and thought for a while before replying, "I'm used to living a good life. I can't take any grievances." GQ said with a look of realization, "If that's the case, then the servant's temper is much better than theirs." Song Jisun mistakenly thought that she was talking about the nonsense that happened in the nearby streets. He smiled and said, "When young master becomes successful, I will definitely help you vent your anger." GQ nodded and asked, "Those 3 books, young master still can't figure them out." Song Jisun was a little tired. He closed his eyes and rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "Maybe they're just ordinary books. I've been so paranoid for so long." Song Jisun suddenly reached into his sleeve and took out a local flower that looked like it was often seen in the countryside. He tossed the 4-legged snake onto the ground. During the Feast of the 1,000-old, it had been restless. If it wasn't for Su Ruwa suppressing it with her sword will, it would have pounced on the emperor of the Great Sway and eaten his head for supper. The maid squatted down and took out a grain rain coin and placed it in her palm. The 4-legged snake was timid and didn't dare to swallow the delicacy in one gulp. Song Jisun bent down and looked at the little fellow with a horn on its forehead. He said helplessly, "Look at your cowardly appearance. Look at that water dragon of yours at Book Sword Lake. It's a world of difference." Song Jisun didn't care about it anymore. He yawned and went into the house to sleep. GQ waved her hand, but the four-legged snake still didn't dare to move forward. "At least you know what's good for you." GQ smiled and threw the grain rain coin into its mouth. The little guy seemed to be wronged and whined softly. GQ clenched her fist and punched it on the head. "Don't you know that if you don't open for 3 years, you'll be able to eat for 3 years?" She stood up and kicked the four-legged snake into the courtyard. "You don't even have the slightest ability, yet you still dare to have extravagant hopes for the imperial preceptor's ancient molt. Not only did you secretly drool, but you even got caught red-handed. How did you end up with such an incompetent thing like you?" GQ sat on the steps, took off an embroidered shoe, and waved at it. The little guy obediently came to her feet. She was still angry, so she picked up the embroidered shoe and hit the little guy. Linlu Academy was built on the cloud-splitting mountain in Longquan County. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian, studied here. Neither the Great Sui Kingdom nor Dolly deliberately hid this fact. This was Gao Xian's second time entering Longquan County. However, the first time he was in the sky, he had to walk through the heavenly cloud ladder of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. This time, he was on the ground, on the real territory of Dolly. Cloud-splitting mountain was now the northern peak of Dolly. The mountain was new, and so was the academy. From the teachers who preached to the young scholars who studied, they were all new. Linlu Academy was organized by the Dolly Imperial Court. It did not have the title of one of the 72 academies. The head and deputy head of the academy were not very famous. One of them was the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom, a vassal of the Great Sui Kingdom. However, everyone knew that Linlu Academy was definitely aiming for the 72. The Song clan was determined to get it. At first, Gao Xian thought that there would be a lot of conflicts in the academy. At the very least, there would be some supercilious looks. Otherwise, there would be some malicious probing, just like Li Baoping and Yulu when they came to the Cliff Academy in Donghua Mountain. They would suffer some bullying. However, after a few months in Linlu Academy, Gao Xian was a little disappointed. It seemed that from the teachers to the students, they did not pay much attention to him. A student or classmate of the prince of an enemy country. Li showed a clear hostility. Gao Xian was puzzled for a long time. Later, he was enlightened by the words of the old ancestor of the Gao family of Guiyang, who cultivated in cloud-splitting mountain. In just 100 years, the Dolly dynasty had grown from a vassal state of the Lu dynasty, from a muddy pond where eunuchs interfered in politics and relatives monopolized power, to the current overlord of the northern Aquarius continent. During this period, there were endless wars. People were dying, and they were annexing neighboring countries. Even the people in the capital of Dolly came from all over. They did not have the status of many people in the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom. How it was now was the same for their ancestors 200 or 300 years ago. Gao Xian understood immediately. Flowing water does not rot, and the pivot does not rust. However, the old ancestor of the Gao family, who used to be a storyteller in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, sighed. Flowing water? It's bleeding. Whenever Gao Xian had free time, he would carry his bookcase and travel alone to the mountains to the west of Longquan County, or he would walk through the streets and alleys of the small town, or he would stroll through the newly built county city in the north. He would even take a slight detour and go to an incense-burning road in the north that had a mountain deity temple to eat a bowl of wontons. The owner was surnamed Dong. He was a tall young man who treated people amiably. As time went by, Gao Xian became friends with him. If Dong Shuijing wasn't busy, he would even personally cook a couple of home-cooked dishes for the two of them to drink some wine. Gao Xian would occasionally go to an empty house. It was said that the head of the house was a man called Lier. Now that the house was occupied by his wife's family, he was thinking of how to sell it for a high price. However, he seemed to have run into a wall at the county office. After all, he did not have the title deed. Inside Gao Xian's bookcase, there was a Dragon King basket. Every day, according to the secret technique taught by the old ancestor of the Gao family, he would pour small grains of money into it, causing the spiritual qi inside to be as thick as water. In the small bamboo fish basket, there was a golden carp swimming slowly. That was the first time Gao Xian met Lier. Of course, there was also Chun Pingan. Before Gao Xian came here, he had already mentally prepared himself. Perhaps one day he would need to hand over the Dragon King basket and the golden carp to an influential person in the Dali dynasty as the price for studying in Linlu Academy. However, even the county magistrate and county governor Wu had not come to see him. Gao Xian was squatting beside a stream to wash his face. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw a handsome man in a snow-white robe with a golden earring dangling from his ear. Gao Xian quickly stood up and bowed. Gao Xian greets the North Mountain God. The Dali North Mountain God, Wei Pai, smiled. There's no need to be so polite. I see that you've been to many places. It's not a good idea to carry the Dragon King basket around all the time. If you trust me, why don't you open the Dragon King basket and put the golden carp into the stream and raise it in the running water? Using spiritual qi as water is a dead nourishment. Over time, it will lose its spirituality. Its cultivation will rise quickly in a short period of time, but it will be stuck at the nascent soul realm bottleneck. Although it will absorb less spiritual qi every day if it is placed in the water, and its cultivation progress will be relatively slow, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages in the long run. Wei Pai pointed into the distance. From here to the Dragon Whisker River, and then to the Tiefu River, it can swim freely. If it swims, I will inform the 2 river women and the god of Jiang. I won't restrict its cultivation. Gao Xian was actually a little hesitant. He had never interacted with the Dali North Mountain god. How could he be at ease? The golden carp in the basket was an existence that the old ancestor said had the potential to jump through the dragon gate of the Central Plains and become a true dragon. On the great Tao, one's heart was small, and all kinds of schemes were endless. Since Gao Xian was already living under someone else's roof, he had to accept it. What he recognized was the general trend. His Tao heart would become firmer. Working hard in adversity was the best way to sharpen one's mind. However, if he was schemed against and lost the fortune that belonged to him, then he would not only lose a golden carp, but also a flaw and gap would appear in Gao Xian's great Tao. Wei Pai smiled and said, "It's okay. It won't be too late to let it go when you think it through." Wei Pai was about to turn and leave. The old ancestor of the Gao family suddenly swept over from the cloud-padding mountain and appeared beside Gao Xian. He said to Gao Xian, "Just listen to Mr. Wei. There's nothing to lose." Gao Xian saw that his old ancestor had appeared, so he no longer hesitated. He opened the bamboo box, took out the Dragon King basket, and placed the golden carp into the stream. The golden carp swung its tail happily and flashed downstream. Gao Xian squatted by the water, holding the empty fish basket in his hand. He muttered, "After being in a cage for a long time, I've returned to nature." Back then, Zhao Yao left the Pearl Grotto Heaven on an ox cart according to his grandfather's arrangement. He went to an immortal sect in the center of the Aquarius continent near the Western Sea to cultivate. However, he met a youth with a mole on his forehead on the way. He called himself Xiao Hu. In the end, Zhao Yao handed over the spring seal that Mr. gave him because the other party was the Dali imperial tutor, Cui Dong. In the small town school, Zhao Yao accompanied Mr. the Most among his generation. Li Baoping and the other children, Song Jisun, appear that Zhao Yao admired. were not as good as him in this matter. Throughout Zhao Yao's journey, Cui Dong gave him a secret cultivation technique and 2 immortal artifacts in exchange. He was always able to turn misfortunes into blessings. However, when Zhao Yao neared the immortal abode, the ox cart was already at the foot of the mountain. The haggard Zhao Yao suddenly changed his mind and abandoned the ox cart. He released the water buffalo and continued to the western sea alone. Finally, he found a legendary immortal ferry and took a ferry to the isolated immortal island in the sea. He then changed to another ferry and continued towards the central divine continent. After all, in the entire Aquarius continent, only Old Dragon City had intercontinental ferries, and most of them were merchant ships that hung upside down mountains. Therefore, if Qi cultivators of the Aquarius continent wanted to go to the central divine continent, they could only use Zhao Yao's method, which was to use the short and medium distance ferries of the immortal sects on the sea. However, halfway through the journey, the immortal ferry that Zhao Yao was on met with a calamity. It was smashed by a swarm of flying fish that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. Zhao Yao and the majority of the passengers fell into the sea. Some died on the spot. Zhao Yao managed to escape with a protective artifact, but the sea was vast and boundless. It seemed that he would be buried in the belly of the fishes sooner or later. The 2 golden core cultivators on the ferry wanted to escape with the wind. One of them tried to break through the formation of the flying fish, but in the end, he was killed by the endless school of flying fish in despair. The other saw that the situation was not good and was exhausted. He could only quickly descend and escape into the sea. Zhao Yao sat on a huge piece of wood from the wreckage of the ferry. His body was tied tightly to the bag. He drifted for an unknown period of time. His face was haggard, and he was in a state worse than death. Finally, Zhao Yao couldn't hold on any longer. He fainted and fell into the sea. Relying on the last bit of spiritual light from his protective artifact, he drifted with the current. When Zhao Yao opened his eyes in a daze, he found himself lying on a bed. He abruptly woke up and sat up. This was a relatively spacious but simple thatched hut. The walls were filled with yellow books, making it difficult for one to walk. Zhao Yao, who was already skin and bones, stood up and discovered that the bag was placed on the bed. He opened it and found that nothing was missing. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Zhao Yao walked along a small path that was half the height of a person. He walked out of the thatched cottage and pushed open the door. The mountain wilderness suddenly opened up. He discovered that the thatched cottage was built on the peak of a cliff. Opening the door allowed him to see the sea. Zhao Yao even saw a sheathless sword stuck diagonally into the mountain peak. It was rusty and dull. Zhao Yao walked to the edge of the cliff and stared blankly at the bottomless abyss. Just as Zhao Yao was about to take a step forward, a gentle voice sounded from beside him. The heavens never seal off all paths. Are you really that disappointed in yourself? Zhao Yao's eyes were hazy with tears. He turned his head and saw a slender man in a green robe gazing at the sea. The young Zhao Yao wiped away his tears and suddenly asked, "Sir, you must be an otherworldly expert. Can you accept me as your disciple? I want to learn the techniques of immortals." The man shook his head and smiled. "I've never had a master, and I've never accepted a disciple. I'm afraid of trouble. You stay here and recuperate. I'll send you away." Zhao Yao asked, "Where is this?" The man smiled. "The mortal world. Where else could it be?" Zhao Yao was probably at his most desperate and fragile moment. He asked bluntly, "I want to know where in the mortal world this is." The man didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "I'm not trying to pick on you. This is just an ordinary place without a name. It's not some immortal's residence. The spiritual qi is thin, and it's not far from the central divine continent. If you're lucky, you might even encounter fishermen or pearl divers. After that, Zhao Yao stayed here to recuperate. After interacting with him for a long time, he realized that the man was actually very ordinary. Even though there were many books in the thatched cottages at the top of the mountain, the man didn't say anything profound. He had to eat every day and would often walk down the mountain to the beach. Zhao Yao spent his days reading books or sitting by the cliff in a daze. Only one day, when Zhao Yao was bored out of his wits and wanted to pull out the sword from the ground, did the man stand by his cottage and remind Zhao Yao not to touch it. Zhao Yao asked curiously, "Does this sword have a name?" The man in green shook his head. "It doesn't." Zhao Yao asked again, "Sir, are you someone who failed in the imperial examinations? Or did you leave the mainland to live here in seclusion to escape from your enemies?" The man shook his head again. "Neither. It's not as complicated as you think. I just agree with the saying, life is difficult, and the great Tao is complicated. Since the path is difficult, then stop, be lazy, and think about it." Zhao Yao probed, "Sir, are you really not some otherworldly expert, like a Jindan or Yuaniing realm land immortal?" The man smiled and asked, "Of course, I'm not an earth immortal. Besides, what does it have to do with you, Zhao Yao?" Zhao Yao had lived here for almost 2 years. The island wasn't too big, and Zhao Yao could already explore the entire island alone. Just as the man said, if he was lucky, he could meet fishermen who went out to sea to fish, or pearl divers who took great risks but could become rich overnight. Zhao Yao's mind calmed down, and he took the initiative to tell the man that he wanted to travel to the central divine continent. The man smiled and nodded. "Be careful on the road. Remember not to be disappointed in yourself." Perhaps that's the most disappointing thing. Zhao Yao was a little embarrassed. Finally, he took out the wooden dragon paperweight. "To repay you for saving my life, I would like to give this to you, sir." The man waved his hand, seemingly a little helpless. Since when has the outside world become such a moral thing to do to save people within one's power? Zhao Yao said stubbornly, "Sir saved me without asking for anything in return, but the person who was saved cannot ignore it. This is the most important thing I have on me. Using it to repay you, sir, is just right." The man smiled. That means the world hasn't become too bad. But the man did not accept the paperweight in the end. Zhao Yao sat on a self-made wooden raft and headed to land. Standing on the raft, Zhao Yao bowed to the man on the shore and bade him farewell. After that, the man continued to live a leisurely life. One day, the sword on the mountain peak started to hum. The man stood beside the sword and looked in the direction of the Aquarius continent. He smiled and said, "Don't bother with it." The sword's hum gradually stopped. After that, 2 guests appeared on the island. One was an old Taoist with a red nose, and the other was a young Taoist. The latter immediately squatted on the ground and vomited, starting from the alley in the southeast of the Aquarius continent to the shore of the Aquarius continent's western ocean, then to a lone island overseen by an immortal family, and finally to this place. The young Taoist had already vomited time and time again. The old Taoist immediately squatted down and patted his disciple's back. He said guiltily, "It's fine, it's fine." After vomiting this time, vomiting once more, maybe twice, it will be over. The young Taoist almost vomited his bile. He asked with red eyes, "Master, you keep saying that. When will it end? Can you give me a definite answer?" The old Taoist, who was dressed in a strange Taoist robe, had fire dragons swimming in his sleeves. He smiled awkwardly. The young Taoist stood up and asked, "Master, you said you want to bring me to meet the person you admire the most, but you are not willing to tell me his background." "Why?" The old Taoist smiled, but did not say anything. He raised his head and asked, "Open the door. We master and disciple will ask you for a cup of tea. Is that okay?" The man sighed and appeared on the shore. He stood 3 feet away from the master and disciple, I am a scholar, and you are a great heavenly master of Mount Longhu with a different surname. You want to compete with me in thunder and talisman? The old Taoist had already used his divine ability to prevent his disciple from hearing this person's words. There were some things that he still needed to hide from this foolish disciple. The short old Taoist smiled and asked, "You won't even let me in? Why, does this mean you have agreed to compete with me in Tao? If I can enter, it will be my win, and you will lend me that sword." The man shook his head. "Are you really going to pester me like this?" The young Taoist Zhang Shanfeng could not hear what his master and the green-robed man were talking about. In fact, Zhang Shanfeng was shocked to find that the green-robed man's face made him forget what he had seen previously. The old Taoist laughed. "Io, you are angry. If you have the ability, come out and hit me?" The corner of the man's mouth twitched. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly heard his master's shameless words. He could not help but remind him softly, "Master, although you have always claimed that you are a cultivator who has achieved Tao, as a Qi cultivator on the mountain, you should pay attention to your manners and demeanor when you come to visit." The old Taoist nodded repeatedly and then glared at the man. "What kind of hero are you to use such tricks?" The man said, "You can't even pull out that sword. What can I borrow?" The old Taoist expression was solemn. "I still can't pull it out with my current realm." The man nodded and said, "Even if you are one realm higher, you still can't control it." The old Taoist sighed deeply. Back then, there was a secret matter on Mount Longhu. The old Taoist had promised the previous generation's great heavenly master that only by killing that ascendant realm demon could he rightfully return to Mount Longhu. Now, the odds of victory were 80 to 20, and he was confident of victory. However, if it was a battle of life and death, the odds were only 50-50. The old Taoist looked at the disciple he had placed the most hope on and decided to give it a try. The man suddenly looked at the young Taoist. "This fist in 10 of yours?" Zhang Shanfeng was carrying an ordinary peach with sword of Mount Longhu on his back and a damaged ancient sword engraved with the words "True Martial." After hearing the man's question, Zhang Shanfeng was confused. The old Taoist said proudly, "How is it? Isn't it amazing? This disciple of mine created it himself." The man in the green robe revealed a look of admiration for the first time. Maybe he can open up a path for the martial arts of the world and evolve a lot of merit. Yes, what's more rare is that his heart is sincere. You have taken in a good disciple. The old Taoist smiled from ear to ear and began to talk nonsense. "You're flattering me. I'm just as There are actually 7 or 8 disciples like me." Zhang Shanfeng didn't feel that his master was boasting, nor was he disappointed. Back then, when he cultivated on the mountain, he was indeed the most ordinary person. He was far inferior to his senior brothers and sisters, and even some of the junior Taoists who were only his martial nephews. The man smiled and said, "Mount Longhu is a great place. I've heard that it's as difficult as ascending the sky for you to bring this disciple up the mountain to worship the ancestors. It just so happens that that demon has indeed crossed the line." The man thought for a moment. "Wait for me for an incense stick's time." He turned and walked up the mountain peak. The man in the green robe casually grabbed the long sword stuck in the mountain peak. This outsider, who only wanted to admit that he was a scholar, didn't have any high-spirited expression. Even when he pulled out the long sword that even a great heavenly master with a different surname couldn't pull out, it didn't cause any heavenly phenomena. It was just like any poor scholar in the world who sat in a study room and picked up a pen, wanting to write some tofu-sized articles. He went to a bottomless abyss that no one in the Central Plains dared to enter, and with a single sword, he killed the level 13 demon that occupied the bottom of the abyss. He returned to the mountain peak and stabbed the rusty long sword back into the ground. He walked down the mountain and said to the old Taoist, "Now you can climb up Mount Longhu." The old Taoist smiled mischievously and said, "It's embarrassing. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. We'll take our leave first. We'll come again in the future." He pulled the confused Zhang Shanfeng by the arm and used his feet to draw talismans. He directly shrank thousands of miles and went to a tall mountain in the Central Plains. The man in the green robe didn't mind. He stood where he was and continued to look at the sea. Zhao Yao was young and ignorant back then, and had once asked him if he was a disappointed person. This question was really interesting, because this scholar had always been known as the proudest person in the world. He first set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, 15. (416). Chapter 2. There were 3 moons hanging in the sky. This was a scene that could never be seen in the vast world. The pure moonlight shone freely between heaven and earth, illuminating the 100,000 mountains as if they were covered with thick snow. Rustling sounds could be heard in the endless mountains, and the sound could easily spread for hundreds of miles. If there were immortals who could freely ride the wind in the sea of clouds and look down, they would see golden-armored puppets as tall as mountains moving mountains and slowly trudging. There were also some ancient fierce beasts that were thousands of feet long and covered in scars. Without exception, they were ordered by the golden-armored puppets with long whips to do hard labor and drag the mountains without complaint. Occasionally, there would be some savage beasts that were able to rest for a short while, and they would use some mountain peaks as pillows in exhaustion as they slept soundly. Their bodies didn't have the slightest innate ferocious aura since a long time ago, and it had been completely worn away by the endless years of hardship. This scene could only be passed down by word of mouth in this world. It was far from the truth, because no one dared to fly over the 100,000 mountains without permission. In the long history, there were indeed some great demons of the upper 5 realms who didn't believe in heresy. Then they were dragged down by countless golden-armored puppets and eventually became one of those great demons who worked hard. They became huge skeletons that slept forever in the mountains and couldn't even be reincarnated. At the top of the mountains, there was a dilapidated thatched cottage. Behind the cottage was a vegetable garden with rare greenery. The thatched cottage was surrounded by a crooked wooden fence, and a skinny watchdog was lying at the door, panting slightly. A thin old man stood in the open space outside the door. Facing the mountain, he stretched out his hand and scratched his cheek. No one knew what he was thinking. The skinny dog suddenly got up and flew out, roaring toward a direction. A majestic wind in the shape of a tornado swept out in a mighty manner, directly blowing up a large sea of dark clouds that covered one of the bright moons. The old man was still indifferent. When the sea of clouds was broken, golden-armored puppets stood on the ground around the mountain, holding all kinds of exaggerated weapons that matched their bodies. Among them, there was no lack of snow-white skeletons of ancient fierce beasts as long spears. One of the golden-armored puppets threw the white-bone spear in its hand into the sky. Thunder rumbled, as if it had the might to split the heavens and earth apart. The spear was aimed at the 2 grain-sized figures in the sky. The 2 visitors who had come from afar were in human form. One of them was a tall old man dressed in a bright red robe. The surface of his robe rippled, and a sea of blood surged. Vicious-looking faces vaguely appeared on the robe, and they attempted to reach out of the sea. However, they were quickly drowned by the blood. This tall and sturdy old man was wearing a black belt made of an unknown material. Pieces of sword fragments were embedded in it. Beside the old man was a young-looking junior with a long sword hanging from each side of his waist. On his back was a snow-white sword case, revealing the hilts of 3 long swords. Seeing that the spear was about to pierce through the air, the young man's eyes were burning. However, it was not directed at the spear, but at the old man on the peak of the mountain whose back was facing them. With just a glance from the red-robed old man, the spear turned into dust and scattered in all directions. The other sharp weapons that were thrown were the same. They all shattered before they could get close to the old man. The red-robed old man was a little annoyed. It was not because he was stopped by this wave of attacks, but because he was angry at the way the old man treated his guests. He looked down on them too much. He only let the golden-armored puppets attack. In any case, it was better to release the old fellows in the underground prison. The red-robed old man sneered. "Old blind, have you really forgotten who your master is after living in someone else's territory for so long? Are you using these to scratch my itch?" With a slap, one of the golden-armored puppets on the ground was instantly smashed into the ground. Dust flew everywhere. After that, he did not stop attacking. A series of firecrackers sounded on the ground. The golden-armored puppets that were as tall as mountains were all smashed into nothingness. The short old man on the peak of the mountain turned his head and looked at the two great demons that stood at the top of the world. His eye sockets were empty, like two bottomless abysses. The short old man, who was called Old Blind, was still scratching his cheeks. Logically speaking, if the same level 13 cultivators or the few hidden level 14 cultivators were to fight in their own territory, unless the outsiders brought unreasonable weapons. Of course, such things could be counted with several worlds added together. Other than the four swords, such as a Baek-ok-kyung building, a string of Buddhist beads, or a book, they were usually in an invincible position in their own territory. It was even possible for them to kill the other party, especially after entering the first level of the two lost realms. If they had nothing better to do, they would go to other places to have fun. It was the most natural thing to be suppressed by the rules of the great Tao of that world. However, the world was so big that there were always a few exceptions. What was so strange about that? For example, this old blind. He was an outsider in the wilderness, but he was living more freely than his master. Another example was that stinky cow nose of the world. The old blind said with a hoarse voice, "If it were that guy, it would be more appropriate. As for the two of you, if you continue to stand so high, I won't be polite anymore." The young man who had 5 swords on him smiled. As the youngest sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, he had participated in that earth-shattering battle, and even defeated the sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, causing the other party to be reduced to one of the gatekeepers of the inverted mountain. He felt that the old blind under his feet was indeed very powerful, but not to the point of being lawless. The red-robed elder's expression was uncertain. His ferocious aura almost caused the surrounding river of time to stagnate. But in the end, he only snorted coldly and turned to leave. The young sword immortal great demon with outstanding battle achievements hesitated for a moment, and a slightly anxious voice sounded in his mind. "Leave quickly." Suddenly, a huge pulling force engulfed the sword immortal great demon. The sword immortal great demon was about to use this opportunity to attack the old blind, but he realized that the red-robed elder had roared angrily, grabbed his shoulder, and threw him into the sky. Then the red-robed elder waved his sleeve, and a turbulent river of blood rolled out in an attempt to interrupt the aura that had targeted the sword immortal great demon. The world turned upside down, and the aura became chaotic. Feeling the suffocating pressure of the great Tao, the red-robed elder's expression changed slightly. He waved his sleeve with all his strength, and the rivers of blood almost converged into a huge lake. He said sternly, "Old blind, do you believe that I won't destroy this 100,000 mountains of yours?" The old blind stopped scratching his cheeks. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in this huge, small world. "Enough." The red-robed elder angrily stopped and retracted his divine ability, and the rivers of blood returned to his sleeve. The old blind reached out and grabbed, dragging the sword immortal great demon to his feet. He squatted down, and the sword immortal great demon found himself unable to move. The short old man reached out and dug out an eyeball from his eye socket, put it into his mouth, and chewed. He turned his head and spat it on the ground. As a result, the skinny old dog, who was salivating, ran over and swallowed it in one bite. Blind stood up and used the tip of his foot to kick the sword immortal demon that was missing an eyeball into the air. This is on account of you. The world returned to silence. The old blind walked towards the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He looked at the old dog and sneered. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. He raised his hand to scratch his cheeks again and turned to walk towards the cliff. He had a nagging feeling that some of the ink on the painting needed to be removed or added. He continued to stand there. The old blind suddenly frowned and hesitated for a moment. With a slight movement of his finger, the golden-armored puppets that had stood up once more returned to their seats. The guests this time were an old man and a young woman from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The old blind man gave the travel-worn young woman a smile that even he found awkward. Perhaps anyone who saw it would only find it eerie and terrifying. Then he turned to look at the old man and said angrily, "Chun Chingdu, don't bother me. I won't help anyone this time." The boss of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Sword Immortal Chun Chingdu. Chun Chingdu asked, "Are you still human?" The blind old man replied, "Ask yourself, are we still human?" Chun Chingdu nodded. "I am." The old blind was silent for a moment and asked, "No matter how fierce the war between the two worlds is, can it be as fierce as it was in the past? At most, it will only shatter that one even more. If it was like that in the past, how much can it change after 1,000 or 10,000 years? Isn't the world still the same? What's the point? Perhaps it's better to completely overturn it and smash it to pieces to make it whole again." Chun Chingdu said, "Serves you right for being blind." The old blind suddenly laughed. "That's good. Forget about you. A watchdog that works for others. The hound is cooked after the rabbit is caught. Once isn't enough? Do you want to have a taste of it again? In my opinion, the reason why you felon survivors ended up in your current predicament was because of Chun Chingdu and the rest of you. I've been here for so long. Do you know why I've never been willing to look north? I'm afraid that if I see you, the biggest joke in the world, I'll laugh myself to death." The old blind pointed at the trembling old dog at the courtyard's entrance. "Look at you, Chun Chingdu. How are you any better than that?" The old blind shifted his gaze and laughed hoarsely at the young girl. "Last Ning, don't be angry. It has nothing to do with you. You're still pretty good." Ning Yao remained silent. Chun Chingdu quickly left with Ning Yao. The old blind sighed softly. He was no longer in the mood to admire the unfinished painting of mountains and rivers. As he walked towards the courtyard's entrance, he saw the old dog with its head raised and tongue sticking out. The old blind suddenly stretched out his foot and stomped heavily on the old dog's back. It immediately whimpered and begged for mercy. The old blind directly broke the spine of this ancient great demon with incomparably tenacious vitality. After all, with the young great demon's eyeballs, it would quickly recover. The old blind muttered to himself as he walked into the courtyard. On the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, eldest Sword Immortal was sitting cross-legged while Ning Yao was drinking. Chun Chingdu said indifferently, "There's no need to stand up for me." The old blind was the one who was hurt the most back then. Therefore, it wasn't, as the rumors said, that he lost his eyes after losing a huge battle with the ancestral demon of the desolate world. Instead, he cut out his own eyeballs a long time ago. He threw one of them into the vast world and the other into the firmament world. I went to look for him this time because I wanted to hear him say, "I won't help anyone," with my own ears. It's already very good. Ning Yao nodded. Ning Yao finished half a flask of wine and turned to look at eldest sword immortal. Chun Qingdu laughed angrily. Last Ning, I'm not criticizing you. Why don't you return to your own home? This is Grandpa Chen's territory. How can I be chased away by you? Although he said that, the old man still jumped off the wall and walked back to his thatched cottage. In fact, he knew the reason. That punk had once punched on the wall. Ning Yao took out a scroll from her sleeve and placed the flask of wine to the side. Then she leaned against the wall and unfolded the carousel of the river of time. Was this the third or fourth time? On the scroll, the scene was the immortal tomb that she had been to before. A group of children were flying kites. There was a skinny, dark-skinned child who was sitting far away, looking lonely. A peer of the same age who was flying kites passed by that kid and tugged at the kite. Then he squatted down, picked up a piece of mud, and threw it over. Seeing the figure turn and run, the tall child with the kite in his hand laughed out loud. Ning Yao extended a finger and knocked on the scroll. It happened to poke the tall child's head. She muttered a few words. Then she retracted her hand and quietly finished looking at the scroll. There were actually many other scrolls in front of her, but she would only look at one each time. She turned around and placed her hands behind her head. Then she gently swung one leg. Liking him had nothing to do with the scroll. After looking at each scroll, her liking changed to liking him even more. Who she, Ning Yao, liked had nothing to do with heaven and earth. Chun Pingon could stupidly practice 1,000,000 punches for her. But was this a big deal? Ning Yao opened her eyes. She felt that even if she died 1,000,000 times, she could continue to like him. Mao Xiaodong told Chun Pingon that the undercurrents in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom would no longer affect the Cliff Academy. Of course, Li Baoping was the happiest. She took Chun Pingon and began to wander around the capital. Li Baoping spent more than half a month treating little martial uncle to the 2 small eateries in the shabby alleys that she frequented and visiting various scenic spots and historical sites in the Great Sui dynasty. Li Baoping said that there were still a few interesting places that she had not visited. However, after chatting with Cui Dongshan, she learned that little martial uncle had just entered the second realm of Qi refinement warrior. It was the critical period where she needed to absorb the aura of heaven and earth day and night. Chun Pingon began to cultivate for real. He used the pure yang aura at specific times during the day to warm his internal organs and bones and resist the external evil and turbid aura from corroding his Qi residence. He used the clearing aura at certain times during the night to nourish the 2 aperture points that had already been opened and place the natal item. Due to the refinement of the golden script gall, to a large extent, it involved the cultivation of Confucianism. Mao Xiaodong personally took out a collection of poems and gave Chun Pingon pointers to read through the 100 or so most famous poems from beyond the Great Wall. He learned that Chun Pingon had traveled so far and had not even visited an ancient battlefield site on the 2 continents. He only saw a group of monks chanting Buddhist scriptures on a battlefield in the small blessed land of lotus flowers. Therefore, he taught Chun Pingon another lesson. The true body talisman of the day and night wandering god had been closed by Mao Xiaodong. Otherwise, no matter how high the rank of the talisman was and how slow the loss of aura was, it was not a good thing. As for the method of opening the true body talisman, Cui Dongshan went back to ponder and tinker with it after Chun Pingon explained in detail the origin of the talisman of the true body talisman. Cui Dongshan licked his face and said that he wanted to flip through the true works of alchemy. He was willing to pay him a small sum of money for every page he turned. Chun Pingon did not agree. Pei Qian accompanied Chun Pingon and Li Baoping to walk around several times. He really felt more comfortable in the academy. He walked around every day, leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. He was so tired that he was half dead. He did not have the time to chat with Li Huai in Chui Dongshan's courtyard. Later, he found an excuse to stay in the academy. Chun Pingan also felt that Pei Qian had walked so far, and not one step less than them. He allowed Pei Qian to play around in the academy. However, he would still check on Pei Qian's transcription every day. He also had Julien keep an eye on Pei Qian's stake walking and sword practice. When it came to martial arts, it was not important whether Pei Qian was diligent or not. Chun Pingan did not particularly care about it, but he would not miss an incense stick's worth of time. Mao Xiaodong would often chat with Chun Pingan. One of them said, "Decrees are only tools for governing a country, not the source of its cleanliness." Mao Xiaodong was probably worried that Chun Pingan, his junior, would accidentally walk further and further down the path of legalism. He had no choice but to remind him. At the time, Mao Xiaodong laughed and said, "These words were not said by us Confucians. We did not purposely belittle legalism to elevate Confucianism. They were said by a ruthless official of the Central Plains whose name went down in history." Chun Pingan nodded his head in agreement. In Chui Dongshan's courtyard, Pei Qian and Li Huai would often get together, flipping, reading those novels about chivalrous Jianghu characters. They read at varying speeds, so they would often argue about whether or not they should turn the pages. Occasionally, Li Baoping would also read with them for a while. However, Pei Qian and Li Huai liked to see the flash of swords, the flying of flesh and blood, and the soul-stirring scenes of life and death. Li Baoping also read these, but she preferred to read those characters who might not even have a name. She would blindly ponder why these people would write about these places, say these things, and do these things in the books. One day, Julien took out a stack of his own manuscripts. He wrote about the scenes in the novels where various chivalrous women met with misfortune and were tragically bullied by the famous Jianghu characters and nameless juniors. After Yulu secretly read it, he was shocked. Julien felt that Yulu was indeed his confidant. They hit it off very well. Over at Chui Dongshan's study, there were piles of ethereal ancient paintings. There were paintings of birds chirping and flowers fragrant, of empty mountains and fresh rain, and of the old man fishing in the cold river. As a result, that night Li Huai and Pei Qian painted a snake with feet. They drew on these famous paintings without permission, spoiling the scenery. For example, Pei Qian drew a bird cage for a bird, crooked and crooked. The inspiration came from Qing Yuan country's Lu Shao. Jie's Yuan cage. Li Huai drew a strange fish that was even bigger than a small boat on the side of the lone boat fisherman's boat. After Chui Dongshan saw it, he did not get angry. One day, Chui Dongshan took out an eccentric palace painting. It was a painting of skeletons and ghosts. He was pleased with himself, saying that he wanted to show it to Pei Qian to broaden his horizons. Pei Qian looked at it carefully. As a result, a skeleton suddenly grew bigger, almost breaking out of the painting. Pei Qian was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He only dared to sit still and cry silently. Even when he saw Chun Pingan, he only pursed his lips. In the end, Chui Dongshan was chased and beaten by Chun Pingan. He threw punches and kicks, cursing and swearing. Even the dialect of Longquan County jumped out of his mouth. He grabbed a broom and smashed it on the back of Chui Dongshan's head. Chui Dongshan flew out and fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. Only then did he barely escape. Chui Dongshan would occasionally talk about some serious matters. One day, a group of people suddenly talked about the matter of human lifespan. Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "You should know that snakes shed their skin, right? Sir, you grew up in the countryside, so you should have seen quite a lot." Ooh. Chun Pingan nodded. Li Baoping, Pei Qian, and Li Huai also nodded. Chui Dongshan said with a smile, "If one's soul is the foundation, and the rest of the skin, bones, and flesh are the clothes, Then take a guess. How many clothes made of human skin will a mortal change in his life when he is 60 years old? Pei Qian felt that this saying made her hair stand on end. Cui Dongshan smiled and stretched out a finger. Pei Qian's eyes widened. 10. Li Baoping frowned and said, 100. Li Huai was purely trying to undermine him. He liked to bicker with Li Baoping and Pei Qian. He said casually, 1,000. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, in this life, a person will unknowingly change into 1,000 human skin clothes. Cui Dongshan continued. In addition to those inexplicable Qi mansion acupoints that are incomparably compatible with heaven and earth, all sentient beings in the world are willing to transform into human form after becoming spirits. The imperial porcelain of your hometown's dragon kiln is clearly so fragile and can't even withstand a single blow. The worst thing is to be knocked. Why did His Majesty still order people to burn it? Why didn't he directly ask for the mud on the mountain or the clay pots with a stronger physique? Li Huai chuckled and said, it looks good, and it's worth money. Cui Dongshan, why are you asking such a brainless question? Cui Dongshan scolded. Yes, you're the only one with a brain. You look like a tiger with a tiger's head. Li Huai made a face and said cheekily, I'm not listening. Chun Pingon smiled knowingly. One day, Chun Pingon sat in the corridor of Cui Dongshan's courtyard. He took out the blade-strengthening gourd but did not drink. His palm pressed against the opening of the gourd and gently shook the wine pot. There was no one in the small courtyard for the time being. It was rare to have a moment of peace. After refining the 2 natal items of water and metal, refining the 3rd natal item of the 5 elements had become an unavoidable hurdle. However, according to Zhang Shanfeng, 3 natal items were enough for an ordinary Qi cultivator, 1 for offense and 1 for defense. The last one could help the Qi cultivator absorb spiritual energy faster. It was already quite an achievement for cultivators below the earth immortal realm. As for whether the number 1 and number 15 flying swords could be refined into Chun Pingon's natal item, Cui Dongshan did not say in detail. He only said that even if the nascent soul realm sword cultivator's Li Huai flying sword was successfully refined into her natal item, compared to the sword cultivator's natal flying sword, there was not much difference. However, the so-called weak was compared to the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. For an ordinary earth immortal realm cultivator to have such an opportunity to seize the natal flying sword of an earth immortal sword cultivator and use it for his own use, he would still be grateful. Fire, earthwood, the remaining 3 natal items. Chun Pingon had completely dispelled the idea of using the 5-colored earth of the Dali dynasty as his natal item. The old master of the Taoist temple had once asked the little Taoist boy, who carried a huge gourd to pass, on a message. He mentioned that Miss Wan Xiu's fire dragon could be refined. However, Chun Pingon was not crazy. Not to mention such a crazy business. Chun Pingon already felt helpless when he thought of Wan Tong's vigilant gaze. He was afraid that if Wan Tong knew about this idea, he would definitely be hammered into a pile of meat paste by the military saint with the hammer used to forge swords. Then he would not think about the fire of the 5 elements first. Therefore, the last thing left was wood. Chun Pingon actually had some plans. It was the old locust tree that had been chopped down. However, it had been divided up by the commoners at that time. The locust tree sword that had been left in the Great Wall of Sword Qi was one of the locust tree branches that he had asked the little treasure bottle to carry back. Song Jisen had mentioned the changes in his hometown. It was obvious that the people in the small town were smarter than the previous. The Bao Bao Zhai of Oxhorn Mountain had good judgment. They might not give Chun Pingon a chance to pick up the leftovers. Chun Pingon scratched his head worriedly. He lay back down. Now, he was a pure martial artist at the peak of the 5th realm. For a second realm chi refinement warrior, everything was difficult at the beginning. Chun Pingon knew very well that it was not easy to become a second realm cultivator. He was a sword immortal who carried a semi-immortal weapon. It was just that unless he fought with his life on the line, it was not easy for him to draw his sword. There were 2 flying swords in the blade-strengthening gourd. His natal Little Fengdu's 15th sword was still okay. However, it was almost the same as Chun Pingon's mind. Almost every day, it would clamor to eat the last and largest strip of the dragon-slaying platform. He wore a golden robe. Fortunately, it was not a problem for him to wear it before he reached the 7th realm. On the contrary, it could help him absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly. To a large extent, it was equivalent to making up for the fatal flaw in Chun Pingon's cultivation talent after the longevity bridge was broken. However, every time he used the inner vision technique to patrol his chi dwelling, the little children in green clothes condensed from water fate would still have a bitter look in their eyes. It was obvious that they were often unable to make ends meet in the spiritual energy of the underwater residents. This caused them to be in an awkward situation where they could not cook without rice. Therefore, they were especially aggrieved. On the other hand, the little person in a scholarly robe manifested from the golden gourd gave Chun Pingon a pleasant surprise. He rode the fire dragon condensed from pure vital energy and flaunted his prowess every day. He was carefree and happy, helping Chun Pingon to patrol his own little world. This could benefit his soul and help Chun Pingon to expand his meridians. Moreover, some of the impurities left behind from the numerous battles of life and death, as well as the turbid and filthy aura hidden in the depths of his soul, were being ridden by the little person on the fire dragon. He was like a great general, single-handedly attacking cities and seizing strongholds. He was diligent and conscientious in cleaning up the remnants of the rebels hidden deep in the mountains and forests. However, the little person and the fire dragon were obviously not on good terms with the group of children in green clothes who were equally diligent in running the house in the underwater residence. Both sides had already adopted a stance of not interacting with each other for the rest of their lives. After stumbling and struggling to become a chi refinement warrior, Chun Pingon was actually at a loss for the first time. He had to make a choice. In order to survive, Chun Pingon did not hesitate to suffer while practicing boxing and walking stances. However, now that his life was not in danger, as long as he was willing, it would not be difficult for him to immediately ascend to the 6th realm. For example, those people from wealthy families had to worry about earning gold or silver. This made Chun Pingon very uncomfortable. Deep down, he was used to being a pauper. He always felt that the bag of copper coins in his hand or the thin layer of rice in the rice jar was what truly belonged to him. Even if he had a mountain of gold and silver beside him, he still felt that it was his today. Once he woke up, it would be someone else's tomorrow. Chun Pingon knew that this was not right. However, a leopard could not change its spots. In this matter, he could not say that he had made no progress, but ultimately progress was slow. In fact, Chun Pingon knew that many things had changed a lot in the past few years. For example, he felt awkward when he changed into boots instead of straw sandals. He almost could not walk. For example, when he wore a golden robe and a jade hairpin, he always felt that he was the kind of monkey that was described in the books. For the dream that he had once told Lu Tai, he would spend a lot of money on useless things, hoping that one day he would have a new family with a big business in Longquan County. Chun Pingon crossed his legs and shook them gently. The little lotus flower peeked out from the ground sneakily, darting up the stairs in a flash. In the end, it climbed onto Chun Pingon's legs and sat down. Chun Pingon stretched out a finger and placed it by his mouth, indicating that it should not speak. Ever since Cui Dongshan first appeared in that village in Qingwan country, the little lotus flower peeked out almost no more. This was what Chun Pingon wanted it to do. Although it did not understand, it still did as it was told. The little lotus flower peeked out with only one arm and covered its mouth, nodding vigorously with a smile. Chun Pingon swung his legs. The little fellow looked like it was on a swing. If it was not for the fact that it was covering its mouth, it would have already giggled out loud. As soon as he saw the cheerful little lotus flower peeked out, Chun Pingon's state of mind became much more peaceful. All the distracting thoughts and worries were swept away. Chun Pingon closed his eyes. Not long after, he realized that the back of his feet was light. He turned his head and opened his eyes to look. The little fellow was imitating him and lying down with its legs crossed. After being discovered by Chun Pingon, it smiled and squinted its eyes. Chun Pingon lay down on his side, and it followed suit. Chun Pingon began to shake its head. It seemed to be muttering something, but it did not make a sound. The little fellow followed suit, imitating Chun Pingon. One big and one small. Actually, neither of them knew what they were muttering. Chun Pingon did not know. Chui Dongshan was just outside the walls of the small courtyard. His head was leaning against the wall, and his body was like a slope. Chui Dongshan knew why Chun Pingon deliberately let the little lotus flower peeking out from him. Because in Chun Pingon's eyes, the carefree little lotus flower peeking out was already the best. He didn't even want to know, nor was he willing to know, whether or not the little lotus figure was actually very rare, whether or not it was priceless, and whether or not it was of great use. Therefore, Chui Dongshan felt a little uncomfortable holding it in, because he really wanted to tell Chun Pingon that that little fellow was really not simple. But for some reason, Chui Dongshan pondered over it. Although he knew that whether he told Chun Pingon or not, the end result would be the same, Chui Dongshan thought about it, and suddenly felt that it was not a bad idea to not tell him. After Chui Dongshan thought of this, his face was full of smiles. He returned to his normal state, gently knocked his head back, stood up straight, and quietly floated forward. If there is unhappiness in life, it is only because you do not know my husband. Chui Dongshan was very happy at that moment, because as long as he took this sentence to Little Treasure Bottle to claim credit, he might be able to avoid being slapped in the future. Hence, Chui Dongshan ran away and arrived outside the window of the school. He winked at the little girl in the red dress. In the end, he was shouted at by the teacher. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 8. For 17, unknowingly summer had turned to autumn. After this period of nourishment, Chun Pingon diligently made up for his lack of strength. The Chi residence where the 2 natal items were placed was full of spirit energy. Chun Pingon tried his best not to favor one over the other when it came to the practice of punching and refining Chi. However, as he became a real Chi refinement warrior, he had to spend at least 8 hours a day breathing and expelling. Chun Pingon was increasingly clear about the arrival of the bottleneck in the future. One day he would have to make another choice to become a pure martial artist of the 7th realm and then advance to the 5th realm of Chi refinement warrior. Mao Xiaodong joked one day, when you were cultivating in Chui Dongshan's courtyard, I didn't see you feeling sorry for the Academy's spirit energy. Why were you unwilling to take any more spirit energy? When you were at the peak of Donghua Mountain, aren't you being too pretentious? Chun Pingon replied, after the big rules are followed, I can talk about how, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Chui Dongshan, thank you. Lin Shui, in this courtyard, one can rely on one's own state to absorb spirit energy. Moreover, the Academy has tacitly acknowledged that there is no wrong action. Naturally, I can do so too. This is probably like the Donghua Mountain outside the small courtyard is the vast world. However, in this courtyard, it has become a country and a land. It is a small world, Under the premise that there is nothing that goes against my conscience or the Confucian etiquette, I am yo. Chun Pingon spoke intermittently because he often had to pause and think for a moment before continuing. Mao Xiaodong nodded. It seemed that the words that he had painstakingly said when he was refining items at the peak of Donghua Mountain were not in vain. Mao Xiaodong asked again, "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Those who are above the crowd will be criticized. What do you think is the reason?" Chun Pingon replied, "The original intention should be to warn a gentleman to know how to hide and adapt to a world that is not so good. As for why it is not good, I can't tell. I only feel that it is far from the world in the mind of the Confucians. As for why it is so, I don't understand. Moreover, I feel that this sentence is a little problematic. It is easy to lead people astray. They are always afraid of the tallest tree in the forest and do not dare to be above the crowd. Instead, it makes many people feel that it is something that everyone is doing. Since everyone is doing it, then I will do it. Anyway, the law does not punish the majority. But once I look into this matter, I seem to be entangled with the Romans. Although it can be divided, I still feel that it is still very difficult. It should be because I have not found the fundamental method." This time, Chun Pingon was still stumbling over his words. Therefore, Chun Pingon could not help but ask curiously, "It is undeniable that this kind of so-called golden jade advice, which is respected by the world, can indeed save people from many difficulties. Just like how I often use it to save people from trouble, but can it really be recognized as a rule by the Confucian sages?" Mao Xiaodong laughed, but did not give an answer. Mao Xiaodong then changed the topic. "What do you think of the white horse is not a horse?" Chun Pingon replied, "Cui Dongshan once talked about this. He said that it was because when the sages first created words, they were not perfect enough. The great Tao was inevitably incomplete, and it was an invisible word barrier. As time passed, the later generations created more and more words. It was a difficult problem at that time, but now it is very easy to solve. The white horse is naturally a type of horse, but it is not the same as a horse. The pitiful ancient people could only go around, and around the word not. According to Cui Dongshan's words, this is also called the vain barrier. If you do not understand this, no matter how many words there are, it is useless. For example, if someone says a correct thing and another person uses another correct thing to deny the previous correct thing, the other person is not willing to get to the bottom of it. When the other person hears it, they are not willing to get to the bottom of it. They will subconsciously think that the former is wrong. This is considered a vain barrier. There are many generalizations confusing the order, and they do not understand the ins and outs. Cui Dongshan was quite angry about this. He said that scholars, even sages, gentlemen, and sages could not escape this disaster. He also said that everyone in the world should learn this when they are young. This is the foundation of standing, and it is more effective than any high or low principle. Cui Dongshan also said that at least half of the sages' writings are unclear. Only by understanding this can one be qualified to comprehend the fundamental knowledge of the sage ancestor and the sage of rites. Otherwise, ordinary scholars may seem to be diligently studying the sage's writings, but in the end, they can only build a pavilion in the sky. At most, they can only float in the White Emperor's city amidst the colorful clouds. Mao Xiaodong thought carefully and said with a smile, "It's not all that little bastard's words to vent his anger. It's still a bit chewy." Chun Pingon said with a smile, "If Cui Dongshan is willing to say it, I will just listen. After all, the sage of literature once said that it is always good to think more about everything. Even if the final conclusion is negative, it is not a waste of time." Mao Xiaodong clapped and laughed. "Teacher is brilliant." Then Mao Xiaodong looked expectant, hoping that this little junior brother of his had some understanding. Chun Pingon held back his laughter and understood. He said, "If I can see the sage of literature next time, I will talk more about Mountain Master Mao." Mao Xiaodong said softly, "Remember, remember, don't be reserved. My husband doesn't buy it. For example, if I say my husband is brilliant, you can say it exactly as it is. Even if you add some details, it's okay, but you can't play tricks." Chun Pingon said that he would remember. In the end, Mao Xiaodong gave Chun Pingon a flying sword message from the cloud-splitting mountain in Dali's Longquan County. Mao Xiaodong left. Some of the people in charge of Cliff Academy were shaken and needed him to calm them down. From time to time, he would chat with Chun Pingon. Not only was it to put on the airs of a senior brother, but it was also a way for him to take a break from his busy schedule. Of course, it was also his duty as a senior brother to check on Chun Pingon's state of mind. Chun Pingon opened it and saw the familiar handwriting of the northern mountain principal god, Wei Pai. Previously, Chun Pingon had sent a letter to Wei Pai, asking about the sale of the mountain in the west. Chun Pingon had a natural trust in Wei Pai, the earliest and only surviving mountain principal god of divine water nation. In the letter, Wei Pai told Chun Pingon that there were a total of 9 mountains, including the Su family in Clear Wind City, looking for a buyer. Wantung, the Leaf family in Falu Street, and a few other families had taken over. For now, there were only 2 mountains left. If Chun Pingon wanted them, he could help negotiate the price. Moreover, Wei Pai suggested that although the remaining 2 mountains were leftovers, Chun Pingon would not suffer a loss if he bought them. He also complained that Chun Pingon did not send the letter earlier. Otherwise, he could have bought the entire Oxhorn Mountain. Even if Chun Pingon did not have enough money in his pocket, Wei Pai, could pay for it first. The 2 of them would divide the Oxhorn Mountain. Oxhorn Mountain had a bundle shop, which was equivalent to a half-sold, half-given immortal fairy. Chun Pingon read the letter again. After ensuring that he did not miss any hidden secrets, he kept it in his Fengcuan object. In the mountains to the west of Longquan County, there were many top immortal residences with abundant spiritual energy that did not lose out to the Aquarius continent. This was true, but the fate of the mountains and rivers were severely divided. Moreover, the territory was still too small. For those immortal sects and clans that could easily cover a radius of 100 miles or even 1,000 miles, those Longquan mountains that covered a radius of more than 10 miles were difficult to achieve. Of course, it was more than enough to worship a golden core earth immortal. Chun Pingon felt that buying the mountain was feasible. He went to Mao Xiaodong's study and wrote a letter asking Wei Pai to discuss the price first. He asked Pei Qian to run an errand and pass it to an old teacher in the academy who was in charge of this matter. Sitting in the antique study, Chun Pingon thought of a recent chat where Cui Dongshan casually talked about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qingwan country. Previously, he mentioned to Chun Pingon that there were not many proper books about the 100 schools of thought. Therefore, he casually asked Chun Pingon to go to the Academy's library to find the few classics of Buddhism and Taoism. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and left the study. After waiting for Lin Shui to finish his qi refinement, he pulled him to the library. On the way, Lin Shui asked with a smile, "That matter? You still haven't thought of an answer?" Chun Pingon was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that it was the first time he visited Lin Shui in the academy, and the latter said that he was grateful. Chun Pingon smiled bitterly. "I really can't guess. I'm very curious. Don't play riddles with me. If you don't tell me, I'll definitely ask you directly before I leave the academy." Lin Shui smiled. "Do you still remember that time when the mountain path was muddy and Li Huai was rolling on the ground, and everyone was annoyed?" Chun Pingon thought for a moment. "I vaguely remember. Later, I promised to make Li Huai a bookcase. Only then did he stop crying and stop making trouble. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be able to travel for a while. But in these few years, Li Huai has become much more sensible. Lin Shui asked. Then, do you still remember what you said to me at that time? Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment. Lin Shui smiled. I know you definitely remember. Chun Pingon sighed. You really care about such a small thing? Lin Shui nodded. At that time, I was the most unsociable. Li Baoping called you youngest uncle. Li Huai was the closest to you. Even Alliance liked to chat with them. Zhu Lu and Zhu He were father and daughter. Only I, Lin Shui, seemed to be the most unsociable. Although I didn't seem to care, how could I say that I wasn't disappointed at all? So, for a long time, I actually doubted whether I should go to the Great Sui Kingdom with you to study. Ooh, when Lin Shui talked about this cultivation jade, who was serious in speech and manner in the academy, actually had a warm smile. Then you squatted on the muddy road and turned to me and said, I'll make one for you too? Anyway, it's convenient. Lin Shui walked slowly, so I agreed at that time. Chun Pingon laughed. I didn't think much at that time. I just thought that if I didn't say so, you definitely wouldn't accept it. But at that time, I made a bookcase for Li Huai, but only you didn't. I was worried that you would alienate Little Treasure Bottle and Li Huai. To be honest, at that time, I considered your feelings, but more than that, I thought that among the three of you, Lin Shui was the oldest and had a stable temperament. When I went to the academy and left, I hoped that you could take care of them more. Lin Shui nodded and said, I actually understood this on the road. But there's one thing that I do well. That is, when others are kind to me, I won't feel unjust because they are more kind to others. Lin Shui's smile widened. He said, later on the ferry crossing the river, you made Li Huai's small book chest first, and then mine became the last one you made. Naturally, the bamboo chest that you, Chin Pingon, were most familiar with became the best one in all of them. At that time, I knew that Chin Pingon was a man of few words, but he was actually a good person. So when we went to the academy, Li Huai was bullied. Although I didn't do much, I didn't hide. You know, at that time, I had already seen my own path of cultivation. So I bet all my future and prepared for the worst. At worst, I would be beaten up and cut off my path of cultivation. Then I would continue to be an illegitimate child that even my parents looked down on. But first, I had to be a person that Chun Pingon wouldn't look down on. Chun Pingon nodded and said, I remember all these. Lin Shui smiled and said, so after the nascent soul sword cultivator assassinated the courtyard, Chun Pingon came to the courtyard and sat beside me on purpose. I knew, and so did you, Chun Pingon. In fact, except for that stupid Li Huai, even Pei Qian, everyone in the courtyard knew. Why did you sit beside me alone? You were afraid that I, Lin Shui, would only be able to watch from the beginning to the end of the battle. So you must feel disappointed and afraid that I, Lin Shui, would be further and further away from you. Chun Pingon stopped and didn't deny it. He asked with a smile, then do you know what I am most grateful for? Now it's your turn to guess. Lin Shui directly shook his head and said, I'm a stubborn person. I don't think too much about other things. In this aspect, I'm worlds apart from you, Chin Pingon. I definitely won't be able to guess. Chun Pingon didn't keep him in suspense and said, you once told me that not all parents in the world are like Chun Pingon's parents. Lin Shui was a bit puzzled. Chun Pingon stretched out a fist and a finger and said with a smile, first of all, I'm very happy that you, Lin Shui, are willing to say such words. It shows that you treat me as a friend. After all, your identity has always been the biggest knot in your heart. Chun Pingon stretched out a second finger and said, I've always remembered these words. So much so that after my trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I was able to come here with Pei Qian. It's all thanks to these words of yours. Chun Pingon finally stretched out a third finger and said, and after hearing these words, I'm like a pauper who suddenly found out that he had inherited a large fortune. When I think of this, I feel that no matter how rich my peers are, such as Fan Air, who became my friend later on, or Lu Yuzhou, who never became my friend, when I get along with them, I don't feel ashamed of my inferiority when it comes to whether they are rich or not. Lin Shui smiled, and then said, I guess that Song Jisun hates you the most. Chun Pingon nodded. Chun Pingon stopped in front of the library and looked up at the tall building. Lin Shui, I'm very happy that you value and cherish my insignificant kindness so much. Lin Shui said, in this world, even good people like to ask for good people, so you have to cherish a friend like me. Chun Pingon smiled and said, I will. Lin Shui asked, then you don't have to haggle over whether I return the gifts you give me in the future? Chun Pingon waved his hand and put his arm around Lin Shui's shoulder. Don't even think about it. Lin Shui nimbly pushed Chun Pingon away and straightened his clothes, complaining, if the girls of the academy see this scene, I might lose a few admirers. Of course I don't like them, but I don't hate them for liking me either. Chun Pingon smiled and said, in my opinion, you, Lin Shui, have changed the most in the academy these years. Lin Shui and Chun Pingon looked at each other and both thought of a certain person. Then, for some reason, they laughed heartily together. This was probably the telepathy between friends. The two people from the same hometown talked and laughed as they walked into the library together. Countless principals in the books were waiting for them to read an extract. At the bamboo house of Luapa Mountain, the little boy in green had just finished a farewell drink with his friends in the town's restaurant. The girl in pink sat on a bamboo chair and ate melon seeds. She found that he seemed to be a little dispirited and asked, didn't you drink to your heart's content with your brother, the Imperial River Water God, or is the drink too expensive? The little boy in green sat on the bamboo chair beside her and held his chin with both hands. You don't understand. Jianghu matters. The girl in pink stretched out her hand and poured some melon seeds for him. The little boy in green did not refuse. Previously, the Imperial River Water God of the Huangting country had successfully obtained an incomparably valuable peace token through the little boy in green. Then, with the permission of the Ministry of Rights of the Huangting country, he left the country and crossed the border of Dali to visit Luapa Mountain. The little boy in green brought his best brother of the Jianghu to many places. The girl in pink guessed that this guy had bragged a lot in front of the water god. After the little boy in green finished eating the melon seeds, he groaned and scratched his ears and cheeks. Then he calmed down instantly. His legs were straight, and he was listless as he leaned on the bamboo chair and said slowly, the righteous gods of the rivers are divided into different grades and ranks. When we were drinking, my brother said that he saw the highest-ranked river god of the Tiefu River and was very envious. He wanted me to put in a good word with the Dali Imperial Court to include some tributary rivers under his jurisdiction. Then, did he give you some divine money to build connections? Not yet. The girl in pink had a strange look in her eyes. The little boy in green glared at her and said angrily, it's not that my brother is stingy. He said it himself that it's unreasonable to talk about money between brothers. I think that's reasonable. Now, I'm just worried about which temple I should enter and which bodhisattva's incense. You know that Wei Pai has always disliked me. The last time I went to him, he kept making excuses. He doesn't care about brotherhood and friendship. The words of the mountain god with a golden head at the top of our mountain are useless. County Governor Wu Yuan, the county magistrate with the surname Yuan. I've also been rejected before. But that Su Ruwa, the swordsman who gave each of us a peace token, I think there's a chance. It's just that I can't find him. Ooh. The girl in pink chewed on the melon seeds and asked softly, even if you find the temple, do you have the money? The little boy in green was not confident that Su Ruwa might not take money from me. You see, Surua has a good relationship with our master. How can he take money from me? If there's no other way, I'll owe him first and borrow money from our master to pay back Surua. Is that okay? The girl in pink got angry and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Why are you always thinking about our master's money?" The little boy in green muttered, "A penny stumps a hero. What's so strange about that? Who hasn't fallen on hard times? Besides, isn't this place called Luapa Mountain? It's our master's fault for choosing such a mountain. The name is inauspicious." The girl in pink got even angrier. "How can you blame our master for this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" If it was any other matter, the little boy in green would have been furious if she dared to talk to him like that. But today, the little boy in green did not even want to be angry. He could not muster up any energy. At this moment, Wei Pai, who rarely came to Luapa Mountain in the past year, appeared on the road and slowly walked over. The little boy in green jumped up and ran over. He said flatteringly, "Great righteous God Wei, how come you have time to visit my house today? Are you tired from walking? Do you want to sit on the bamboo chair and let me massage your shoulders and legs for you?" Wei Pai reached out and pressed the little boy's head. "Go away." The little boy in green grabbed one of Wei Pai's sleeves with both hands. In the end, he was dragged by Wei Pai to the pond behind the bamboo building. The girl in pink shook her head. It was really embarrassing for her master. Wei Pai squatted beside the pond with clear water. The golden lotus seed had already begun to sprout. The little boy in green squatted beside him. "Old immortal Wei, can I discuss something with you?" Wei Pai stared at the extremely precious seed. After all, it was one of the relics left behind by the Taoist sect leader Lu Qin in this world. This was also the reason why the Divine Water Country was still connected to the country, even though it had been severed for so long. It was also the reason why Wei Pai had set his eyes on the Tiefu River's righteous god, Yanghua. As the only remaining god of the Divine Water Country, Wei Pai was able to escape from the calamity back then. He was at death's door until he became the righteous god of the Dali dynasty. Of course, Wei Pai's own forbearance was also very important. If he did not save himself, the heavens would not save him. Wei Pai's tone was indifferent. His words directly dispelled the little boy in green's hopes of getting lucky. That Imperial River Water God treats you like a fool. Are you so happy being a fool? The green-clothed child angrily got up and walked a few steps away. He turned his head and saw that Wei Ba's back was facing him. He stood where he was and began to kick and punch the eyesore's back before he hurriedly ran away. Before Wei Pai left Luapa Mountain, he smiled at the two little fellows sitting on the bamboo chair and said, "Your master will be back soon." Wei Pai swaggered off. The girl in pink was extremely excited, but for some reason when she turned her head, she found that the little boy in green, who should have been as happy as her, was sitting on the bamboo chair in a daze. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" The little boy in green murmured, "You're already so stupid. In the end, I was still called a fool by Wei Pai. Do you think our master will be very disappointed when he sees us this time?" The girl in pink stood up angrily. She no longer paid attention to this fellow, who treated her kindness as ill intent. She went to get a bucket of water and a rag and began to carefully wipe the bamboo house. The little boy in green bent over and held his cheeks. He had once looked forward to a scene. That was when the Imperial River Water God brothers came to Luapa Mountain as guests. He could confidently sit on the side and drink, watching Chinpingon and his brothers, regretting that they had not met earlier, calling each other brothers and exchanging toasts. In that case, he would be very proud. After the banquet, when he returned to Luapa Mountain with Chinpingon, he could boast to him about his Jianghu deeds and how glorious he was on Imperial River's side. But he realized that it was a little difficult. The little boy in green was a little disappointed. He looked down at the melon seed shells on the ground. It seemed that there were a few fish that had escaped the net. The bored little boy in green picked them up and ate them. It seemed that the taste was better than usual. The girl in pink, who was wiping the stairs of the bamboo house, happened to see this scene. She asked in surprise, "Are you already so poor? Don't tell me you gave all your family's assets to your Imperial River Water God brothers?" The little boy in green's mood had improved a lot. He rolled his eyes at her. "I'm not stupid. Don't you know how to leave some for your wife? I don't want to become an old bachelor like old Chui. You don't know how precious money is when you're young, so you should obediently be a bachelor when you're old. This principle, when our master returns home, I will also tell him, lest he still likes to be a child of wealth." There was a bang. The little boy in green was sent flying out of the cliff. The girl in pink was already used to this and was not worried about his safety. A long green snake suddenly appeared, riding on the clouds. Then it climbed up the cliff and returned to the appearance of the little boy in green, swaggering toward the bamboo house. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. No wonder loyal officials and good generals have such a hard time meeting a good end. Since ancient times, there was another bang. The little boy in green was sent flying again. When he returned to the top of the mountain for the second time, he saw a barefoot old man in scholarly robes standing on the second floor of the bamboo house. The little boy in green immediately shouted, "Old Chui, I didn't say anything this time." He was sent flying down the cliff again. The girl in pink was already wiping the railing on the second floor, somewhat puzzled. The old man surnamed Chui smiled. "Your skin is itching for a beating. You'll remember." The girl in pink was unable to refute and did not plead for mercy for the little boy in green. On the mountain path of Luapa Mountain, the little boy in green cursed as he ran up the mountain, on that isolated island in the sea near the central divine continent. On this day, the scholarly man rejected yet another visitor, causing a grand chancellor of the secondary saint lineage to be shut out. If this was before, even if the scholarly man was unwilling to open the door, he would still show his face. This time, he did not even show his face. The grand chancellor could only leave in disappointment. He could not help but feel anxious in the depths of his heart. He did not know why that scholar was so unreasonable this time. The scholarly man stood in the thatched house where Zhao Yao had lived back then. There was a path on the mountain of books. He stood in one corner, flipping through a Confucian book that he had casually pulled out. The Confucian sage who wrote this book had already lost his literary vein, as he had died in the river of time at a young age without any warning. His disciple had yet to truly grasp the essence of the literary vein. In less than 100 years, his literary legacy was severed. He put down the book and walked out of the thatched house. He came to the top of the mountain and continued to gaze at the sea. How did Zhao Yao come here back then? It was because of the protection of a remnant soul. Otherwise, even a grand heavenly master of Mount Longhu and a grand chancellor of the academia had to first knock on the door before entering. How could Zhao Yao have just gone with the flow and arrived here by coincidence? He retracted his gaze and looked at the cliff. Back then, Zhao Yao had been there, wanting to take a step out. Of course, he did not care. It was just that at that time, there was a middle-aged Confucian with white hair on his temples who had winked at him. Only then did he persuade Zhao Yao. After Zhao Yao had left the island, he had a conversation with the Confucian who had sent Zhao Yao here. He asked, "Since you care so much, why don't you show yourself to him?" That person replied, "Zhao Yao is still young. If he sees me, he will only feel more guilty. Some of the knots in his heart need to be untied by himself. After walking a long path, he will think it through sooner or later." He asked, then Qi Jingchun, "Are you not afraid that Zhao Yao will not know your thoughts even when he dies?" Zhao Yao's talent is not bad. It won't be difficult for him to establish a sect in the central divine continent. You have stripped away the literary chi from your life-bound characters and only used the purest chi of heaven and earth to hide it in the wooden dragon paperweight. You are waiting for the day when Zhao Yao's heart will blossom again. Are you not afraid that Zhao Yao will benefit other literary lineages, or even Taoism? Qi Jingchun replied, "It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as this student of mine is alive. Whether or not he inherits my literary lineage is not that important compared to Zhao Yao being able to peacefully pursue his studies for the rest of his life." Ooh, he sighed. Qi Jingchun, it's a pity for you. Qi Jingchun only smiled at that time and did not say anything. At this moment, this scholar of the central divine continent, who had once split open the Yellow River Paradise with a single sword, felt that there was one less close friend in life. Aquarius continent, Mount Yunxia, Kai Qinqian, who had already occupied a mountain residence by himself, was cultivating on the Pu. After opening her eyes, she stood up and walked to the viewing platform with a wide view. Fairy Kai, who had been progressing triumphantly on the path of cultivation and whose temperament had become colder and colder, seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Back then, there was a scholar whom she admired and respected the most. When he gave her the first painting of the River of Time, he did something that made Kai Qinqian feel like the world had turned upside down. Mr. Qi, who was perfect in her heart, actually asked a student for advice. He asked her sincerely, "If you send this painting to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, will it be superfluous? Will it not be beautiful?" Kai Qinqian could still remember clearly how she felt at that time. It was almost like a nascent soul cultivator going through a tribulation. She was struck by lightning. After Mr. Qi saw her dazed expression, he laughed and said, "When it comes to the matters between men and women in the world, I really know 6 out of 7 orifices, but I know none of them." Kai Qinqian kept a straight face and tried her best to keep it straight. Qi Jingchun said helplessly, "If you want to laugh, just laugh." In the end, Kai Qinqian didn't laugh. Deep in her heart, she was a little sad. She looked at Mr. Qi in a daze. After coming back to her senses, Kai Qinqian gave her answer. "If you don't like it, doing this may not be useful. It doesn't matter whether it's superfluous or not. If you already like it a little, you might like it even more after seeing it." At that time, after hearing Kai Qinqian's words, Mr. Qi seemed to have a lot of burden on his shoulders. He immediately smiled. Mr. Qi's smile at that time made Kai Qinqian feel that no matter how knowledgeable this man was, he was still in the human world. Kai Qinqian leaned on the railing and smiled. She was looking into the distance, but in fact, the spectacular scenery outside the viewing platform was not in her eyes. Secretly liking such a man, even if she knew that he wouldn't like her, Kai Qinqian felt that it was the most beautiful thing. On the path of cultivation, no matter if it was 100 years or 1,000 years in the future, Kai Qinqian was willing to think of him in the quiet moments when there was no one around. In the middle of the Aquarius continent, there was an immortal fairy that connected to the southern border of the Zhuang dynasty. Lu Qingshan bought a big pot of wine and sat by the river. He drank big mouthfuls after mouthfuls. Lu Boqi knew that this day would come sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. First, there was a conflict with a qi cultivator, which was a small matter. Then there was an even bigger nightmare, which was the farce in Qingwan country. She took the wine pot from Lu Qingshan's hand and said in a low voice, "I've barely studied, so I can't say anything. You're a scholar, so you might not listen to me. But no matter what, I hope you know something." Lu Boqi, the female champion of the saber division, held the wine pot with one hand and pressed the saber at her waist with the other. Her expression was sharp. There are many stupid and bad people in the world. It has nothing to do with how many books they've studied. When they meet a little good person or thing, They will hate it so much that they will either own it or destroy it. In the future, if you're willing to talk to such people about your principles, just say it. But if it doesn't make sense in the end, I'll do it. Lu Qingshan just kept shaking his head, shaking it with all his might. I understand all of this. I just want to know why Big Brother did that. I want to talk to my most respected big brother about my principles as a son. What should I do? I know that I'm not as good as Big Brother in all aspects. I just want to go home and talk to him about this. Is that okay? Lu Boqi shook her head for the first time. She had always gone along with Lu Qingfeng, but she didn't give in to Lu Qingfeng on this matter. Don't talk about this. You'd better bear with it. Lu Qingshan murmured. Why? Lu Boqi said, I don't know the reasons and principles behind this matter. I also don't want to talk nonsense to ease your mind, but I know that your big brother will only be in more pain than you right now. If you feel that rubbing salt on his wound will make you happy, you can go. I won't stop you, but I will look down on you. So Lu Qingshan is such a good-for-nothing. His heart is even smaller than a woman's. Lu Qingshan's face was blank. Lu Boqi was a little nervous. She asked directly, Did I say it too harshly? Lu Qingshan stared at her blankly for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed. He wiped his tears and snot away. It's okay. Lu Boqi then returned the wine pot to Lu Qingshan. You can drink now. Lu Qingshan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the wine pot and gulped down the wine. He drank until he vomited by the river. Lu Boqi patted his back gently. If you still want to drink, I'll buy more for you. Lu Qingshan shook his head gently. In the end, Lu Boqi carried Lu Qingshan on her back and walked on the street in front of everyone. On the road outside a county of Qingluan country after the heavy rain, it was muddy and puddles of water formed. A carriage driven by an old man from the county office slowed down. After a while, it sped up and rushed towards the county. Sitting in the carriage with the county magistrate was, he glanced at Lu Qingfeng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Wang He was one of the two people that the imperial tutor Cui Dong secretly sent into Qingluan country. Now, he was the county magistrate in name, but he was actually Lu Qingfeng's secretary to prevent some assassinations. From this, one could see how much Cui Dong valued this county magistrate of a small country. Wang He knew that there were a few women and children walking on the road behind the carriage. Wang He also closed his eyes. He, the fallen general of the Lu dynasty, finally started to look forward to what position this Qingluan civil servant could reach in the Dali imperial court, the northern border of the Zhuang dynasty. Chaos was everywhere. On a mountain road, there were a few immortal masters from small sections. They hid their identities and pretended to be mountain cultivators. They had already set their eyes on a convoy of officials who were escaping to the south. They were coincidentally met by Ma Kuxuan. One of the Qi refinement warriors was dragging a beautiful woman out of the carriage by her hair. He said that he wanted to have a taste of the county magistrate's wife. At first, Ma Kuxuan did not want to interfere. He continued on his own path. In the end, he was stopped by a Qi refinement warrior. Ma Kuxuan killed 1.5 with 2 punches. The last person fled in panic. Ma Kuxuan ignored him. The pitiful Qi refinement warrior was half dead. Ma Kuxuan stepped on his chest. Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, Is this how a bad person should be? If you are a bad person, you should at least have some judgment. Do you still need me to teach you this? Ma Kuxuan stepped on that person's chest. Ma Kuxuan continued on his way. He did not expect that among the relatives of the disheveled woman, there was a young man who felt extremely humiliated. He angrily asked Ma Kuxuan why he did not kill the last person. Was this not nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity? Ma Kuxuan killed that young man with a punch. Only then did he pass through the silent convoy. He only said, Stupid people who commit stupidity deserve to die more than bad people. After he left, the military cultivator from the Marshall Mountain appeared. He frowned and said, "That ignorant young man did not deserve to die." Ma Kushwan smiled and said, "Everyone should have died. Shouldn't you thank me for being chivalrous for once?" The woman lay on her son's corpse and wailed. She was filled with hatred and fear towards that crazy young man who did not care about human lives. The immortal sect closest to the capital of the Li dynasty, Changcheng. It was very quiet. The security was tight. Prince Song, he and his mother stood at the top of the mountain. They smiled and asked, "Uncle, are you trying to usurp the throne?" Song, he quickly shook his head and said, "But is there a need to go through so much trouble? Can't you just directly carry out an assassination? Can't the death warriors of the Great Sui Kingdom and the remnants of the Liu dynasty do the job?" "Mother, I think that at this moment, not to mention the Dali border army, even in the imperial court, there are many people who are urging Uncle to ascend the throne. Those who side with me and Mother are mostly civil officials. They are not of much use." The Dali woman who had lost all her power smiled and said, Don't underestimate your uncle. His heart is big, and he doesn't care about the dragon throne." Song, he did not believe it. Whether or not he cared about it was one thing. In the secular dynasty, who would care about the butt of the dragon throne? The woman comforted him. The people of Dali can be used. Song, he turned his head and said, "The people of the people? Mother, didn't you always say that those people are ignorant ants?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "It's fine for us mother and son to talk about such things. But in other situations, remember, if you know, but you cannot say it. In the future, when you become the emperor of a continent, you also have to learn to pretend to be stupid." It's the same with the wise and mighty uncle, and it's also the same with the civil and military officials. Song, he asked, "Then what about the people on the mountain?" The woman was actually a little hesitant. Song, he said, "I actually don't understand why Father always wants to compete with those immortals. If I were a chi cultivator, especially when my realm is high, who would be willing to be restrained by a human monarch? If I really become the emperor in the future, if I change the established national policy, do you think there will be more immortal forces who will surrender to me and surround my dragon throne? Maybe I can rely on this to gradually balance the imperial tutor and uncle." The short but extremely exquisite woman in the palace dress sighed. Don't say such stupid things in the future. It's best not to even think about it." Song, he said, "Okay, I'll listen to Mother." The woman smiled sweetly. He was the most likable in this aspect. He was obedient, so mother and son were of the same mind. As for the other one, she deliberately did not let herself think too much. Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Wan Xiu stood in her courtyard, eating the pastries bought from Dragon Riding Alley. In the courtyard, the chicks grew into hens and gave birth to a nest of chicks. The number of chicks and hens increased. That San Xian, who had been enlightened, showed signs of taking over the mountain and acting wildly in the mountains in the west. Fortunately, it had suffered before and did not dare to be too presumptuous. When it saw people in the streets, it would obediently tuck its tail between its legs. Wan Xiu finished eating the pastries, put away the embroidered handkerchief, and clapped her hands. She swept up. She came to the cliff where someone had carved the words Tian Kai Shin Xiu. She walked down from the top of the cliff. When she reached the bottom of the cliff, she went back the way she came. On this day, Chun Pingan took Li Baoping and Pei Qian to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for a stroll. Chui Dongshan stood in his study and glanced at the immortal scrolls that were casually piled up. Then he looked at the books that Chun Pingan had borrowed from the library. There were also Chun Pingan's carving knife and a few bamboo slips on the desk. They were all for the convenience of copying the words on the books. They were not put away. Chui Dongshan was a little happy. Li Baoping, Pei Qian, and Li Huai treated this place as their own territory. Didn't Qin Pingan have such signs? However, Chui Dongshan was still in a bad mood today. For no reason, Chui Dongshan was even more helpless. Whatever he could do, he had done it both openly and secretly. But it still seemed very difficult. He left the study and sat cross-legged on the green bamboo corridor. He pressed his palm against the floor and smiled. "Little fellow, come out." Chui Dongshan suddenly raised his sleeve. A little fellow was pulled out. It was dizzy and swaying. When the little lotus figure realized that it was Chui Dongshan, it wanted to run back underground. However, it realized that no matter how it jumped, it could not do so. It wanted to run out of the corridor and try in the courtyard. However, it seemed to have hit the wall and fell back into the corridor. Chui Dongshan laughed. "Little fool." The little lotus figure sat on the ground with its head drooping. Chui Dongshan looked at it. He thought of himself. Back then, when he was studying, he accompanied a poor old scholar in a poor alley. Although he was not considered a master, he was already a chi cultivator. If the old scholar had not set so many complicated rules at the beginning, how could the master and disciple be in such a miserable state? They could not even eat their fill. Then, finally, one day he wanted to earn some money back. As for whether he would be expelled from the school by the old scholar according to the agreement, he did not care. A man could not hold his pee to death. But when he came back with a big bag of silver, the old scholar said 2 sentences expressionlessly. The first sentence was that they were no longer master and disciple. The second sentence was that he hoped that no matter where the money came from, he would send it back to where it came from. This was because the money was his disciples' ill-gotten gains. But after that, Chui sure loved to swindle and rob people. He was an old elementary scholar and couldn't even teach his first disciple well. He didn't have the ability to do so. At that time, the young Chui Dong was just like the little lotus figure now. He lowered his head and did not speak. Perhaps his mentality was very different, but his pitiful appearance was the same. Chui Dongshan remembered the young Chui Dong. He did not cry and begged the old scholar not to expel him from the school. He only said 2 sentences. "I can return the silver, but I hope you can leave 1 or 2 silver ingots." He owed half a year's worth of money for his studies, so he would treat it as a quid pro quo. The second sentence was that the young Chui Dong told the old scholar to take the silver and buy a few good brushes. Even if he had some knowledge, how could he write an article if he did not want to throw away the brushes? That day, the old scholar asked Chui Dong to wait in the house with 4 bare walls. The old Shiotsai walked out of the house and sighed secretly in the shabby alley. In the end, he shamelessly borrowed some money from one of his neighbors and scolded the shrew, who didn't like his poor appearance. He said a lot of nonsense in a strange tone. The old scholar did not talk back and just smiled. The old scholar spent all the money and bought half a roast chicken wrapped in oil paper. He swaggered back to the house and did not mention anything about chasing Chui Dong away. He just asked Chui Dong to sit down and eat the roast chicken. The 2 of them sat across from each other at the broken table. Chui Dong ate for a while and asked the old scholar why he did not eat. The old scholar said that he had a toothache recently and could not eat greasy food. The young Chui Dong lowered his head and continued eating. He asked the old scholar, "Did you borrow money to buy a brush?" The old scholar patted his stomach and said, "Since I'm here, I can't run away. It doesn't matter if I write later. I can write more articles in one go." The young Chui sure actually knew that the poor and pedantic scholar was just trying to hide the fact that his stomach was growling from hunger. The old scholar finally said softly, "Xiao Li, this half a roast chicken, whether it's you or me, we can only use money to buy it. But the knowledge in my teacher's stomach is untimely. You can take as much as you can. You don't have to spend money. Of course, it doesn't seem to be worth much. We scholars, as long as we don't starve to death, we still have to be reasonable." In fact, That day was the first time Cui Dong left the school of the Sage of Literature, although it was only for a short period of less than 2 hours. But later on, his junior apprentice brothers Hua and Qi Jingchun, as well as all the students and registered disciples of the Sage of Literature, did not know about this. Cui Dong did not say anything, and the old scholar also did not say anything. Today, Cui Dongshan used his finger to knock on the head of the little lotus and smiled. I want to talk to you about something serious. It has to do with my teacher. Do you want to hear it? The little guy hesitated for a long time and nodded. Cui Dongshan slowly said, "My teacher has a mountain called Luo Pa Mountain. There is a pond there, and there is a golden lotus seed in it. It is very likely that it is your chance to prove your Tao. For example, you can break through the Yuaning bottleneck and become the first of the 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. At that time, Luo Pa Mountain will also benefit greatly. Through you, it can stabilize and condense a large amount of Ling Qi and chance. In the matter of cultivation, there are some barriers that I think are first come, first served. If you are late, you won't even have the chance to squat in the latrine." The little lotus blinked and then raised his arm and clenched his fist, probably to encourage himself. Cui Dongshan shook his head. "But I want you to do one thing. In the future, when my teacher is not by your side and someone tells you this, when you feel that you are particularly useless, when you feel that you should do something for my teacher." Cui Dongshan said, "Don't do it." The little lotus was even more confused. Cui Dongshan pointed to his heart and then to the little guy and smiled. "You are the paradise in my teacher's heart." The little guy tilted his head, indicating that he did not understand. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked up. In you, he saw the most beautiful scene in his heart, and at least one of them. How should I say it? You are like my teacher looking back at all the hardships he suffered when he was young and produced a flower. Seeing you, my teacher will feel at ease. So in the world, he is not alone. There are also fools like him, exactly the same. And then your luck was so good. You met. Perhaps one day, due to the complicated ways of the world, my husband will be helpless and change as well. At that time, if you haven't changed, my husband will be slightly more at ease. He will change less and slower. Cui Dongshan retracted his gaze. But if you do as I say, you will lose a huge chance. The little lotus shook his head, as if to say that it was fine. Cui Dongshan smiled brightly. He leaned forward and extended his little finger. "Then let's make a pinky promise." The little lotus with only one arm raised that arm and made a pinky promise with Cui Dongshan. The difference in the size of their fingers was very interesting. Cui Dongshan bent over and smiled. "Hang for 100 years. Yes, if possible. 1,000 years, 10,000 years. The little guy nodded vigorously. Cui Dongshan suddenly said fiercely, "If you go back on your word one day, I will beat you to death, put you on the chopping board, kacha, cut you into 8 pieces, boil soup, add onions and garlic, sprinkle oil and salt." Halfway through, Cui Dongshan laughed to himself and made a funny face. As if he was not satisfied, he stretched out his hands, opened his mouth, and made a strange face. The little lotus chuckled and simply lay on the ground, dancing with joy. Cui Dongshan also laughed heartily. In the long years after, there had always been such a little demon in Luo Pa Mountain. It was carefree, naive, and innocent. No matter how high Chin Pingan's achievements were in the future, every time he went out to travel and returned to his hometown, he would spend some time alone with the little guy, simply and confide in him. For 18, he probably sensed that Chin Pingan's state of mind was fluctuating. Mao Xiaodong did not call Chin Pingan to the study room. Instead, he chose a quiet night and took Chin Pingan to walk around the academy. Mao Xiaodong was always like this. No matter how he acted or how he taught people, he always abided by one thing. What he taught you was his own principles. Be it the students of the academy or younger brother Chinpingan, you should listen to it first and take it as a suggestion. It might not be suitable for you, but at least you can use it to broaden your horizons. Chun Pingan and Mao Xiaodong walked through the headmaster's hall, where the statues of the three sages were hung, the library where the occasional candlelight shone, and the houses where people were either snoring or talking in their sleep. Finally, they walked to the peak of Mount Donghua and looked down at the night view of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. Rich places were brightly lit and continuous. It was as if they could feel the singing and dancing even from a distance. Even in a poor and cold place, there was still moonlight to accompany them, as well as daily necessities. Chun Pingan suddenly said, "Mountain Master Mao, I've thought it through. Refining the 5 natal items to gather the 5 elements is to rebuild the longevity bridge. But I still want to practice martial arts. After all, practicing martial arts is also practicing swordsmanship. As for whether I can nurture my natal flying sword and become a swordsman, let's not think about it first. So next, except for the few key aperture points that may be suitable for the natal items of the 5 elements, I will still give the pure martial genuine qi in my body to nurture as much as possible." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, "I think this plan is feasible. As for whether the final result is good or bad, don't ask about the harvest first. Just ask about the cultivation." Chun Pingan nodded. Actually, Mao Xiaodong did not say it clearly. The reason why he approved of Chun Pingan's action was that Chun Pingan only opened up 5 mansions and gave the rest of the territory to Wu Fu with both hands. It was not a dead end. The human body was a small world. In fact, there was also a saying that it was a paradise. Below the level of Jindan, all the acupoints and mansions, no matter how well you managed them, were still in the category of a paradise. Only after forming the Jindan could one have a preliminary understanding of the mysteries of the paradise. A certain Taoist classic had already stated clearly, revealing the mysteries of heaven. The cave in the mountain is connected to the heavens, connecting all the mountains, resonating with each other from afar. The qi of heaven and earth is one. Only by becoming a Jindan expert can one be considered a member of my generation. Naturally, there was a reason why this saying was so popular in the world and was regarded as a standard by all qi refinement warriors. Mao Xiaodong didn't mention it because as long as Chun Pingan moved forward step by step, he would reach that step sooner or later. If he said it too early and suddenly had a beautiful vision, it might shake Chun Pingan's state of mind that had calmed down with great difficulty. Imparting Tao had never been easy. How could one not be cautious? To carve a beautiful jade, one had to remove the impurities and preserve the essence with every cut. One must not hurt the tendons, bones, and spirit. How difficult was it? How could one not consider it carefully? Taking a step back, wasn't Chun Pingan the same way when he treated the young lady named Pei Qian? It was just that Chun Pingan might not be aware of it for the time being. Mao Xiaodong said softly, "Regarding the evil of human nature that teacher mentioned, all of us disciples had our own understanding in our early years. Some of us were silent like teacher, denying themselves and changing their tune. Some were hesitant and self-doubting. Some used this to fish for compliments and flaunted their own mavericks. They claimed that they wanted to go against the trend and never wallow in the mire, inheriting teachers' literary vein. With all these, the human heart is changeable. Our branch's literary vein has almost been cut off. Internally, it is already a chaotic scene with all kinds of living beings. Think about it. How complicated would it be if the Sage of Rites and the secondary sage had their own literary vein and truly had disciples all over the world? Chun Pingan's shoulder was lightly patted by Mao Xiaodong. There's still a long way to go. Chun Pingan smiled bitterly. There are only 2 shoulders. Mao Xiaodong laughed and said, "This is called watching people carry a burden without difficulty and watching the tide from the shore find the water too small." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. The first half of the sentence was an old saying from his hometown. That night, Pei Qian and Li Huai hid outside the small courtyard. The two of them agreed to put on black scarves and pretend to be assassins to secretly assassinate Cui Dongshan, who liked to sleep in the green bamboo corridor. They couldn't read so many Jianghu novels for nothing. They had to apply what they had learned. Pei Qian generously lent a bamboo sword to Li Huai. The two of them discussed at Li Huai's school and felt that they had to climb over the wall instead of through the gate. Otherwise, they couldn't show the demeanor of a master and the danger of Jianghu. Lu Guan and Ma Lian wanted to join and be the lackeys of Princess Pei Qian. Unfortunately, they were firmly rejected by Pei Qian, who said that they were just inexperienced young heroes and couldn't kill the big devil. They would only be courting death. The two of them arrived at the quiet path outside the wall of the small courtyard. Using the same path as before, Pei Qian leaped onto the top of the wall first. Then he tossed the mountaineering staff, which had made a great contribution, to Li Huai, who was anxiously standing below. Li Huai didn't make any mistakes when he jumped on the wall. Pei Qian looked at him with admiration. Li Huai straightened his chest and stroked his hair like someone else. When the two of them landed, Pei Qian was as silent as a cat while Li Huai made a big noise in the middle of winter. Pei Qian said angrily, "Li Huai, what's wrong with you? Why are you making such a big noise? That's called fighting on the battlefield, not sneaking into the tiger's den to assassinate the big devil." Again, Li Huai admitted that he was in the wrong and didn't talk back. He asked in a low voice, "Then how do we leave the courtyard?" Pei Qian stared at him and said, "Go through the gate. Anyway, we've failed this time." The two of them left the courtyard through the unlocked gate and came to the path outside the courtyard wall. Cui Dongshan, who was lying on the other side of the corridor, rolled his eyes. Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick and said, "I'm an iron-blooded and cruel man in Jianghu." Li Huai imitated him and said, "I'm a merciful killer. I kill without blinking. I set off a bloody storm in Jianghu." Pei Qian was a little dissatisfied. "Why are you talking so much? You're losing momentum. Look at the most famous heroes in books. Their nicknames are at most 4 or 5 words. Do you think it's reasonable to have more?" Li Huai felt that it made sense. He pretended to wear a bamboo hat and imitated a certain someone. He reached out his hand to adjust the bamboo hat and held the bamboo sword at his waist with one hand. "I am a merciful killer and swordsman." The two of them climbed up the wall one after another. This time, they didn't make any mistakes. Then, Pei Qian and Li Huai did a roll in the courtyard one after the other. This was a premeditated step. Otherwise, they would find it too boring to just run up the steps and give Cui Dongshan a knife and a sword. After getting up from the ground, the two of them tiptoed up the stairs and stretched out their hands to hold down the bamboo blade and bamboo sword. Pei Qian was about to slash the notorious great devil of the Jianghu to death when Li Huai suddenly shouted, "Devil, die." Pei Qian suddenly stopped and turned to glare at Li Huai. Li Huai was stunned. "What's wrong?" Pei Qian asked, "Aren't you an assassin who comes and goes without a trace? Why would an assassin yell before killing someone?" Li Huai suddenly understood. Pei Qian stomped his foot. "We have to do it again." Li Huai apologized profusely. The two of them didn't care about the devil at all. The two of them ran to the courtyard gate again. Cui Dongshan sat up and said helplessly, "I'm a big devil waiting for death. I'm even more tired than you." After leaving the courtyard, Pei Qian scolded, "Li Huai, if you mess around again, I won't take you to Jianghu anymore." Li Huai promised it won't go wrong. Pei Qian suddenly asked, "I'm just a nominal disciple now. My position in the gang is even lower than yours." After making this contribution, Do you think Bao Ping Jie will promote me to be a small branch leader? Li Huai nodded. Definitely. If Li Baoping doesn't know how to reward or punish, it doesn't matter. I can give you the position of a small branch leader. I'll just be an assistant. Pei Qian said like an old man. I didn't expect Li Huai to be such a warm-hearted true swordsman, even though your martial arts are ordinary, Li Huai retorted. Assassin, swordsman. As a result, the two of them were hit on the head by a chestnut. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here? Pei Qian saw that it was Qin Pingan and immediately kicked Li Huai. Li Huai said heroically, I invited Pei Qian to help me get rid of evil for the people and assassinate the big devil Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Okay, the big devil will be dealt with by a swordsman with unparalleled martial arts. You two are not strong enough now. Let's talk about it later. Pei Qian took back the bamboo sword from Li Huai and went to sleep in the side room of the courtyard. Previously, he slept with Li Baoping in the school dormitory, but today was an exception. Chun Pingan brought Li Huai back to the school dormitory. Chun Pingan met a teacher who was patrolling the academy at night. Coincidentally, he was familiar with him. He was actually the gatekeeper with the surname Liang, a nameless nascent soul cultivator. Thus, Qin Pingan exonerated Li Huai and found a reason to avoid punishment. The old teacher was easy to talk to and didn't mind at all. Instead, he pulled Qin Pingan and chatted for a while. Li Huai felt very proud and wished that everyone in the academy could see this scene and envy him for having such a friend. After Qin Pingan said goodbye to the old teacher, he touched Li Huai's head and said something that Li Huai didn't understand at that time. I can do this kind of thing, but you can't think that you can do it often. Li Huai said, Don't worry, I will study hard in the future. Chun Pingan said, Whether you study well or not, and whether you have the ability to understand are one thing, but the attitude toward studying is, to a large extent, another thing than the achievement of studying. It is often more important on the road of life. So, it is not a bad thing to study hard when you are young. In the future, even if you don't study and don't deal with the books of sages, when you do other things that you like, you will get used to working hard. Li Huai didn't quite understand. As Chun Pingan walked, he casually drew a line in front of him. For example, this is a line in everyone's road of life. All of our temperament, state of mind, reason, and cognition will involuntarily move closer to this line. Other than the teachers and teachers of the academy, most people will one day move further and further away from reading books and sages on the surface. But our attitude towards life and context may have long existed a line. In the future, our life will move forward along this line. Even we don't know about it, but the influence of this line on us will be with us for life. Then Qin Pingan drew a circle around the front of the line. I have walked a long road and know many people. I also understand your temperament. So I can plead with the old teacher to let you not follow the curfew tonight and be exempted from punishment. But you can't do it yourself because you are younger than me. You're much younger than me. You can't compete with the rules because you don't know the real rules. Li Huai stared blankly at Qin Pingan. Suddenly, he pulled a long face and said, I don't really understand what you're saying. I can only barely remember it. Chun Pingan, why do I feel like you're leaving the academy? It sounds like you were saying your last words. The two of them had already walked near Li Huai's school. Chun Pingan kicked Li Huai's butt and laughed angrily. Get lost! Li Huai rubbed his butt and walked to the door of the school. He turned his head to look. Chun Pingan was still standing at the same spot and waved at him. It was always like this. Chun Pingan returned to Cui Dongshan's courtyard. Lin Shuyi and Xie Xie were cultivating. Once a qi cultivator embarked on the path of cultivation, before becoming an earth immortal of golden core, they would not differentiate between day and night. A cultivator could not help but cut off the mortal world and be pure of heart and few desires. Chun Pingon sighed softly. He began to practice the heaven and earth pillar and walking upside down in the courtyard. He used a breath of pure vital qi to nourish his internal organs, meridians, and bones. Legend had it that after becoming the seventh golden body of a martial artist, one's qi would be channeled to the ninth level and could reach the perfect state where no qi could enter or exit the nose. When one reached the 10th level of a martial artist, which was the final stage of the level of the old man's surnamed Chui, Lier, and Song Jianqiang, one could truly form a small world of their own, like an ancient god descending to the mortal world. Those who were good at using qi could make the river flow against the current. They could burn the lake and boil the sea. They could also be in the midst of a great plague and remain untainted. That was the principle. Chun Pingon suddenly remembered the trip to the inverted mountain and the tall woman he met on the street. At that time, Chun Pingon's eyesight was shallow, and he could not see much. Now that he thought about it, she was most likely a 10th level martial artist. Martial artist Dao, heaven and earth as one. Chui Dongshan was not in the courtyard. He appeared at the peak of Mount Donghua. He stood together with Mao Xiaodong. Chui Dongshan said some words that were not very polite. When it comes to teaching and preaching, you are far inferior to Qi Jingchun. You are only mending the walls and windows of the house, but Qi Jingchun is helping the students build houses. It was rare that Mao Xiaodong did not argue with Chui Dongshan. Chui Dongshan said slowly, Zhao Yao has never had to worry about food and clothing since he was young. He is naturally intelligent and has a gentle temperament. We have to teach him to give up some things and understand the difficulties and hardships of this world. Only then can he truly understand what is in his heart and what is in his hands. Song Jisun seems domineering and sharp, but he is actually inferior and timid. We have to teach him some legalism knowledge similar to Confucianism to strengthen his heart and make him understand the rules clearly. When it comes to governing a country, we have to abandon petty cleverness and obtain great wisdom. We will not deviate too far from Confucianism and will ultimately walk the right path. As for my master, he is used to having nothing. His heart is extremely hard, but he has no one to rely on. He has to learn to pick up some things and then constantly read and understand people. Then he will use the principles that he constantly ponders as the ballast of a small boat drifting in the sea of bitterness. This is called teaching according to one's aptitude. There is no discrimination in education. Mao Xiaodong finally opened his mouth and said, I do not deny that I am inferior to Qi Jingchun, but this is not a reason why I am inferior to you, Chui Dong. Chui Dongshan laughed and said, compared to someone like me, don't you think you are too shabby? Mao Xiaodong twitched the corner of his mouth and disdained to speak. Chui Dongshan laughed and said, when will you officially enter the upper 5 realms? I will prepare a congratulatory gift for you when the time comes. Mao Xiaodong was unwilling to answer this question. His heart was heavy. Will there be a big problem over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? The 100 schools of thought are so active now. They are betting on the various dynasties of the 9 great continents. This greatly violates common sense. Why do I feel that? Mao Xiaodong did not continue speaking. Chui Dongshan sighed and said, the whole world feels that the felons resisting the demon race is something that the 9 great continents are used to. It is the responsibility of the sword cultivators. As for the truth and the result, let's wait and see. Mao Xiaodong turned to look at him. Chui Dongshan looked into the distance. Put yourself in their shoes. If you are a remnant of the demon race that left behind the great continent, do you want to return to your roots? If you are a remnant of the felons who are confined to a circle, do you want to turn around and tell the great continent what you have been holding in your heart for countless years? Mao Xiaodong frowned and said, the Great Wall of Sword Qi has always been guarded by the saints of the 3 sects. Chui Dongshan laughed. Not to mention the entire desolate world, even half of it. As long as they are willing to work together and are willing to pay any price, they can take down a great wall of sword chi and swallow a few continents of the great continent. Is it difficult? Mao Xiaodong said, I don't think it is easy. Chui Dongshan did not deny it. He only said, you will know the answer if you read more history books. Mao Xiaodong hesitated for a moment. In the South Swirl continent closest to the inverted hanging mountain, there is a Chun Chunan who can carry the sun and moon on his shoulders. Chui Dongshan said slowly, there are also some people in the history books. If they die early, their names will be passed down through the ages. If they die late, their names will go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Mao Xiaodong was about to say something when Chui Dongshan turned to him and said with a smile, I am talking nonsense here. Are you taking it seriously? Mao Xiaodong said, if it turns out that you are talking nonsense, then I will treat you to a drink. Chui Dongshan laughed. As expected of a scholar who is about to enter the pure jade realm, the higher your cultivation, the more magnanimous you become. Mao Xiaodong looked around. In the vast world, the territory was vast. Naturally, there were wars and chaos in every continent. However, on the whole, it was still like the capital of the great Sui dynasty. Singing and dancing were peaceful. Children could only read about the rivers of blood flowing through the rivers and the thousands of li of starvation. Every day, the adults would haggle over every ounce of firewood, rice oil, and salt. The scholars who studied bitterly all thought about becoming field servants in the imperial court and ascending to the emperor's hall in the evening. Many scholars who had already become officials, even if they were already in the large vat of officialdom, things remained the same, but people had changed. Occasionally, when they flipped through books in the dead of night, perhaps they would still feel ashamed to face the teachings of those sages and virtuous men. They yearned for those high mountains and bright moonlight, the bright universe. Chui Dongshan looked at the nominal disciple of the sage of literature, who he used to look down on. He suddenly stood on tiptoe and patted Mao Xiaodong on the shoulder. Don't worry. In the vast world, there are still people like my master and your junior brother. Besides, there is still some time. For example, little treasure bottle, Li Huai, Lin Shi, they will all grow up. By the way, what's the saying? Mao Xiaodong said one of his teacher's famous sayings, the student surpasses the master. Chui Dongshan coughed and said, to tell you the truth, the reason why old Xiu was able to say these words was because of me. I might as well tell you the reason for this. At that time, old Xiu and I were passing by a dye house and met a beautiful young lady. Mao Xiaodong grabbed Chui Dongshan's shoulder and threw him off the peak of Mount Donghua. He scolded, little bastard, are you addicted to talking nonsense? In the wilderness, 3 moons hung in the sky. It was a huge abyss shaped like an ancient well. It was known as the Hall of Martyrs. It was said that this place was once the battlefield site of a great demon ancestor in ancient times. He had a great battle with a young Taoist who rode a bull from afar. In this world, the battle was described in a soul-stirring way. Only a handful of demons knew the truth. In fact, the battle was real, but it wasn't between the demon and the young Taoist who rode a bull. It was an even more tragic battle from a long time ago. However, at that time, an extremely senior demon had climbed up the well for thousands of years and finally broke free with great difficulty. After going through untold hardships, he climbed out of the well and reached the mouth of the well. Then the Taoist stood on the mouth of the well and gently pressed down with a finger, knocking him back to the bottom of the well. Now, above the 4 walls of this well, there were huge seats arranged in a circle. There were a total of 14 seats, and the seats were uneven. There was a broken mountain that hung upside down like a high platform. There was also a bejeweled jade palace that seemed to be part of the legendary ancient celestial court. There was also a huge corpse floating in the endless void. There was a huge skeleton throne made of white bones. There was a white bone demon that was as white as jade. It was holding a cup of wine, and beneath its feet was a head that it gently twisted. There was a pillar that was thousands of feet tall, carved with ancient runes. It towered in the void, and there was a long scarlet snake coiled around it. Dim dragon pearls slowly rotated. There was nothing on a tattered gray robe that fluttered in the windless air. There was a tall and sturdy figure wearing golden armor and a visor. Golden light constantly flowed out from the gaps of the armor like flowing water. It was like a blazing sun that had been restrained in a deep well. There was a woman wearing an imperial crown and a black dragon robe. She had the head of a human and the body of a flood dragon. Her long tail dragged straight into the abyss. There were countless ethereal women that were the size of rice grains compared to her enormous figure. They held people in their arms, and colorful ribbons lingered around their graceful bodies. There were hundreds of them. The woman was bored. She held her chin with one hand and stretched out two fingers with the other, crushing the people women one by one. There was a Taoist in a snow-white Taoist robe, whose face could not be seen clearly. He was 3,000 feet tall. Compared to the other neighbors on the other thrones, he still appeared extremely small. However, a crescent moon appeared behind him. There was a burly giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, who was bare-chested and exposed his stomach. He sat cross-legged on a chair, made of stacked golden books. On the chair, there was a shocking wound on his chest. It was caused by the sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. None of the great demons here had participated in the earth-shattering battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Most of the hidden existences were awakened from their endless slumber. A small number of them had been famous for thousands of years, but they had never cared about the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had always chosen to watch coldly from the sidelines. The 2 great demons that had visited the blind old man in the 100,000 mountains were also not qualified to have a seat here. The 14 seats surrounded a hovering stone in the middle. When the figure of an old man slowly appeared in the middle, 2 more ancient great demons hurriedly appeared, as if they absolutely did not dare to be behind the old man. The old man surveyed his surroundings. There was still one empty seat, with only a saber there. That seat was the newest to appear in the Abyss Martyr's Palace. It was also the 3rd highest throne after the old man. The old man did not say anything. In this desolate world, true experts were revered more than anywhere else. The owner of the saber had secretly fought 2 life-and-death battles with Alliance of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, they still called each other brothers and drank together. Once, when he had nothing to do, he went to the 100,000 mountains to help the blind old man move mountains. Second only to the old man was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholarly robe. He sat upright and still. He did not reveal his true form as a demon and appeared as small as a mustard seed. This person's seat was even higher than the sword, including the scholarly great demon. All the great demons present stood up to show their respect to the old man. The old man said, "There's no need to wait for him. Let's begin the meeting." Only then did the demons slowly take their seats. The old man looked at the scholarly great demon. "Whatever you say next, everyone present will do it. If anyone disagrees, I'll persuade them. If anyone agrees after the matter," the scholarly great demon added with a smile, "if they agree in public but oppose in private." The old man nodded. "Then I'll talk to them personally." In the desolate world, a youth who looked like a sword-bearing boy followed behind a burly man. The man's clothes were clean and tidy. The youth behind him was dressed in ragged clothes. The youth's eyes were different. In this world, he would be mocked as a bastard. In this barren and vast world filled with miasma, It was a symbol of strength to be able to walk around in human form. This man had fought with Alyang before, and they had also drunk together. The youth's body was tied with a mahis mechanism known as a sword rack. At a glance, when it was filled with swords, the youth's back looked like a peacock spreading its tail. In the vast world, Chao Ci of the Central Divine Continent's great Duan dynasty was dragged by her friend Lu Yuzhou to travel the world. Chao Ci never went to the martial temple, only the Confucian temple. Along the way, she killed demons and devils with her bare hands and hammered golden core evil cultivators. Lu Yuzhou only needed to watch from the side and applaud. Back then, when she passed through the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the inverted hanging mountain, Chao Ci broke through to the fifth realm. When she passed by a small country in the Central Divine Continent, she silently reached the sixth realm just by practicing her fists as usual. Her vast and dense martial arts fate flowed in all directions. A nearby martial temple was on the verge of collapse. The martial arts fate continued to flow like a flood, causing the martial arts fate of the country to grow by countless times. In the blue underworld, a youth covered in wounds and grief climbed up the mountain to beat the heavenly drum. After a moment of silence, a young Taoist priest with a lotus crown on his head appeared beside the youth with a smile and accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master. A Baek Kyung building with 5 cities and 12 floors shook from top to bottom. From then on, the Taoist ancestor had a new disciple. In the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy, Pei Qian and Li Baoping sat on a high branch at the peak of the mountain and looked under the tree together. Chun Pingon was practicing his fists. "419. 3 days later, Chun Pingon was leaving the Cliff Academy in the morning. Li Baoping found that Li Huai, Pei Qian, and the others had been sneaking together recently. Even youngest uncle was missing from time to time, which made Li Baoping a little disappointed. One day, Li Baoping came to Cui Dongshan's yard early in the morning to see youngest uncle off. Pei Qian didn't sleep with her yesterday, but borrowed the auspicious symbol and the small silver gourd from her. Li Baoping found that the whole yard was empty. Did youngest uncle sneak away again? Li Baoping turned around and was about to run to the foot of the mountain, but she found Cui Dongshan yawning and walking from a distant path. Li Baoping walked quickly in the same place, as if she could fly out like an arrow at any time. She asked anxiously, "Where is youngest uncle? How long has he been gone?" Cui Dongshan looked confused. "He left a long time ago. Don't you know what happened in the middle of the night last night?" Li Baoping stopped in his tracks and frowned. His face was still round, but his chin was starting to sharpen. Cui Dongshan sighed. Seeing that the little girl was about to burst the dam, he quickly comforted her. "Don't think too much. It must be that my master is afraid to see you like this. It was the same last time. Your youngest uncle had changed into new clothes and boots, but he still didn't go to the academy. I was the only one with him at that time, and he kept looking back at me." Li Baoping sniffled. Cui Dongshan asked tentatively, "How about I accompany you to the lake to relax and talk about my master?" Li Baoping thought for a while and nodded. The two went to the lake. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and there was no one around. If it was in the past, there would be some students of the academy reciting the sage poems here. Today, it was especially quiet. Cui Dongshan led Li Baoping to a high platform by the lake. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, "Little Baoping, I think your youngest martial uncle left without saying goodbye. Don't worry. As long as you don't recognize him as your youngest martial uncle, I will accompany you and don't recognize this teacher. Don't you think I'm very loyal?" Li Baoping glared at him and said, What are you talking about? In this world, there are only youngest martial uncles who don't want Li Baoping. There is no Li Baoping who doesn't want youngest martial uncles. Chui Dongshan pretended to be enlightened and said, "Oh, I see." Chui Dongshan snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, a brilliant golden halo lit up on the small paths around the lake. It was a lightning pool drawn by the immortal flying sword, Jin Sui. At that moment, Chui Dongshan removed a portion of the camouflage. Li Huai suddenly appeared on the small path by the lake in the distance. She saw this guy holding a white deer. Imitating someone, he wore a bamboo hat and a narrow saber with the auspicious symbol hanging from his waist. A small silver gourd swayed around his waist. Li Baoping stared blankly. After walking for a while, Li Huai opened his mouth in a clear voice. "I, Li Huai, have been in closed-door training for 3 days. I finally learned a good martial art. This time I'm going down the mountain to roam the Jianghu. I want to properly experience the abilities of heroes from all over the world." Chui Dongshan snapped his fingers again. Not far from the high platform, 2 figures appeared. Poor Zhu Lian and Shiro, playing the role of bandits. They were violently beating up the 2 weak scholars, Yu Lu and Lin Shi. Li Huai shouted, "Stop." Zhu Lian blocked Li Huai's path and shouted, "You also have to leave the passage money and hand over the money to buy your life." Li Huai laughed loudly. "Little thief without eyes, you dare to rob me. Hero Li, today I will roar when I see injustice. If you have the ability, then feel free to come and take it." Zhu Lian floated out a series of small steps, as if he was treading water. His fists lightly landed on Li Huai's chest. Li Huai didn't move. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Zhu Lian looked like he was struck by lightning. His body was like a sieve. He said with a trembling voice, This young hero has such deep internal strength." Then he flew out and twitched twice. He was probably dead, just like in the Ranger romance novels. Huan Huan Bo, Huan Huan Shimbar, Ba Gong Xian 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 11, Yi. Lang Wei Zhigao Shu Shushi rose shyly followed and lightly slapped at Li Huai. Li Huai waved his hand from afar and laughed. Scram. Shiro seemed to have been injured by the energy. She spun a few times in the air and fell to the ground in the distance. She raised a hand and pointed at Li Huai. She suppressed the shame and anger in her heart. "Just who are you? I have never heard of such an unfathomable expert in Jianghu." Li Huai stretched out a hand and placed it in front of his chest. He imitated the monk's words and said, I've sinned. It's because my martial arts are too high that I couldn't stop myself." Li Huai stopped his movements and came near the high platform. He looked around. "Remember, I am Li Huai, the branch leader of Longquan County's headquarters, Dongwuk the Mountain Branch, and the branch leader of the academy, Hero Li, known in Jianghu as the Invincible Dual Fists and the Peerless Dual Fists and Feet. Our branch leader is the current Wulin Jianghu Alliance leader who shook the world and unified the world, Li Baoping." Li Baoping crossed her arms in front of her chest and nodded lightly. Chui Dongshan snapped his fingers. Li Huai, Bai Lu, Julien, Shiro, and Yu Lu and Lin Shi all disappeared. At the same time, Yu Lu and Xie appeared on both sides of the lake. One of them was standing and playing the flute, while the other was sitting and playing the zither. They were like a pair of immortal heroes in Jianghu. The sound of the flute was faint, and the sound of the zither was melodious. It was getting more and more passionate. On the shore of the lake opposite Li Baoping's high platform, after Chui Dongshan smiled slightly, a dark and thin figure appeared in an instant. He ran wildly and used his walking stick to support himself on the ground. He leaped high into the air and pounced into the lake. In the air, he pulled out the bamboo blade and bamboo sword at his waist. His body spun and landed on the ground. He looked very impressive and very domineering. Every time Pei Qian landed on the surface of the lake, a golden flower would appear under his feet. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about falling into the water. Pei Qian first performed the white ape dragging blade style with the bamboo blade. His momentum was as strong as a tiger's. He ran straight in a straight line. After running for more than 100 feet, he shouted loudly towards Cui Dongshan's high platform and slashed down heavily with his saber. Then, with a tap of her toes, she stepped on the golden flower that Cui Dongshan had helped her control. She suddenly twisted her body and placed the bamboo blade back at her waist. After landing, she continued running forward with the crazy fiend sword technique that she had created. In order to be able to beat the wildest dog in the future, Pei Qian felt that she practiced martial arts very diligently. She felt that this unique set of martial arts was unparalleled in the world. Pei Qian practiced this set of sword style to her heart's content. He stood still and put away his bamboo sword. Pei Qian stood on the surface of the lake about 7 or 8 feet away from the high platform. He flicked his wrist, and suddenly a small gourd appeared in his hand. He raised it high and said loudly, "There's nothing good in Jianghu except for the wine. Where's the wine? Come, come, come. Who's going to drink the wine of Jianghu with me?" Cui Dongshan laughed heartily. He waved his sleeves and rushed towards Pei Qian. He stretched out his arms and flicked his fingers. While grabbing the small silver gourd, he drew out 2 streams of water essence from the lake to make wine. One lingered around the silver blade strengthening gourd, and the other lingered around the gourd in Pei Qian's hand. The 2 of them stood side by side, one big and one small. They both raised their heads to drink wine. Then Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian seemed to have practiced it countless times. They started to stagger in drunkenness. Then the 2 of them walked sideways like crabs. They spread their arms, and their sleeves billowed like waves. In the end, the 2 of them imitated the little girl in the red dress and walked on the spot. This scene made Li Baoping, who was standing alone on the high platform, smile from ear to ear. Cui Dongshan suddenly sat down and waved his sleeves. Something appeared out of nowhere and started to sing. It was a song about eating stinky tofu that Chen Pingan and Pei Qian had adapted from a folk song in Longquan County. Cui Dongshan sang loudly, "Waiter, I've read some books and learned a lot of words. I've accumulated a lot of knowledge, but I can't sell it for much." Pei Qian had already put away the gourd in his hand. He stuck out his chest and raised his head high. He walked in circles around Cui Dongshan. "Stinky tofu is delicious, but I can't afford it. There are demons and monsters on the mountain and water ghosts in the lake and river. I was so scared that I turned around and found that I'd been away from home for many years. I was so scared that I had to eat a piece of stinky tofu to calm myself down. Which family's little girl is from? She smells like orchids. Why is her face covered in tears? Don't you think she's pitiful? Eat stinky tofu. Stinky tofu is as fragrant as orchids." "Teacher, what should we do? There's a small paper kite basking in the sun on the branch. Climb the tree and pluck the kite. Go home and eat stinky tofu." Burning incense in front of the grave is like a young immortal, but the bones of his descendants have been in the grave for hundreds of years. Don't you think it's funny? Ooh, Cui Dongshan was talking nonsense. Pei Qian was stunned. Anyway, he didn't care anymore. He casually said, "Hey, who's the stinky tofu for?" "You have your reasons and I have my fists. Jianghu is so chaotic. When will the grudges end?" Cui Dongshan was still changing the ballad. Pei Qian pretended to be a drunkard again. He swayed left and right. "Stinky tofu goes well with wine. I'm full and not thirsty. It doesn't matter what Jianghu is like. People all say that immortals are good, but I don't think the mountain is free at all." Pei Qian glared at Cui Dongshan, who kept changing the ballad. He also hummed and shouted, "If you continue to do this, I'll be full of stinky tofu." Chui Dongshan didn't embarrass Pei Qian anymore. He stood up and asked, "We've eaten stinky tofu and drunk wine. Where's the sword immortal?" Pei Qian was also surprised. He asked, "Yes, we have the wine. Where's the sword immortal?" They looked at the high platform and said in unison, "Why don't you try shouting?" Li Baoping took a deep breath and said loudly, "Youngest uncle." Chui Dongshan snapped his fingers. Li Huai and the others showed up. Everyone looked at the top of Mount Donghua. Li Baoping also turned to look. A snow-white figure swept over from the top of the mountain. He landed on the lake with great momentum. His golden robe was fluttering. He was like a white-robed immortal standing on the surface of a dark mirror. Chun Pingon didn't carry the sword immortal on his back. He only had a sword-cultivating gourd hanging on his waist. Chun Pingon reached out his hand. Chui Dongshan took out a long sword from the object in front of him. He wiped it with 2 fingers and imitated Li Baoping's catchphrase. "Go." The long sword was unsheathed and cut through the sky. Chun Pingon reached out and held the sword. He drew an arc with the tip of the sword and held it behind his back. He put 2 fingers together in front of him and made a sword gesture. He laughed loudly and said, "People say that the snow is food and the bricks are mirrors. They are fools. I'll go against the current and hit the wall. After drinking all the wine in Jianghu, I know the truth of the world. I have one sword after another, and each sword will be faster. One day when I use my sword, it will be the best sword in the world." Ooh. Chun Pingon began to walk on the lake like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The sword in his hand moved freely like the wind sweeping autumn leaves. His body turned slightly to the right, and his left step landed lightly. He held the sword in his right hand and turned it along with him. He pulled it back slightly to the right and followed the sword with his eyes. Suddenly, his right foot turned into a bow step. The sword drew an arc upward. His eyes were sharp. Immortals lift up their clothes, and the sword comes out of their sleeves. Because of the momentum, the sword draws an arc. The fixed style is to look at the sword's tip. There are mountains and rivers on the sword's tip. Chun Pingon walked with big strides. The long sword was with him. The sword was continuous, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He suddenly stopped. He shook his wrist, and the tip of the sword flicked upward. The tip of the sword was like a white python spitting out its tongue. After the sword left his hand, it flew around Chun Pingon like a little bird. Chun Pingon moved forward with his essence, chi, spirit, and the fist's will. Chun Pingon's last punch landed heavily on the sword's hilt. The flying sword flew in circles in front of Chun Pingon. The sword's light flowed unpredictably like a bright moon on the lake. Chun Pingon stretched out an arm. His 2 fingers accurately touched the flying sword's hilt. He waved his big sleeve, and the flying sword flew more than 10 feet away. As Chun Pingon walked slowly, the flying sword followed him and drew circles, from small to big. It shone brightly on the lake, visiting the water deity temple at night, visiting the city god's pavilion in the day, a small boat in the flood dragon ditch, immortals carrying swords on their backs. People say that reason is the most useless, but I say that the book contains the sword immortal's will. Every word has the sword's light. Let the sage see my sword's chi rushing into a bowl. Li Baoping clapped her hands hard. Her face was red. Chun Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and threw it casually. He reached out his hand to control the sword. The tip of the sword touched the wine gourd. He waved the sword more freely than Pei Qian's crazy sword art. But no matter how he waved the sword, the blade-strengthening gourd stopped at the tip of the sword. Chun Pingon did not know that Cui Dongshan had already removed the thunder pool created by the golden sword's chi. Although outsiders could not hear him, many people in the academy could see him controlling the sword. A group of people stood at the gate of the academy. Chun Pingon had already carried the deity of sword and the big bamboo box. Pei Qian had a bag slung over his shoulder. He held the mountain walking staff in his hand and the sword at his waist. Zhu Lian and Shiro stood at the side. After Li Huai and Pei Qian whispered to each other for a while and agreed that they would definitely roam the Jianghu together in the future, Li Huai whispered to Chun Pingon, "When you arrive at Longquan County, you must remember to take a look at my house." Chun Pingon nodded and smiled. "No problem." Then he said to Li Baoping, Lin Shuyi, Li Huai, and the others, "You can all go to school. You don't have to see me off. I've already wasted a lot of time. I don't think the teachers want to see me in the future." Li Baoping did not insist on seeing her youngest uncle to the gate of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. She nodded. "Be careful, youngest uncle." Chun Pingon rubbed her head. "You don't have to remind me." Li Baoping smiled. Chun Pingon bowed to Mao Xiaodong. Mao Xiaodong nodded and smiled. "Come here often." In the end, it was Cui Dongshan who said he would see Mr. to the end of White Thatch Street. Pei Qian and Bao Ping Jijia also whispered to each other. Their heads were close together. Finally, Pei Qian beamed with joy. "Great, I got the young branch master." Chun Pingon and Cui Dongshan walked slowly at the front. They walked out of the main street and turned into White Thatch Street. Finally, at the end of White Thatch Street, Cui Dongshan finally stopped and said slowly, "Mister, I don't think the world has become worse than before. There are more and more cultivators on the mountain, and there are more and more people at the foot of the mountain. What do you think?" Chun Pingon nodded. That should be the case. Cui Dongshan raised his head and looked at the sky. He murmured, "But it's undeniable that the mountain peaks that rise above the earth are like swords pointing straight at the canopy of the sky. Every 100 or 1,000 years, they do appear less and less. So I hope that all our joys and sorrows don't become the pecking outside the chicken coop, the chirping of sparrows in the nest, and the mournful cries of cicadas on the branches." Cui Dongshan pointed to the sky. "Higher up in the sky, there will always be one or two cries of cranes. It's far from the ground, but it makes people feel sad. After looking up and hearing it, it's hard to forget." Chun Pingon smiled. "I think it's good that you can think this way." Chun Pingon hesitated. "Mister, you haven't read much and your knowledge is shallow. I can't give you an answer for now, but I will think about it. Even if I can't give you an answer in the end, I will tell you. Mister, you can't understand it, but I've stumped you. When that happens, I won't laugh at you." This was probably the first time in Chun Pingon's life that he admitted that he was Cui Dongshan's mister. Cui Dongshan smiled brightly and suddenly bowed deeply. He stood up and said softly, "Flowers bloom on the ridge of the hometown. Mister, you can slowly return home." Chun Pingon said helplessly, "It's already autumn." Cui Dongshan shook his head vigorously. "I hope Mister's state of mind is like spring all year round." For 20, sorry for the long wait, a chapter of 14,000 words. Chun Pingon was very familiar with the road from the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom back to Longquan County in Dali. He tried his best to choose small paths in the mountains. There was no one around. Other than using the heaven and earth stakes to walk, he would let Zhu Lian help him punch every day. The bigger the fight, the more serious it was. Zhu Lian started at level 6 and finally reached the peak of level 7. The more he fought, the more Pei Qian was worried. If Master did not wear that robe, how much more money would he have to spend on clothes? The first time they sparred, Chun Pingan called for a halt halfway through the fight. It turned out that his boots were torn, so he had no choice but to take off his boots and fight with Zhu Lian barefoot. After leaving the border of the Great Sui Kingdom, Chun Pingan changed into a pair of straw sandals. Pei Qian was overjoyed. Then Chun Pingan made a pair for her. Little Charcoal could not smile anymore. The straw sandals were sturdy. They were more reliable than ordinary boots when going up and down mountains. However, they still hurt his feet. Fortunately, Chun Pingan did not insist that Pei Qian wear them all the time. When Pei Qian used a needle to prick the blisters on the soles of his feet, Zhu Lian was making sarcastic remarks. The old and the young were used to fighting with words every day. At that time, Chun Pingan sat by the stream. He took off his straw sandals and stepped into the water. His thoughts drifted far away. He was not homesick, but compared to his first trip home, there were many more things he missed. The ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, the purchase of the mountain that Wei Pai mentioned, the business of the 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley, the repair of the clay bodhisattva, and the heavenly official statues in the Tomb of the Immortals. There were many things that Chun Pingan had never thought about before. After returning to the Longquan County, he would first go to the Lake of Letters to see Gu Kan. Then he would go to the Tsai Nation to visit the couple and the old nanny who was good at cooking. He also had to see the Shushui Nation's sword Saint Song Yuxiao. He still owed the old senior a hot pot. Chun Pingan also wanted to show off to the old senior that his beloved girl also liked him. It was not as scary as the old senior song made it out to be. Cui Dongshan, Lu Tai, and even Lu Qingshan of the Lion Garden. Chun Pingan naturally yearned for their scholarly elegance, but it was not enough for Chun Pingan to blindly lean towards them. This was called liking the new, but never wearying the old. Therefore, the more he accumulated, the more money he had. Chun Pingan felt that it was a good habit. Just like his talent for naming, it was one of the few things that could make Chun Pingan a little proud. Chun Pingan suddenly turned to Pei Qian and said, "In the future, you and Li Huai can roam the pugilistic world together. You don't have to be too restrained, and you don't have to learn from me." Pei Qian blushed and said, "I want to learn from Master, but I can't do it even if I want to." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Pei Qian, in the future, I will compile a book of flattery. It will definitely sell well in the pugilistic world. When the time comes, the money that I earn will be split equally with you." Pei Qian said seriously, "You can't go back on your word. We will split the money 50-50. Zhu Lian stretched out his hand and pointed at Pei Qian. "You in this life, you only care about money. You won't be able to climb out of it." Pei Qian imitated Li Huai, shook his head, and made a face. "I won't listen, I won't listen." Tortoise chanting scriptures. Chun Pingan smiled knowingly. "I heard from Li Huai that the 2 of you have decided to go around searching for treasures in the future." Zhu Lian teased. "Io, what a celestial couple. You're so young, and you've already decided to be together?" Pei Qian said angrily, "I am Li Huai's pugilistic friends. There's no love involved. Old chef, don't talk nonsense here." Then Pei Qian immediately changed his attitude and said to Chun Pingan with a smile, "Master, you don't have to worry about me siding with an outsider in the future. I'm not one of those pugilistic women who will faint at the sight of a man in the books. I've dug up all the valuable treasures with Li Huai and made an agreement with him to split them equally. When the time comes, I will definitely put my share into Master's pocket." Chun Pingan dismissed it with a smile. Afterwards, the group of people smoothly walked to the Yellow Ting Country's county city. It was located on the banks of the Imperial River. When Chun Pingan and Cui Dongshan came here together, they saw several sword cultivators crossing the streets on their swords. It was a mess. At that time, Chun Pingan did not stop them, Based on his own strength at that time, he was unable to do anything and could only watch from the side. As the old saying goes, a small temple has a big evil wind. Not to mention the southern territories of Dali, even the Great Sui Kingdom's borders, and Qingwan country's capital city, seemed like even Qi cultivators did not dare to be so unscrupulous. On the other hand, the immortal genealogists and wild cultivators of these small vassal states were very indulgent. Even the common people who were affected by the disaster could only blame their bad luck afterwards. This was because there was nowhere to seek justice. The imperial court was unwilling to intervene as it was a strenuous and unrewarding task. The local government did not dare to intervene. Even if there were chivalrous people who were indignant, they were powerless. In this county city, Cui Dongshan had subdued the little girl in pink in the Chao family's library, who had given birth to her true form as a fire python, and the green-robed child, who was acting like a tyrant in the Imperial River Water God's territory. The little girl in pink was a literary spirit that was born from the world's famous essays and popular poems. As for the green-robed child, according to what Wei Pai said in the letter, he seemed to have some connection with Lu Qin. As a result, this Taoist sect leader, who was currently in charge of the Baek Okekyang building, wanted to bring the green-robed child to the Qingming world. However, the green-robed child did not agree. Lu Qin left behind the golden lotus seed. At the same time, he requested that Qin Pingon help the green-robed child, a water snake, to walk the river and become a dragon in the North Continent in the future. Qin Pingon did not object to this. He did not even have much doubt about it. The county city was still bustling. It seemed that the people of the Huangting Kingdom did not feel much about the tribute from the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom to the Song clan. Their days were still leisurely. However, it was said that the Dali cavalry had been on a southern expedition. One of the cavalry troops had traveled south along the border between the Great Sui Kingdom and the Huangting Kingdom. It was not a serious offense, but it did not cause too much of a stir in the imperial court of the Huangting Kingdom. As they traveled deep into the hinterland of the Huangting Kingdom, they could often hear the discussions of the people in the streets. They were proud of the people of the Dali people for the Dali cavalry's invincibility. They were skeptical about the wise decision of the Huangting Kingdom's emperor at the beginning, but now they were all full of approval and praise. At the same time, the Purple Sun residents of the Huangting Kingdom, the Imperial River, the Hanshi River, and the Five Peaks became the first to be recognized by the Dali imperial court as immortal residences and landscape gods. As dusk approached, Pei Qian was undoubtedly the happiest when they entered the city. Although there was still a long way to go before they reached the Dali border, they were getting closer and closer to the Longquan County. It was as if every step she took was returning home. Recently, she was glowing with a cheerful aura. Zhu Lian did not feel too much. He probably still saw himself as a rootless duckweed, drifting here and there, never landing on the ground. He was just changing the scenery to see. However, Zhu Lian was still curious about the Longquan County, which had once been a small grotto heaven, especially after learning that there was a limitless grandmaster in Luo Pa Mountain. Zhu Lian wanted to see it. Only Shiro was filled with apprehension. Chun Pingon's intermittent chatter, coupled with Cui Dongshan's description of the Longquan County as a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, made Shiro feel that she would be a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth if she brought the remains of an immortal there. In particular, Cui Dongshan deliberately teased that it was not easy to live in the remains of an immortal, which made Shiro even more worried. Chun Pingon first bought some miscellaneous items when he entered the city, then chose a downtown restaurant, drank a few cups with Zhu Lian, bought 2 jars of wine, and then went to find an inn to stay at. When Chun Pingon once again walked on the bustling streets of this county, he did not encounter the free and easy sword cultivators who played games in the mortal world. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would not mind directly punching them out of their flying swords when they wantonly hurt people. As for whether there would be any subsequent disturbances that would implicate a few ancestors of the mountain, Chen Pingan did not mind. After walking through the inverted mountain and the map of the two continents, one would know about small vassal states like Huangting country. Generally speaking, a Jindan Earth immortal was already the leader of a country's immortal master and was out of reach. Moreover, if he really encountered a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Pingan did not dare to say that he could win in a single battle. With Zhu Lian, a martial artist in the remote travel realm, holding the line, and Shiro, who could swallow a nascent soul sword cultivator's natal flying sword unscathed, running away would not be difficult. For example, back then, the group of people stayed in the private residence of the old assistant minister of the Huangting country's Ministry of Revenue. Old Assistant Minister Cheng was a great scholar of Huangting country who was famous in the northern literary world of Aquarius continent. That Chen Pingan later learned that the old assistant minister had actually traveled the world in the history of Huangting country with different identities and appearances. At that time, the old assistant minister had treated Chen Pingan and his group with great hospitality when they happened to pass by. There was a large cliff near the elegant residence. It was a scenic spot that was frequented by tourists, and the scenery was marvelous. Later on, Cui Dongshan revealed the heavenly secret that the old assistant minister was a descendant of the ancient Shu country that had been in hibernation for a long time. Back then, with the personal recommendation of his student, he had already been recruited by the Dali imperial court as the deputy mountain chief of the Lu Academy in Cloud Mountain Forest. As for the old dragon's eldest daughter, she was the founder of the number 1 sect in Huangting country, Purple Yang Manor. His youngest son was the water god of Hanxi River. Among them, the old dragon's eldest daughter was a female Jindan flood dragon. Limited by her own natural endowments, she attempted to break through the bottleneck of the Jindan stage and ascend to the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, she was still a little short of success. Within 100 years, she could forget about advancing any further. Flood dragons were blessed by the heavens on their path of cultivation. However, after forming their gold core, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 5 greatest fated chances of the Li Zhu Grotto Heavenback then were the golden carp of Gao Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, the 4-legged snake that refused to stay in Chen Pingan's ancestral residence no matter what, the fire dragon that transformed into a bracelet and coiled around Wan Xiu's wrist, Zhao Kuang's wooden hornless dragon paperweight that was temporarily dormant, and the loach that Chen Pingan had personally caught and gifted to Gukan back then. The reason why they were so coveted was that they could ascend to the nascent soul realm without any obstacles. Whoever could raise one of them was equivalent to having a retainer, whose combat power was equivalent to that of a Jade Plane realm cultivator. In the Aquarius continent, where there were only a handful of cultivators in the upper 5 realms, which cultivator would not be envious. Moreover, these 5 flood dragons that were very close to the bloodline of a true dragon, once they recognized their master, their souls would be linked to each other, and they would be able to continuously nourish their master's corporeal body. Imperceptibly, it was equivalent to giving their master a sturdy physique equivalent to that of a pure martial artist in the golden body realm. When Chen Pingan was about to lead the way into an inn, he and Zhu Lian turned their heads to look at the main street. A tall and slender woman with a cold expression came slowly and walked in front of Chen Pingan and the others. She revealed a smile and said in fluent Dali official language, "Young Master Chen, my father is a good friend of your Dali North Peak's god Wei Pai." He is currently the deputy mountain head of Linlu Academy, and he had once received young Master Chen. Before leaving Huangting country, my father told me that if young Master Chen passes by this place in the future, I must do my best as a host and not neglect you. Not long ago, I received a letter from home from Mount Piercing Cloud, so I have been waiting in the vicinity for a long time. If this snooping has offended young Master Chen, I hope you can forgive me. Here, I sincerely invite young Master Chen to my Purple Sun Palace as a guest for a few days. Ooh, Chun Pingon asked, since I'm in a hurry, will it bring trouble to Senior if I politely decline Senior's invitation today? The tall woman, who was the eldest daughter of old Zhao and the founding ancestor of Purple Sun Palace, smiled and said, of course not, but I really hope that young Master Chen can stay in Purple Sun Palace for a day or two. The scenery there is not bad, and there are some mountain specialties that can be taken out. If young Master Chen doesn't agree, I won't be scolded by my father and the mountain god. But if young Master Chen is willing to give me face, I will definitely be remembered by my father and Wei Pai. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and nodded with a smile. All right, then shall we trouble Senior for a day or two? The tall woman, who was a descendant of the ancient Shu country's Jiao dragon, took out a small boat that was as small as a woman's finger and threw it on the ground. Mist filled the air, and suddenly a pocket-sized ship with engraved railings and painted rafters appeared. It was 3 stories high and could easily carry 40 to 50 people. Fortunately, when she threw this magic treasure, the woman had already waved her sleeves silently, and the pedestrians on the street were gently pulled to the sides of the street. At the same time, she took out a stack of talisman papers of different colors from her sleeves. After she let go, the talisman papers floated to the ground, and slender and beautiful girls appeared. They were dazzling, and it was impossible to recognize that they were just a stack of talisman paper dolls just a moment ago. They were nimble and quickly moved a boarding plank from the ship. The tall woman smiled and said, "Young master, please board the ship." Pei Qian looked at them intently. He felt that if he also had 2 treasures like the ship and the talisman papers in the future, he would have to buy them even if he had to sell his pots and pans. Chun Pingon patted Pei Qian's head and led him to board the ship together with the tall woman cultivator. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ship slowly rose into the sky and sailed away with the wind. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already traveled dozens of miles. Standing on this immortal ferry that belonged to the ancestors of Xiang Manor, the imperial river that meandered for nearly 1,000 miles was below their feet. Chun Pingon stood beside the railing, and together with Pei Qian, they looked at the picturesque scenery on the ground. Chun Pingon couldn't help but think of his hometown, as well as the counties and small towns along the way to Longquan County, and the beautiful mountains and rivers that Chun Pingon had walked through. He also thought of some people from his hometown. Among his classmates who left the Li Zhu heavenly abode with the school's groom, Li Huai, and Lin Shui eventually followed Chun Pingon, and Li Huai. Between Dong Shuijing and Shi Chuanjia, one chose to stay in his hometown, while the other followed his family and moved to the capital of Dali. Actually, Chun Pingon had a good impression of them. One had a simple and honest temperament, and it was probably because of their similar backgrounds that made Chun Pingon feel close to him back then. The other had braided hair and was lively and cute, and he could tell that she was smart and intelligent. Chun Pingon didn't feel that their choice was wrong. In the depths of Chun Pingon's heart, he hoped that the mountains and rivers of his hometown would remain the same. Whether it was Dong Shuijing and Shi Chuanjia, who stayed in their hometown, or Lu Xianyang Guken and Zhao Yao, who were already far away from their hometown, their hearts were still filled with the green mountains and rivers of their hometown. Of course, on this journey back home, Chun Pingon still had to make a trip to the mansion of the female ghost with the beautiful wedding dress hanging high in the wind. He had to tell her some of the words that he had kept in his stomach back then. In the twilight, Dong Shuijing hung up the closed sign for the wonton shop, but he wasn't in a hurry to close the shop's doors. After doing business for a long time, he knew that there would always be some visitors who had made appointments with the shop when they went up the mountain to buy a bowl of wonton. Therefore, even if Dong Shuijing hung up the wooden sign saying closed, he would still wait for about an hour or so. However, Dong Shuijing wouldn't let the two newly hired waiters wait with him. When customers came, Dong Shuijing would personally cook. Even if the two waiters, who were born in poverty, wanted to share the joys and sorrows with the shopkeeper, Dong Shuijing wouldn't let them. Dong Shuijing's wonton shop became more and more famous. Many rich people in the newly established county city of Longquan invited Dong Shuijing to open 2 more shops in the county city, but Dong Shuijing declined all of them. Other than the wonton shop on the mountainside with the mountain god temple at the top of the mountain, Dong Shuijing had used a large sum of money from selling one of the town's ancestral houses to buy a house half a street in the new county city. Except for one house, he rented out the rest. Dong Shuijing was also one of the first local people to pick up leftovers. Among the neighbors of the 2 ancestral houses, there were many lonely old people who were born and raised in the town. They were stubborn. Even if outsiders offered a sky-high price to buy their ancestral objects, they still wouldn't sell them. They said that they could sleep in a pile of money at night, or that they could take them with them to the next life after they died. The disciples of the immortals on the mountain were patient. Those old guys who might become a pile of bones in the soil in a few years only felt that it was unreasonable, but they didn't dare to force them to buy. They could only go back disappointed with a large sum of money. However, after Dong Shuijing came to visit them, no one knew whether it was because the old people cherished this young man they had watched grow up, or because Dong Shuijing had a glib tongue. In short, the old people sold the wonton shop to Dong Shuijing at a price far lower than that of outsiders. Dong Shuijing went to the bun shop on the Oxhorn Mountain several times and made an immeasurable income. Plus the unexpected harvest from his own hard work, Dong Shuijing found Governor Wu, County Magistrate Yuan, and Supervisor Chow, who had visited the wonton shop one after another and bought many pieces of land silently. Unconsciously, Dong Shuijing had become one of the few rich and powerful families in the new county city of Longquan. Indistinctly, there was a frightening saying Dong Bancheng in the mountains of Longquan County. Today, after Dong Shuijing finished chatting with the 2 young men and left, the shopkeeper, who had grown into a tall young man, stayed in the shop alone and made a bowl of steaming hot wonton for himself as a reward. As dusk fell, autumn became more intense. After eating the wonton, Dong Shuijing cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and came to the outside of the shop. He glanced at the path leading to the mountain and didn't see any pilgrims, so he planned to close the shop. However, he didn't expect that there were no pilgrims returning home on the mountain. Instead, a young man in a scholar's robe came from the foot of the mountain. Dong Shuijing was familiar with him, so he let him in with a smile, made a bowl of wonton, and served him a pot of home-brewed rice wine. From the beginning to the end, the 2 deliberately talked in the dialect of Longquan. Dong Shuijing spoke slowly because he was afraid that the other party wouldn't understand. The guest was a weirdo named Gao Xian. He claimed to be a wanderer who came to study at the Dali Academy in the Cloud Mountain Forest. He couldn't speak the official dialect of Dali very well, but he still wanted to learn the dialect of Longquan from Dong Shuijing. After Gao Xian finished eating the wonton, Dong Shuijing poured 2 bowls of rice wine. Water and glutinous rice were the key factors for the rice wine to be mellow. Longquan Prefecture had no shortage of good water, and Dong Shuijing had asked for glutinous rice from the kiln supervisor, surnamed Chow. The glutinous rice was shipped to Longquan from a land of fish and rice and dali, and the price was much lower than the market price. As a result, a sizable rice wine brewery had appeared in Longquan Prefecture City. Now, it was already being sold to the capital regions of Dali. Although it wasn't making a lot of money at the moment, its prospects and financial situation were pretty good. The restaurants in the capital regions of Dali had gradually recognized the Longquan rice wine. Coupled with the existence of the Li Zhu cave and various rumors about immortals, the wine was even more fragrant. Dong Shuijing had asked County Magistrate Yuan for help in the matter of selling the rice wine. This small profit but quick turnover deal involved Wu Yuan's approval, County Magistrate Yuan's opening of the capital regions, and Supervisor Chao's glutinous rice. Wu Yuan, the prefectural governor, County Magistrate Yuan, and Supervisor Chao. Among the three, Wu Yuan had the highest rank. Although he was only a rank 4 prefectural governor, he wasn't a true feudal official. However, as the youngest prefectural governor of Dali, Wu Yuan was an existence that the Dali imperial court didn't want to underestimate. After all, Wu Yuan's teacher was the imperial tutor of Dali, Cui Dong. It was a pity that after Wu Yuan had been promoted, his reputation was much worse than before he left the capital. It was said that before Longquan was promoted to a prefecture, County Magistrate Wu, who was sent here by the imperial tutor with high hopes, was ostracized by the large clans in those regions. Xianyu Clang, 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 clang. He was rebuffed. However, Wu Yuan had a good teacher. Others couldn't be envious of him. However, Wu Yuan was already a big joke in the imperial court of Dali. On the contrary, the latter two, County Magistrate Yuan and Supervisor Chao, were favored by the Dali bureaucracy. It wasn't just that these two young talents were direct descendants of the two great pillars of the state. Both of them were doing well in their respective fields in Longquan Prefecture. County Magistrate Yuan was responsible for the construction of the Immortals Cave on the Western Mountain. The smooth construction and completion of the Tomb of the Immortals and the Civil and Martial Temple on Laosi Mountain was also due to his efforts. The large clans that stayed in Longquan Prefecture didn't recognize Wu Yuan as the prefectural governor, but were willing to recognize the county magistrate who had an even lower official title. As for the Kiln Affairs Supervisory Office, where Supervisor Chao worked on the surface, it was a small yamen that was in charge of the production of imperial porcelain from the dragon kiln. In reality, it was a secret mission to supervise all the powers in Longquan Prefecture. Yuan and Chao, the two most noble surnames in Dali, were like fire and water. The Dali cavalry was divided into 3 groups when they marched south. Behind the scenes of 2 groups stood the figures of the 2 great pillars of the state. For Dong Shuijing to be able to rope in these 3 people at the same time through an inconspicuous small business, it couldn't be denied that it was a magnificent feat of accidentally. In reality, Dong Shuijing was the one who had come up with the idea for the rice wine business. However, the specific plan, the interlocking steps, was someone else who had given Dong Shuijing advice. Dong Shuijing later asked that person why County Magistrate Yuan and Supervisor Chao, who were descendants of prominent aristocratic families, didn't refuse this small profit. For example, at the end of last year, Dong Shuijing earned 70,000 taels of silver from the 3 families, while Yuan and Chao only earned 140,000 taels of silver in total. Compared to the merchants in the marketplace, it was a huge profit. In the future, the dividends would indeed increase steadily. However, after Dong Shuijing learned about the general properties of the 2 surnames, he really couldn't understand it. That person then told Dong Shuijing that the businesses in the world were divided into big and small, high and low, as well as dirty and clean businesses. Making a lot of money in some businesses that involved killing people was a skill. Making a small amount of money in a clean and small business was also a skill. Moreover, many small businesses, when done to the extreme, would have the opportunity to become a real money-making business, a business that could solidify the foundation of a tycoon for 100 years. In the end, that person took out an ordinary copper coin, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Dong Shuijing, who was sincerely asking for advice. He said, "Even the god of wealth in the vast world, the Lu family of the pure snow continent, started their business from the first copper coin. Think about it carefully." That person, who was still holding his sword horizontally behind his back, swaggered away, saying that he was going to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. If he was lucky, he might be able to meet the founder of the Shang family. That young-looking old man once won the trust of the world with the Tao integration great magical power of descending a heavenly wood, and was finally recognized by the Sage of Rites. Dong Shuijing thought for a long time before remembering that that person ate 2 big bowls of wontons, drank a pot of rice wine, and finally left the shop with a copper coin. However, Dong Shuijing, who was used to haggling over every penny, not only didn't feel that he was losing money, but he even profited. Gao Xian saw that Dong Shuijing was drinking wine and seemed to be daydreaming. He asked with a smile, "Something on your mind? Why don't you tell me? I can't help you, but I can listen to shopkeeper Dong complain a little." Dong Shuijing shook his head and said jokingly, "I'm just thinking about the future. No complaints. Every day when I return to the manor in the county capital, I'm half dead from exhaustion. After counting the money, I can fall asleep immediately. When I wake up, it's a new day, busy and fulfilling." Gao Xian sighed. "I really envy you." Dong Shuijing was speechless. He didn't think that Gao Xian was making a fuss about nothing. Every family had their own problems, and it had nothing to do with money. Dong Shuijing didn't reply and drank a mouthful of his self-brewed rice wine. The wine pots in the wonton shop were all stripped of the Dong family workshop's red paper, or else it would easily cause trouble. This simple shop that was used to cultivate one's temperament quickly became foul. Now, there were still very few people who knew how much wealth Dong Shuijing had in the entire Longquan County, where all kinds of deities and crooks mixed together. After Gao Xian paid the bill, he said that he wanted to continue climbing the mountain and spend the night in the mountain god temple. Tomorrow, he would watch the sunrise from the top of the mountain. Dong Shuijing handed the shop's key to Gao Xian and said that if he regretted it, he could stay in the shop. At least it would be a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Gao Xian rejected the kindness and went up the mountain alone. Dong Shuijing went down the mountain and met Su Ruo, who should have just returned from the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. He said that he wanted to have a bowl of wonton to fill his stomach, and then go to the ferry at Ox Horn Mountain to continue his journey to the capital of Dali. Dong Shuijing had to return, opened the door of the shop, and directly made 2 big bowls for this hero of Moism. He didn't take the rice wine as he didn't want to be polite with this person. Dong Shuijing sat opposite him and watched Su Ruo wolfing down the food. Su Ruo said vaguely, "Guess who that young man is?" Dong Shuijing didn't think much about it. His relationship with Gao Xian didn't involve too much profit. Dong Shuijing also liked this kind of interaction. He was born to do business, but business was always not everything in life. However, since Su Ruo asked this question, and Dong Shuijing wasn't stupid, the answer naturally came to light. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom of the Gao family of Giang, he came to Dali as a hostage? Su Ruo nodded. Dong Shuijing hesitated and asked, "Can you not do business with Gao Xian?" Su Ruo smiled and said, "Why not? The reason why I said this is that I hope you understand something." Dong Shuijing said seriously, "Please say it, mister." Only at times like this, Dong Shuijing was willing to call Su Ruo mister. Su Ruo glanced at the counter of the shop. Dong Shuijing immediately went to get a pot of rice wine and placed it in front of Su Ruo. Su Ruo took a sip of the rice wine, which had a lingering aftertaste. When you start a small business, you need to be diligent. When you become big, of course, you still need to be diligent. However, the word information will become more and more important. You need to be good at digging out the details that no one cares about and the information hidden behind the details. One day, you will be able to use it, and you don't have to hold a grudge against it. Dong Shuijing nodded. Su Ruo asked again, what do you think of Wu Yuan, County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chao, and Gao Xian's temperament? Dong Shuijing said slowly, Governor Wu is gentle, County Magistrate Yuan is strict, and Supervisor Chao is romantic. Gao Xian is elegant. Su Ruo asked again, why so? Dong Shuijing already had a draft in his mind, so he said without hesitation, Governor Wu's husband, the imperial tutor Cui Dong, is now showing off his abilities. Governor Wu must be cautious and not get carried away, or else it will easily cause unnecessary jealousy and attacks. The Yuan family has always been cautious. If I remember correctly, the family motto of the Yuan family is to hide wind and gather water. The Chao family has many descendants from the border army, so they are heroic. As a prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, it is inevitable that Gao Xian is a little disheartened after being stranded here. Even if he is angry, he should at least show it on the surface. Su Ruo said, these are correct, but they are still superficial. If you can think of these, so can many people. Therefore, this is not considered information that can make you rich. You need to think deeper and higher, and think about the more far-reaching structure of the court and the trend of the dynasty. It may not be useful for your current business, but once you develop a good habit, it will benefit you for life. Dong Shuijing nodded and said, I understand. Su Ruo said with a smile, I am not a real lone person. What I can teach you is actually very shallow, but you have the talent to go from shallow to deep. In the future, I will see you less and less often. Moreover, I am also information that belongs to you, Dong Shuijing. I am not boasting, but this exclusive information is not small. So, in the future, if you encounter any obstacles, you can naturally do business with me. You don't have to be embarrassed. Dong Shuijing grunted. Su Ruo took out a Taiping no-incident token. With your current family business, you are not qualified to have this Taiping no-incident token. However, I have earned a few Taiping no-incident tokens over the years. It would be a waste to keep them in my hands, so I gave them away. Just take it that I have a unique insight and have taken a liking to you early on. In the future, I will ask for dividends from you. Tomorrow, go to the prefectural governor's office, and after that, the local yamen and the Ministry of Rights will record it. Dong Shuijing did not refuse. He kept the token of peace and carefully put it in his pocket. It was not an exaggeration to say that this token of peace and safety was priceless. In the vast territory of the northern part of the Aquarius continent, countless kings, generals, ministers, genealogical immortal masters, wild cultivators, and gods of the mountains and rivers hoped to have a piece of it. Su Ruo said teasingly, I heard that your future father-in-law went to the Tongyi continent. On his way back to the North Continent, he appeared in this hometown town. Didn't you take the opportunity to visit him? Dong Shuijing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, when I heard the news, Uncle Li had already left the town. Su Ruo smiled and asked, do you want to know how your rival Lin Shui is doing in the Cliff Academy? Dong Shuijing nodded and said, I do. Su Ruo smiled and did not say anything. Dong Shuijing asked straightforwardly, how much money? Su Ruo stretched out her hand and took a pot of rice wine from behind the counter. She said, he has not entered the Middle Five State, but he is famous in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. If you do not work hard and let Lin Shui become an immortal in the Middle Five State, there will be many opportunities for him. He may be able to earn hundreds of thousands of taels of gold and silver with just a flick of his finger. It will be easy for him to catch up. Dong Shuijing hesitated for a moment. Of course, I do not want to lose to Lin Shui, but some things are not about earning more or less. Su Ruo smiled and stood up with a pot of wine. She said, "It is better to have more than less. Many things that seem to be unsolvable with money are, in the end, because there is not enough money." Dong Shuijing stood up as well. "Sir, why have you not told me the true meaning of being a person of credit? Why have you only taught me the skills of a merchant?" Su Ruo asked with a smile. "Only?" Dong Shuijing was confused. Su Ruo did not say anything more and left the shop. Dong Shuijing cleaned up the mess on the table, closed the door of the shop, and went down the mountain to the new city of Longquan County. The young man, who thought he reeked of money, traveled under the moonlight and stars in the night sky. In the Longquan Sword sect, the sect master Wan Qiong had taken in more than 10 new registered disciples, which finally made the deserted mountains more lively. There was a lot of discussion about how many people the sage Wan Qiong would take as her inner disciples. The reason why there were these temporary registered disciples in the Longquan Sword sect was that the Song clan attached great importance to Wan Qiong, the master of swordsmithing. The imperial court had specially selected 12 young boys and girls with excellent aptitudes and sent 1,000 elite cavalrymen to escort them all the way to the foot of the mountain where the Longquan Sword sect was located. At that time, Wan Qiong was forging swords in the furnace and did not show up. It was a black-robed young man who had just stepped into the Gold Core realm who was in charge of receiving people. After learning that this black-robed young man was a genuine earth immortal of the Gold Core realm, the eyes of the children were filled with passion. In fact, Wan Qiong's title as a sage, the elite armored soldiers of the Dali imperial court as his retinue, and the signboard of the Longquan Sword sect had left a deep impression on these children. The legendary path of cultivation and becoming an immortal on the mountain was actually full of unknowns and dangers. If they could join the Longquan Sword sect and be chosen by Sage Ruan and eventually become an inner disciple, it meant that they would at least step into the middle 5 realms of immortals, and their lives would be extremely smooth. Among the 12 people, one of them was identified as an extremely rare innate sword embryo who would definitely be able to nurture a natal flying sword. The other 3 had the aptitude of an earth immortal, and the other 8 also had the potential to step into the middle 5 realms of cultivation. From this, it could be seen that the Song clan had spared no effort in supporting Wan Qiong. After the 12 people settled down, Wan Qiong only showed up once during the swordsmithing period. After confirming the aptitudes of the 12 people, she handed them over to the other direct disciples. What followed would be a process of continuous selection. For the Longquan Sword sect, the aptitude to become a qi cultivator was only a stepping stone. In Wan Qiong's eyes, the aptitude for cultivation and the fundamental disposition were more important. When these people arrived at the mountain, they learned that sect master Wan had an only daughter named Wan Xiao. She liked to wear cyan clothes and tie her hair in a ponytail, which was unforgettable at first glance. Some of the youths were even more excited, but dared not to show their thoughts. These juniors of the Longquan Sword sect all liked to address Wan Xiao as eldest senior sister. Wan Xiao, who was amiable to everyone but not particularly close to anyone, tried to persuade them several times, but still could not change their mind. And so they just called her eldest senior sister. As time went by, some of the disciples who had stood out from the crowd, and some who were beginning to feel the strain, found that the eldest senior sister was the strangest existence in the already strange sect. No one had ever seen this eldest senior sister cultivate. Every day, she would either stay in seclusion or help the sect master forge swords in the forbidden area of the sword furnace. Otherwise, she would wander among the mountains. Apart from the Shinshio mountain where the sect was located, and a few mountains further away, there were also the Baotou mountain, the Rainbow Cloud Peak, and the Immortal Grass mountain near the Shinshio mountain. It was not until later that people learned that these 3 mountains were rented by the sect from someone for 300 years, and did not actually belong to the Longquan sword sect. Apart from traveling alone among the mountains and rivers, Wanxiu also raised a yard full of old hens and fluffy chicks. Occasionally, she would look at her fellow gold core disciple from afar, explain the steps of cultivation in detail, teach them the unique breathing technique of the Longquan sword sect, and split up a set of superior sword technique that was said to have come from the Wind Snow Temple. The eldest senior sister, Wanxiu, never approached anyone. She held a handkerchief in one hand on which a small mountain of pastries was placed. She ate slowly, and when she came, she would unwrap the handkerchief and leave immediately after finishing her meal. Some of the smarter disciples would notice that whenever the eldest senior sister left, the second senior brother, who was already an earth immortal, would breathe a sigh of relief. Apart from the eldest senior sister, Wanxiu, there was also the second senior brother, who was almost half a master, the third senior sister, who lived alone by the Dragon-Beard River all year round, and the fourth senior brother, whose surname was Xie, and who was born with a pair of long eyebrows. The young senior brother Xie had never been kind to the juniors, but he was the one who was in charge of the discipline of the Longquan sword sect. At first, some of the juniors complained that the fourth senior brother was too harsh and cold and did not care about the friendship between the juniors. But later, they heard a rumor from a small town, which made them feel like they were struck by lightning. The fourth senior brother Xie, whose ancestral home was in the Peach Leaf Alley, was still alive and well. He was a Taoist heavenly lord from the North Continent, an immortal of the 12th realm. Before they ascended the mountain, among the 12, only a few of them knew that the earth immortals in the world were divided into Gold Core and Nascent Soul. As for the realm after Nascent Soul, no one had heard of it, and they mistakenly thought that it was the peak realm of Qi cultivators. After they ascended the mountain, the second senior brother, who was one of the first disciples of Wanxiu, who was a stern Gold Core earth immortal, gave them a general explanation of the realms of Qi cultivators. Only then did they know that there were the upper 5 realms, the Jade Unadorned realm, and the Immortal realm. After that, except for a few ignorant or naive children, the others did not even dare to breathe when they saw the fourth senior brother, who liked to scold others with a straight face. The fourth senior brother would only smile when he was with the eldest senior sister, Wanxiu. In the entire mountain, he was the only one who did not call her eldest senior sister, but called her sister Xiuxiu. But Wanxiu did not seem to be very close to this junior brother. This made many youths feel much better in their hearts. Anyway, none of them were favored by the eldest senior sister, so there was no need to feel disappointed. On this day, Wanxiu showed up again. She only said 2 things and then returned to the sword furnace. The first thing was that as long as he became a disciple, Wanxiu would forge a sword for him personally. It should be known that Master Wan was fully deserving of the title of the best swordsmith in the Aquarius continent. Therefore, not to mention the 12 people, except for the fourth senior brother, who still looked indifferent, even the second senior brother and the third senior sister, who had rushed back to the mountain to listen to their master's teachings, could not help but look excited. The second thing was that the Dragon Spring sword sect had bought a new mountain. Wanxiu gave a few words of encouragement, saying that when someone reached the nascent soul realm in the future, he would be qualified to hold the opening ceremony in the Dragon Spring sword sect and occupy a mountain alone. Moreover, as the first cultivator of the sword sect to ascend into the earthly immortal realm, according to the agreement from before, only Donggu was allowed to make an exception and choose a mountain to be his residence. The Dragon Spring sword sect would announce this to the world, but Donggu refused and begged his master to open a mountain only after he reached the nascent soul realm. Wanxiu agreed. Su Xiaoqiao, who was used to being called the third senior sister by her junior brothers and sisters, went down the mountain again and went to the shop by the Dragon-Beard River, where the sword sect thrived. Wan Xiao went with her for the first time, which made Su Xiaoqiao feel a little flattered. The fourth senior brother Xieling wanted to follow them, but Wan Xiao just looked at him without saying a word. Xieling knew the difficulty and stayed on the mountain obediently. When they walked down the mountain, Wan Xiao asked, "In fact, you are the first disciple of my father. Just because Donggu reached the core formation realm first, you are called the third senior sister by those people. Do you feel bad?" Su Xiaoqiao, who was expelled by the Wind Snow Temple, answered honestly, "I feel bad, but I have no objection to Donggu being the second senior brother." Wan Xiao did not say anything. Su Xiaoqiao, who had his thumb cut off when he held the sword, was silent for a moment and asked, "First senior sister, can I really reach the nascent soul realm one day?" Wan Xiao admitted, "It's difficult. Compared to Donggu, who will reach the nascent soul realm in 100 years, you have a lot of variables. It's a little easier for you to reach the core formation realm. My father will help you and not favor Donggu over you. But if you want to reach the nascent soul realm, it will be much more difficult for you than for Donggu." Su Xiaoqiao looked sad. For ordinary immortals, becoming a gold core realm cultivator was already a great fortune for them to go back to bed after burning incense for their ancestors' memorial tablets. But in this Dragon Spring Sword sect, in the eyes of Su Xiaoqiao, who had seen the scenery on the top of the Wind Snow Temple, gold core realm cultivators were far from enough. Unexpectedly, Wan Xiao added, "As for your junior brother Xieling, he will be the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect to reach the Jade Unadorned realm. If you are jealous of Xieling now, I believe you will only be more and more jealous for the rest of your life." Su Xiaoqiao pursed his lips, his steps heavy. Donggu was the lowliest among the 3 founding disciples of his master Wan Qiong. He was born as a mountain animal, but now he had become the second senior brother and an earth immortal in the Dragon Spring Sword sect, who was respected by everyone. Xieling was born and raised in a small town. He was the youngest and had never suffered any hardship. However, he was the one with the most fortune. Not only was his family's ancestor a Taoist heavenly lord, but he was also able to get a Taoist sect leader who had a high status to personally give him an exquisite pagoda that was comparable to a divine weapon. Su Xiaoqiao was the only one who had the toughest life, the most diligent in cultivation, and the most uneven Tao. Wan Xiao broke a twig on the side of the mountain road, casually held it in her hand, and said slowly, "You think comparisons are odious, don't you?" Su Xiaoqiao's eyes were red. Wan Xiao suddenly said with a smile, "Even though you might not be as good as Xieling and Donggu even when your golden body decays and you die of old age, I still like you a little more." "But it seems that this is useless for your cultivation." Su Xiaoqiao turned his head and wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, then turned to Wan Xiao and said with a smile, "Eldest senior sister, thank you." Wan Xiao stopped and nodded. "Thank me? Then remember to bring me some pastries next time you go up the mountain. You know the shop in Dragon Riding Alley." Su Xiaoqiao was dazed for a moment, then smiled like a flower. "My eldest senior sister." Wan Xiao also smiled. She only sent Su Xiaoqiao to the foot of the mountain, under the archway of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, which was given by Emperor Dali, or more precisely, the former emperor. Su Xiaoqiao said goodbye to Wan Xiao, then stepped on his flying sword and flew away. In the Dragon Spring County, this was the treatment that only the disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect could enjoy. If it were other earth immortals who dared to fly in the sky, Wan Xiong wouldn't care about the temperament of a saint. The first few groups of Dali cultivators who came to test the waters and the later sword cultivator Chao Jun had all experienced Wan Xiong's rules and were either killed or injured. Wan Xiao stood at the foot of the mountain looking up at the plaque. Her father didn't like the addition of the two words Dragon Spring to the Dragon Spring sword sect. Su Xiaoqiao and the other two founding disciples knew it very well. Her father hoped that one of the three could remove the two words Dragon Spring in the future and only stand at the peak of the mountains of the Aquarius continent as sword sect. At that time, that person would be the next sect master. Wan Xiu thought she could understand her father's knot in his heart, but every time her father privately asked her to put more effort into cultivation, she agreed, but her mind was full of pastries and bamboo shoot stew. This made Wan Xiu feel a little guilty. She then put away the thought and decided not to ask her father if she should change the meals of her junior brothers and sisters, or if she could add more meat dishes to their meals. Her poor junior brothers and sisters didn't have the luck to eat such delicious food. She was indeed not good enough as the eldest senior sister that even she didn't want to admit. Wan Xiu was full of regret and turned back to climb the mountain. Wan Xiong quietly left Xinxiu Mountain and came to the governor's office in Longquan County. The governor Wu Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He didn't exchange any pleasantries with Saint Wan Xiong and directly told her about an official matter. Within the borders of Dali, some mountain forces that were likely supported by other countries were getting restless, especially since the beginning of spring this year. There were 3 major conflicts. Among them, 7 people were killed, and the imperial court was enraged. After Wan Xiong learned about the details of the conflict and the wishes of the Dali imperial court, she thought for a moment. I will let Xiu Donggu and Su Xiaoqiao come forward and listen to the person in charge of this matter from the Dali imperial court. Wu Yuan was obviously a little surprised and troubled. Miss Xiu is also leaving Longquan County. In fact, Wan Xiong and the Song clan had long had a secret agreement. The duties and rewards of both parties were clearly written in black and white. But all these years it was the Dali imperial court who gave and never took. Even if this time Longquan sword sect worked for the Dali imperial court according to the agreement, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had already explained in the secret letter sent by the Flying Sword that as long as Saint Wan was willing to send Donggu, an earth immortal of Jindan realm, it would be enough to show his sincerity. He must not ask too much of Longquan sword sect. Of course, Wu Yuan didn't dare to make the decision on her own. So when she learned that Wan Xiu was also leaving the mountain, Wu Yuan felt that it was inappropriate. Wan Xiong should know why Wu Yuan and the Dali imperial court felt troubled. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will tell Xiu not to get involved as much as possible this time. And even if there is any accident, I will not vent my anger on Dali." Wu Yuan still did not dare to agree without authorization. Wan Xiong said so, but he did not dare to take it seriously. The world was complicated. If there was a slight mistake, the relationship between the Dali imperial court and Longquan sword sect would be damaged. Once the Song clan's efforts were wasted, in the whole Dali, only Mr. Cui Dong could bear it. So Wu Yuan did not hesitate and said that he must report to the Ministry of Rights. Wan Xiong nodded and said, "Yes, Your Excellency, please give me an answer as soon as possible." Then Wan Xiong asked, "I want to choose a few people from the remnant Lu felons as registered disciples of Sword Sect. You can report it to the imperial court and see if they agree. In case of conflict with those groups of stubborn felons, you can be mentally prepared." Wu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Okay." After talking about business, Wan Xiong came and went like the wind without any delay. Governor Wu was left with a frown on his face. He was mulling over how he should tell the imperial court about these two matters. In the hands of the imperial tutor Cui Dong, the Dali imperial court built a very secret underground organization. All the related personnel were called stubborn felons. Every time they were ordered to leave the capital, they were in a group of 3. One was a Kindiangian, one was a physiognomist, and one was at Enyang Warlock. They were responsible for searching for all the good materials suitable for cultivation for Dolly. Once chosen by the stubborn felons, even if they had been selected by the Chi trainers but had not been brought up to the mountain, they had to make way for the stubborn felons. This was probably the origin of the name of the stubborn felons. After Cui Dong became the imperial tutor and Dolly flourished, there were many fights in history because of this matter. It was just that after several times, the immortal genealogist of Dolly and Yamazo Wild stopped fighting because the embroidered tiger always supported the stubborn felons to the end. In the mansion of a Yuanian cultivator, an old Jindan cultivator had been testing a young man at the foot of the mountain for 6 years, concentrating on carving the unpolished jade and preparing to accept him as a direct disciple to inherit his legacy. In the end, a group of stubborn felons found that the young man was a good seedling. The old Jindan cultivator met the unreasonable stubborn felons and was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. The old Jindan cultivator was even willing to pay a large amount of immortal money, but the stubborn felons insisted on taking the young man away. The two sides argued endlessly and finally triggered a fierce battle. 2 of the stubborn felons were killed on the spot, and the last one escaped. What the old Jindan cultivator did was reasonable, and it was enough to give face to the Dolly imperial court. Moreover, the mountain where the old Jindan cultivator lived was one of the few immortal caves in Dolly. But in the end, it was still surrounded by a total of 6,000 Dolly cavalry, nearly 100 martial secretaries, hundreds of extremely expensive and rare Mahis mechanisms, and more than 100 Chi trainers and pure martial artists recruited by the Ministry of Justice. It was called a martial arts show. The battle was fierce, and Dolly even sent out Dolly, the god of North Mountain. In the end, the largest immortal sect on the northern border of Dolly was beaten to the point that half of its mountain was cut off. Its vitality was greatly damaged, and it became a second-rate force at the bottom. Among them, the Yuanian cultivator died in the battle, and the old Jindan cultivator was beheaded by a Dolly military general. Then, a swordsman was asked to carry the dried head, which died with grievances, and spread it to many mountains on the border. After that, the immortals on the mountains in Dolly became much more restrained. Even some arrogant forces that had long attached themselves to the Dolly imperial court began to give instructions to their direct disciples. It was said that after the battle ended, the imperial tutor Xiuhu, who rarely left the capital, appeared on the top of that mountain. But he did not kill the remaining rebels on the mountain. He only asked someone to set up a stone tablet, saying that it would be useful in the future. Today, the stone tablet on the mountain peak was still blank without any words. It was unknown whether the imperial tutor had forgotten about this old matter, or it was not the right time. On the top of a mountain where immortal caves had taken root for many years in the northern border of Dolly, there was an old man in a Confucian robe who had just climbed the mountain. He stood next to a blank stone tablet with no words carved on it. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the stone tablet, turning his head to the south. There was only the old man on the top of the mountain, without anyone accompanying him. All the people who had experienced the bloody battle of that year, the older generation of the immortal sects, were gathered in an area not too far from the top of the mountain, trembling with fear. As for the new young disciples, they were strictly ordered not to leave their houses. Whoever dared to move without permission would be directly broken on the Longevity Bridge and thrown to the foot of the mountain. All the elders of the sects in the north of Dolly, who used to be incomparably aloof, looked at each other at this moment. They could see the fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. They were afraid that the imperial tutor of Dolly would suddenly give an order to settle accounts after the autumn and eliminate the roots of the mountain that had just regained some vitality with great difficulty. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories